Hello, everyone. It's Saturday, so that means we're streaming. Well, actually, yes and no. We are gathered here today to observe, honor, cherish, and ultimately debate the dead passing of a series that really doesn't have a formal series name. I call it the Chrono series, but really, what is the formal name for this series? Does anybody even know? Do people even call it the Chrono series? That's what I call it anyway. But hi, I'm Oni Black Mage, and we are going to be having a watch along. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be watching the recapitations for Chrono Trigger, Radical Dreamers, and Chrono Cross. And afterwards, we're going to go ahead and, within the context of this series, 3 games as it is, we're going to go ahead and rate and rank them. We're going to compare the elements that they have, what they share in common, compare apples to apples as much as we can, and then put a big old number score to see, of this series, which games are the most significant. There will be room for biases later, but as we watch these, we really do want to identify what makes a Chrono game identifiably Chrono. Like if you were to ask somebody, as plenty people have, oh, it'd be great if they put out another Chrono game, Chrono whatever. I remember there was once, was it Chrono Break or Chrono Crisis or all sorts of names people have come up with. What would make that identifiably fall in line with the rest of these series, if anything? There surely is some connective tissue. Let's see if we can identify it together. And thank you everyone for jumping in. Hey Geiger, hey Margarito, how are you today? Just want to say that I also, just before putting this out there, self-plug, just put out a new recap just in time for this week. I am avid in terms of making sure that I put out one recapitation per week. And so far, I just managed to slide that in. I was a little bit delayed because I was sick earlier this week and was not really in a capacity to edit anything, so it put me slightly behind schedule. Had to make some quick rearrangements. Aria was actually supposed to come out next week, and there was a different recap coming out this week, but that got swapped around, and we have Aria this week, which was ready to go, and we'll see what happens next week. So please check that out when you have an opportunity. But for now, let's get started. Let's watch Chrono Trigger, which, by the way, was the 100th recapitation video I made, and I specifically put it aside for that. I knew when I was starting to get recap going that I would not do Chrono Trigger, and I would absolutely. It's a game that's very near and dear to my heart. I still to this day consider it the best Final Fantasy game, and I made sure that when I had 100 recaps, this would be the 100th one. We're actually getting close to 200, and it's funny because I actually don't have one in mind. And we're at 100. Actually, Aria of Sorrow would mark the 151st. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, Wesley, how are you today? All right, let's get started. I kind of do want to pay attention to this because we are going to be talking mostly between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. Let's be for real. So I may not talk as much over this.
Released by Square in 1995 on the Super Nintendo and later ported to multiple platforms, Chrono Trigger would be a sci-fi fantasy time-traveling adventure. The game was a product of many successful talents coming together, dubbed the Dream Team, such as directors Takashi Tokita, who helped make Final Fantasy IV.
I think I was a little louder on this one.
Eve, Yoshinori Kitase, who would later direct Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 10, and Akihiko Matsui, who would work on the battle system for many Final Fantasy and Saga.
Are you considering Lords of Shadows part of the Castlevania playlist, or is that something different because it's a different timeline? Oh, we're gonna do all the timelines. Don't you worry. Because after we do Dawn, we are going to do the alternate timeline, and then we're going to do the reimagined timeline, and then we're going to do the game that unites them all. And that will cap off Castlevania. So there's technically 1, 2, 3, maybe 4.
For story, the game features
and then so potentially 6 or 7 more games. I think that's it for Castlevania.
Only 3 are ever fielded at a time. For gameplay, the game utilizes turn-based battles with an active time element to it, where character turns are on a cooldown timer before they make their choice, while enemies can still move around the battlefield. Every character has access to elements.
I miss giving a small breakdown of the game mechanics,
many of which can be combined with 1 or 2
but I honestly had to get with the times.
The game features an overworld map, multiple
People skip
minigames,
over this
animated
part,
sprites,
and I know
multiple
some
side
people are
quests
like
and
they
optional
like this because it
areas.
adds context
The
to it,
world
and
is
that's the
densely
whole point
populated with
for it.
interactive
But
items and
when people
enemies
come in, they
that
just want to hear the
overworld,
story
that may be
recap. They're
encountered
just
or
get to the
avoided,
point,
but
get to the
battles are
point.
conducted in
This
the same space and
minute-long
not in separate
intro is
battles
not
centers.
helping get to the
The game
story,
also
and I
has a new
get
game
that.
plus, retaining the player's
I get
levels,
that.
equipment, and abilities, which is needed to explore every ending across multiple playthroughs. A later PlayStation port would add a few anime cutscenes across the game, while the later Nintendo DS port would include these additions and add additional quests and dungeons.
This game is so
extra
incredibly
bosses,
ambitious for
and
its
a new
time.
epilogue that better connects this
And
game
as
to
many
Chrono
people may or may
Cross.
not know,
The
Chrono
story
Trigger
line gets
started
larger
out
and worse while
actually
it's cut down to size
as
with the
what
recapitation.
was going to become
As the
Secret
game
of
begins,
Mana.
we meet a young man named
And
Chrono,
then that's
living in
why
a city of truce,
Randy
as he
and
is
Chrono
woken up
look
and told
pretty
his
much
childhood
alike
friend
because
and accomplished inventor
they
Luca
originally were
wants
the
to
same
show him her
character.
new invention at the
And
Millennium Fair
then
being held today
as it
on
evolved
the year
from being a
1000
Saga
AD.
game,
Traveling to Lean Square, he runs
it
into
just
a
got
girl
kept
and
getting
helps pick
tossed
up her
around and
pendant, as she
redesigned
thanks
and
him and
eventually
asks if they can
became
show her
one of
around
the
the
many
festival.
candidates like
Introducing
Xenogears
herself
and
as
another
Carl, we
game
enjoy the
for
festival,
Final
collecting
Fantasy
photo
VII. This
points
was
from
a
various
Final
games
Fantasy
and
candidate,
activities.
and they decided it
They
just
find
wasn't
Luca
in that
showing
same
off his
sort of
newest
vein. That's
invention
not what they were
with a
looking
teleport,
for,
as she
and
uses
so
Chrono
it
to
just
show off his
became its own
inventions.
product, Chrono
Carl
Trigger.
eagerly wants to try the
So it's
machine
kind of
next,
funny how it
but
almost
in the
was two
process,
other
he runs against a
titles,
glow
and
strange
maybe
when a
another
portal that
timeline, no pun
opens up.
intended,
The
it could have
pendant
been.
stays behind as Marl herself is thrown into the portal as it closes behind her, leaving her to an unknown fate. Luca cannot help but feel she's seen Marl from somewhere.
The Chrono Trigger
Chrono
soundtrack,
instead
by
picks
the
up the
way,
pendant and
to
is intent on
me,
going after her.
is a
Agreeing,
10
Luca
out of
wishes her
10.
good luck, and as she repeats the process, another portal indeed opens up.
Is there
and
really a
Chrono sits
bad
inside.
track in this
He
soundtrack?
finds himself outside the kingdom of Guardia, but something is off, as the kingdom is battling the
It has
forces of
quality
someone
and
named
quantity.
Lavos, and the
Seriously.
missing Queen Lean,
Hey,
was
Nova, how
last
are you?
seen near a
Hey,
cathedral
Melfina,
in the west,
how are you?
though they also hear she's been found in the nearby woods. Chrono visits Guardia Castle to learn more, and is soon met by the Queen, who claims Chrono is her friend, though there are some like the Chancellor who are not convinced. Behind closed doors, she reveals herself to be Marl, though because of their uncanny resemblance, everyone thinks she is the Queen. But suddenly she reels over in pain and vanishes right before him. As he leaves, he's met by Luca, who decided to follow and help. When she hears about Marl, she confirms
And there's
her
so many
suspicion
details
that
going on
Marl's
so
actually
quick. Like, this
Princess
starts off
Guardia.
like so
They are currently
normal,
past
so mundane. It's a save the
600
princess
AD,
story.
and mistook her for her ancestor.
And then all of a
Queen
sudden you
Lean.
have time travel?
According to history, the queen was supposed to have been saved.
And I
but
love
since
how it
Marl
just
was saved
throws it.
instead, the real queen was never saved, and thus never had descendants leading to Marl. However,
Look at
they
this,
saved the
explaining
real queen
time
quickly, and
continuity,
the timeline
fourth
can be
dimensional
corrected,
thinking in the
however.
mid-90s.
Investigating the cathedral, they find the queen's hairpin and learn it's just a front for monsters. They are saved by a sword-wielding frogman who is okay with just being referred to as simply Frog, who says he is here only to rescue the queen. They find the shady Chancellor, turns out to be the monster in charge here, and destroy him, freeing the queen.
Very,
They both thank
very
the
unique
group for
art
their
style.
efforts,
You know, like,
freeing
it's
the
very
real Chancellor, who
Toriyama.
was also kidnapped
Like,
by
you
the
look at this and you
monster
know it's Toriyama.
When
Come
they
on now.
return, the Chancellor insists on building a new criminal justice system to punish for crimes like this, and Frog
It
takes
felt
his
so
lead,
far-reaching
embarrassed
and
that allowing the
well-written
queen to be captured
at the
in first
time.
place.
When you look at it now,
Jumping
you
back
realize
to
that it
when
really
Marl
wasn't
disappeared, they
as
find her restored back to
wide in
normal,
scope. A
where
lot of
she
things were
thanks them
actually
and
quite
apologizes for
structured. There
hiding
really
her
isn't
identity.
as much
Making
freedom,
haste,
but it
Luca
did a good
moves
job
into
of
a
keeping the
portal where she
illusion up
uses the
there.
gate key she constructed to more
Like, you
safely
absolutely
open
can
gates of portal
exhaust
and
a
travel
lot
to
of things. It's
specific
not like,
times
oh,
and
you're
places, though
changing
she's not
the
sure why
future
the
through the
portals exist
past.
to
You're not
begin
really.
with.
You're just triggering a story
Back in the
flag.
normal
It's like,
time
there's
of
really
1000
not freedom
AD,
much to
Luca
do
breaks
that, but
off, and Chrono
at the
escorts
same
Marl
time,
home,
it
but
is
upon doing
so
so, the
clever
modern-day
and so well
Chancellor accuses
presented.
Chrono of abducting the princess. He is put on trial immediately, though the shady Chancellor rigs an execution for him in 3 days regardless. Not
What I
accepting
like
this,
is that
Chrono
there's always
faces the
so many
guards and
layers
breaks
to
out of the
things
cell,
too. A lot
while
of
Luca
Easter
arrives
eggs in
with the
this.
same idea in mind. Guardia forces try to catch them, as Marl does her best to help, but the king and Chancellor completely disregard her. Frustrated at this, she chooses to join the group, and together they flee to the woods, where they are surprised to find another gate. Marl insists they use it to escape, while Luca warns
And those
they
black
don't know where
boxes
it
to the
leads,
side.
but with nowhere else to run, the group opens the gate anyway and jump in.
Very
Finding themselves
anime.
in a ruined yet advanced civilization, they find the people here destitute, hungry, and fearful of the mutant and robot threats that
And then
surround
jumping
them.
eras like this was
Leader
just
of one
so
community is an old
so
man named
cool.
Toad, who says there is a storage of food alongside a massive computer.
Believe it or
but the
not,
robots
time
will
travel is
prevent
kind
them
of
from getting
common
to it.
in RPGs.
Choosing to
I'm
help,
shocked
Luca
how many
destroys the
times
massive
I
support
find
room
time
hiding
travel
away,
being
but
utilized in many
unfortunately
games and
finds the
series
food stores have been
for
compromised
recap.
and rotted
It may
away.
surprise you too.
They do find a
But this
detonate
was a
punching
game
some
that
seeds and
really
take those
did a
with them.
fun
They
job
also
of
find the
weaving it
computer
into
is
the
still
story
operational.
instead of just being a
Luca
gimmick.
investigates and finds another gate nearby, but they also find a record of an event called called the Day of Lavos.
1999, that's the fated day that we killed Dracula.
Crater open up in a flourishing world.
What a coincidence,
Some
huh?
sort of massive monster rise up and
Y2K.
crush everything easily.
quite a
Seeing such
world-ending
graceful fate before their war
event
at the
for
hands of
sure.
something called Lavos,
Chrono Trigger
Marl
is the holy
refuses to
grail
accept
upper
things as
echelon
they
of time
are,
travel, in my
and thinks they
opinion.
can
In
go
my
back in time
opinion,
and change things,
it's one of the
just
upper
like they did to
echelon
save
of
her.
video game
Luca
RPGs.
reluctantly agrees, and Marl is now determined to find out as much as they can about Lavos first,
This is what makes
starting with
Chrono
their own
Trigger
time
so
period.
difficult, and
As
feel
they
free to
return to town,
contribute
they
too
hand
when
them
we
the
get to the
seeds they
discussion
found,
part,
encouraging
but
them to start growing them
it's
now,
really
and fueling their
hard
vibrant confidence, don't give
to
them
nick it on
pigeons or jet
things.
bike nearby. As they find
Just
the
about
jet bike,
everything that
they are
was
challenged to
designed
a
in
race
it
by a confident and popular robot named
is done
Johnny.
so
Beating
well.
him, they make it to the
There's
throne
almost
room
no
where Amy is
fat to
supposed
this
to be.
game in terms of
Within,
a
they find an
mechanic or a
amazing humanoid
design or
robot with a
problem
terrible
that
shape that
doesn't
Luca
seem to fit
believes should fix
naturally.
it. Marl
I
warns
don't
her
want
it
to
may
say
attack them like humans,
flawless,
but Luca insists robots
but
cannot
man,
be
this really
evil since
doesn't
they follow the
miss.
programming of
This
humans, and so she'll make sure
the
this
level
won't
design,
happen.
the characters, the
Finding they cannot
music,
open the doors
the
alone
combat
anyway,
system.
they rest while Luca
There's an
works on
elegant
the robot.
simplicity to it too.
Powering it up, it thanks them for the repair and greets them all as Unit R66Y. Choosing to name him
R66Y,
Robo
that's your
instead,
trivia
they
question
ask
for
him what
Robo's real
happened
name.
to all the humans here.
Boy, I sure hope Robo doesn't end up
Robo
dying in another
confirms there once
timeline.
were
That would be
many
terrible.
humans and robots living here,
How tragic
but
would that
unsure of
be?
what has happened to wipe them out. He also mentions the power is out here, so none of the doors will open, so they need to head to the nearby generator first. Succeeding,
The
they
threading
trigger
in
an
this game, I
alarm
think,
that
is
deploys
what
a group of
helped make
robots that
the
look like
writing
Robo
so
onto
strong.
them, and Robo is pleased to recognize them
Because
as
the fact that
heroes
there
they
were
captured along
quests that
fighting
you
him.
could
However, they knock him away
fail or
declaring he
miss
has been
out
tampered
on,
with and is
not a
not
lot.
effective.
This game didn't have a
His
lot
original
of
mission
side
was to
quests,
destroy
but the
all
side
the
quests they
cheaters,
did do
and they
were
all
well
gang up
thought
on
out
him,
to
beat him
complete
up, and
other
toss him away
things.
to be scrapped, as the group retaliates and destroys his R-series.
And if you mess
robots.
them up or miss them,
Afterwards, they drag Robo's body back to Luca, and
that was
as
a
she
cool
works
use of
on
an
him,
overworld map.
Robo learns the
Overworld
group
maps was
plans
kind of
to
going out
destruction
on their
of
way,
this world by
to be honest
Lavos,
with you.
but honestly doesn't know how far
It was
they
nice
can
to see
take
this
with
game
that idea.
try to utilize it
After
in
it's
some
fixed,
way.
Robo declares he wants to go with the group.
But yeah,
since there's
the
nothing
threading
for
in
him
here,
and
it's
he wants to give the planet a
I'm gonna
second
save
chance.
this part for
Opening
Chrono
the portal,
Cross,
the
but
four of them
the
travel
threading
back
is
to
done in
Tokyo
Trigger
time in
is small
1080
but
AD,
effective.
but for some reason they end up in a strange
Look at
isolated
those
alleyway.
visual effects.
There is an old man dozing off who wakes up and explains this is the end of time, where all lost travelers in time wind up. He asks when they come from, and three of them say 1000 AD, while Robo states 2300 AD. And he explains the conservation of time theorem states when four or more beings step into a time warp, they end up at the space-time coordinates of least resistance, which is here. He also mentions disturbances in the space-time continuum have been increasing recently.
Some Doctor
More
Who
people have been ending up
timey-wimey
here,
nonsense here.
wondering what could be having such a powerful effect on the fabric of time. So, in short, only three of them can travel across time, while anyone else can stay here in the meanwhile. But
Are you
any
planning on
being
doing
they
Blue
use, they can
Dragon?
always use
Yes.
to come here.
Blue
He
Dragon
also
is absolutely
introduces
one of the ones I'm
Mistecchio,
keeping in my
the Master
pocket.
of War, who has seen
I want to
countless
do all the
battles,
Mistwalker
as
ones, to be
Mistecchio
honest with
points
you.
out, his appearance will always be a reflection of the party's own strength, so if he looks weak or strong, it's only because they are weak or strong. He tells them that long ago there was a kingdom abundant with magic, but when people began to abuse it, only assigned wizards were then allowed to use it going forward. But all magic needs is strength of the heart, which they all have, and so he awakens in each of them the ability to use magic, except for Robo.
Chrono
whose
Trigger is such a
technology is
bizarre
of the heart.
beast. I relate it
Returning
to
back their
something
era,
like
they
The
find
Legend
a
of
big
Zelda.
bag leads to someone's
You know, the
closet, and
concept
they
of
find
Legend of
themselves in
Zelda.
Latina Village,
Where,
which
yeah,
was
there's
apparently
some,
founded by their
dozens of games,
ancestors,
but
the
my
Mystics,
point is that
after they lost their
Legend
wealth
of Zelda
to
carries
Timor
such a
ages
prestige
ago.
to its brand
Going
that
to the
when
town
a
square,
game
they
tries
find
to
the
be
Mystics
like
there
it, you
revering
can
a
kind of look at
statue
it
of
like, oh, they're
someone
trying to
named
be
Magus,
like
who
Zelda.
commanded the
But at the
Mystics
same
in the portal
time,
and claiming his creation
why is it
Lavos,
that nobody can
awakened
seem to
destroyed
capture that
humans.
secret
They
sauce
learn of
and
an odd
do
man at
that,
the edge of town,
do that
visiting and find a
recipe
weaponsmith
and
named
do it
Melchior,
better?
and hear that Magus was to use Lavos for
It's
his
somehow
revival.
like on a, just
Luca
playing
thinks
in a
travel
league of
back
its
to
own.
600 AD and
And that's
find
what Chrono
Magus
Trigger
again,
feels like in
and
many
knows they
cases,
can use
playing
the
in a league of
Underground's
its
gate to
own.
get there. Heading back to
Like, if you
Tree,
just
Chrono and
dissect
Luca
it on
each
its
check in with their
elements, nothing
parents,
really seems
as
that
Luca's
special.
father continues inventing,
And
while her
yet,
mother
somehow
still
put
defends
together,
him, having
it
lost pieces
becomes
of her
this
legs due
this
to an accident
recipe.
long ago.
And I think it's
Now
not
heading
just
back
the
to
art,
600 AD,
but the
Luke
science
travels
of
to the
it
front
too.
lines of the kingdom's war
And
against
yet, at the same
Magus,
time, we're
finding a
not
mystic
seeing
named
people. Like, we
Bobby
see a lot of
leading the
games that are
charge to break
quote-unquote
the humans' last line of
homages.
defense.
Like, oh,
A
this is
general of
a
Magus's
this
forces
is a
raises
love
the
letter.
dead
I
humans
actually
to
don't
the
like it when
ruler's
games
own
say
army,
that, because to
but
me,
use
it's just trying to
magic to
cash in
still
on the
push back.
nostalgia
They
goggles.
learn the
But they
king's
say, oh, this is
behavior
a
and
love
find the
letter
famed
to
sword Masamune,
Chrono Trigger.
defeating
This
the
is a
spears
love
and
letter
protect it.
to
As they
Zelda.
return within the sword and allow the party to
It just
claim
sounds like you're
but their
trying
blade
to
is
ape
broken
some of the
now.
things that you feel were
They also
popular
encounter
or
a
the
boy
parts
in
that
town
you
of
liked, and
Poland
at the
named
same
Tyranno,
time,
who has
you're
been
not really
mistaken
going to
for a
reach that
legendary
level.
hero ever since he picked up Frog's hero medal that he dropped in a tavern, though he returns it to the party. Finding Frog, he is alarmed to hear the king is injured, but without the Masamune, they cannot fight Magus, and he feels he is not
Even to this
fit to wield
day, gosh,
himself.
this combat
As
music
it
sounds so
turns
good.
out, Frog has the broken hilt of Masamune, and inscribed on it is Melchior. the
I
same name
remember
as the weaponsmith
at
that
some
he killed
point, I
him.
think in the middle of
As they
this
take the
recap,
parts
when
back
I'm
to Melchior, they
recapping
ask who he
what
really
Melchior
is, that
was
his name is
doing,
on such a legendary blade.
like when it's become that he's a sage, I think I misspeak and I tell him I say the wrong timeline that Melchior is part of.
Unfortunately, it no
Like I say he's part of like
unique red stone used as currency long
like
ago.
I think I say he's
But
part of
checking
like the
end
Middle Ages or
times,
something like
the party
that, or
finds they
like
can actually
I don't
travel
remember what time it is,
65
but I get
million
the
BC
century
and
wrong
decide to check it
when I
out.
do a recap of Melchior's
Arriving,
travel.
they encounter a half-human, half-dinosaur race they have never heard of before called reptites. They find themselves quickly overwhelmed.
There's another error that I have here that, in my defense, based on the version of the game, I couldn't have known. And that is, that's the leader of the reptites is a female. It's actually a queen. But they don't call her a queen in this version of the game. They call her a queen in the DS port, as well as the extra stuff that they add there. That's when they declare that the leader of the reptites is a queen. And here they use neutral terminology, so I just kind of went with just assuming it was a male. So, another error. So, it is what it is.
Chrono and group can't remember what else happened that night, but they are surprised to find themselves robbed of the gate key, and reptite tracks are everywhere around the village. Ayla is eager to bring the fight to the reptites as the group enters their lair, beat past the Saurians there, and confront Azala. Withdrawing
yeah, Azala's actually a
them
queen.
back their gate key and swears this isn't over. With a dreamstone from Ayla, the group parts ways for now.
Because I think the way they talk, it's kind of inferred that it was like a king of the reptiles, but they never said that. Again, my mistake.
Reflects that night on the past, when the heroic knight Cyrus left to challenge the Frog King for his badge of courage, alongside his childhood friend, Glenn. Cyrus would win the day and even earn the Masamune himself, but one day he would cross blades with Ozzy and the leader of the Mystics, Magus. During their duel, Glenn would be cut down, and the Masamune broken in half. Cyrus tried to hold off Magus so Glenn could escape, but he was easily struck down and burned into nothing. Choosing to have fun with the weak Glenn,
Rip Cyrus.
Magus' head cursed him into the form of a frogman, and for the 10 years since, Frog has mourned that day, yet still sticking to his duty of queen and country. The next day, he tells the party even if they fail, he will take them to Magus'
Sir Elks,
As they
Griffin,
travel,
how are you
Frog
guys today?
reflects that
Thanks
he
for
always
jumping
looked
in.
up to his friend as a brave warrior like many others did, but Cyrus always recognized Glenn's superior
And it's cool they kind of like
swordsmanship despite his
preview
softer heart.
what Glenn
Says
was.
that
The
fate
whole
forbade
thing
10 years
versus
ago, all he had
Glenn
was
and
Cyrus's
Magus
hero
is
medal and
nuts.
his own memories of
It's
him.
so
Today, he is finally
I don't know.
ready to move forward.
It feels like anime done
Finding
right,
himself in
if that
Climax,
makes
he
sense.
draws the Masamune, whose immense power
You have to have a
extends
sense of humor with this game. I think that's one of the reasons why I like it.
With a heavy slice, cleaving open the cliffs
Is that
like
you have like
entrance and revealing the
cool,
way
solemn
forward.
moments alongside
Finding themselves
comedic
sitting before
moments,
Magus' lair,
alongside
they
adventurous,
recall the intimidating
with
castle,
mystery
feeling themselves enter
and
within.
sci-fi,
Their
a
minds
little
full
bit
of
of
tricky
romance,
plans,
a little bit of wholesomeness. Like it hits so many different tones, and it's never too much of one or another. The dungeons in this game too are actually good. I like that they were well designed, they were short, they were compact. Each one of them typically had like some sort of gimmick. And one thing I love about Chrono Trigger, first of all, it's this presentation, legendary, to an amazing fight, to an amazing theme song. Presentation, by the way, very good. That's part of what makes these moments so impactful that you remember them years later. But I love that in Chrono Trigger, it is so well paced that you don't grind in this game. You just go through. The enemy encounters are structured. Yes, you can go back and quote-unquote farm, but there's never a need to. You just go through. The enemy animations are so well done and creative because they have them so curated that they can afford to put quality with the quantity that they specifically design in there. Everything is intentional. It feels handcrafted, because it is. So even the dungeons, the encounters, none of it feels like it's just automated. It's handcrafted, and that level of detail, that attention to detail, it already again puts the game in such an echelon of its
Who
own.
don't want to die against the race that has dominated the world long before humans. Helping her in her endeavor, they fly to Tyranno Lair, the base of the reptites, though something red glints in the sky. Inside, they free the captured
That
human
foreshadowing.
warriors, including Kino, the man Ayla likes the most, despite him being weaker than her, and she says that should this fail, Kino needs to lead the village.
Hunching his
Kino
face
helps as
forward.
much as he can, as he too cares for Ayla, and moving on, the group faces down Azala on his throne, and the leaders of both races have finally come to a head. As Azala shows off his trump card, Tyranno, he sees the red star in the distance and beckons it to
And
keep
great looking
going,
sprites,
turning his attention to the group. He recognizes his
Like that
kind
really
could
needs to be
fated
said,
perish, but even then he has no
this was
intention of
good-looking
going
sprites for the
quietly,
time, and I
still
feel they
intent
really
to make
hold
the
up
apes
too.
extinct before him.
Animation-wise, on the
Tale of
simplistic
history,
side,
Chrono
to be
proves
fair.
secure
Very
future
simple on the
fate,
animations for
shocking
many of these
Azala that his
characters.
longer-standing
They
struggle
mostly
with
reserved a lot of
civilization
those for
could be
battle,
so
but
easily.
Detailing looking
Defeated,
good.
he cries out that the reptiles went down fighting, and Ayla recognizes this, but a light in the sky draws all of their attention. Azala explains that fire will soon fall from the sky, scorching the earth and ushering in an ice age. Ayla suddenly declares this Lavos, as La means fire and Vos means big, as Lavos indeed comes hurtling down to earth, impacting any minute now. Kino now swoops in to fly them out of danger, as Ayla offers to help Azala out as well. He refuses, declaring the powers that be have spoken and the reptiles have no future, as Lavos strikes Tyranno Castle,
Bam,
wiping out
look at
the
that.
face of the planet,
Whoosh.
and the group observes Lavos is actually a calamity that descended to this world. The group considers fighting Lavos since it only just arrived, but finds Lavos has actually already dug underneath the Earth's crust.
And then
left
already
behind
tying it
certain
into, again, the stuff that we're
wonder
already
if
aware. It's
Lavos
like,
has
why
been
is there a
the
time
source of all
gate
the
here?
gates and
What is up with
disturbances
this?
all
And then the
along,
reptiles are
and open the
dead
gate
as hell.
anyway to see where
Or
it
are
leads.
they?
Traveling in, they find themselves in 12,000 BC, the Dark Ages, where the world is still frozen over. But
And this I thought was so cool. I remember the first time I was going, like, oh, we're going 12,000? Wait, why does it look like everything's backwards?
Where the people continually develop magic and live luxurious lifestyles.
I actually got lost in this
All
part.
was thanks to the push for
No
magic
surprise
advancement
here.
by Queen Zeal,
I got
who was
stuck and I
honored
didn't know,
for
like,
welcome for people.
who I need to talk
They
to
run into a
advance.
small,
I remember
quiet
that.
boy who states that a black wind howls, which seems familiar, as he ominously mentions someone in the group is going to die soon without explaining more. The queen herself has
So
multiple
edgy.
magical experiments going on, and she has two children, the magically prodigious daughter.
One thing that I
Charlotte,
always like
and
to
the
put
quiet
in there
stepson
is
met
people
earlier,
often
Janice,
complain,
rumored to be an
I don't like
active magic.
politics in my video game. That
Also,
is,
three wise
to
men
me,
about
very
words of
smooth
light,
brain
time, and
escapist
reason.
thinking, because to
However,
me, a
idyllic
lot of
life
the
is not for
reality that
everyone,
you can
as only
find,
those with
a
magic
lot
can
of the
live as
gravity
Zeal
you can
as an
add to a
everyone,
situation
as
is
those
making it
without magic
relatable
live
to
on the
real
cold
world
surface
things.
as
So when you
certain
have things
elements.
such as
In addition,
political
everything seems to
intrigue,
be powered
you
by a
know,
topic called the
endeavors
sunstone,
that are both for
and
the
they have
benefit
sensed
and
out a new
detriment
power
of people,
source.
like, that's
There
more
is also
realistic.
something
That's
called
a
the
more
ocean
relatable way
sparking
of
out of
writing
destruction,
people,
meant
is
to be a new symbol
organizing
of the
them
group's
in these sort
power,
of society with
alongside the
society
giant airplane one
problems.
of the gurus Balthazar
Like,
built.
politics, like,
As they check
if
out
you
the
want to go
flying
with the art
fortress
reflects
Blackbird,
reality, then
a
you
band
should
of
also
dolphins
take that
steps
part
out,
in, because
saying
if
the
you're
group
not
was
writing
actually
people
expected,
in a
as
way
their
that people,
prophet foresaw their
actually
arrival
are in
and
real
trouble they
life,
would
which is
cause, but
concerned
curiously just
about
leaves
multiple
while
different
acting.
things with multiple
They
different
visit
facets
Queen
of life
Zeal's
going
palace
on.
proper, where the group
Some things
learns
are
that
well
they can
intended, some
actually
things
use the
don't work
power of
out, some
Lavos
things
somehow,
seem
and all
bad,
three of
but
the
they're meant
gurus
for the
have
greater
left as their
good. You know,
contributions
it's
to
that level
Zeal.
of complexity
Rumor goes
that
Gaspar,
you
the guru of
face. It
time,
makes it more
still working on some
realistic.
deserted
And that
island
sort of
something called a time
maturity
egg or chrono
in
trigger. They
appreciating the
visit the
level
mana
with which,
machine,
you know,
which
the
is
writing
harvesting
people
power from
and
Lavos,
towns
and the
and,
plan goes to move it to
the
ocean
leaders
palace
for
close to
them,
Lavos so it
that
can
adds
sink into
to the
water
quality of the
all
world
this
building.
appears to be for the purpose of achieving eternal life and youth.
Because if
So
you
there
don't,
are
if you
whispers
want,
that
you can
once the
absolutely
machine is
make it to where it's
completed,
all,
the queen took a dark turn, and
Disney,
anyone that opposes her, no matter their position, simply
whitewashed,
disappears.
you know,
Some wonder if Balthazar,
tropish,
who opposed the queen and has
young
also vanished,
adult
has
level
disappeared,
fiction.
as it was
No.
the three gurus who made the Mammoth Machine from the royal family's Red Rock. Exploring more, they walk in on Janice talking to his sister Shala, expressing his
Because really,
concern
the
about
whole
the
things
Black
about
Queen,
politics
and she
is
tells him she feels
you're
it
simply
too,
just
and gives him
having
an amulet
the
that should
problems and
something happened before it
concerns
protected
and
it.
issues of
Janice then
a
complains
whole
about the
mass of
sudden change
people,
of their mother,
as well
and
as the
Shala
power players
understands
within
this but
those
cannot refuse their
factions
mother.
playing against
At
each
this
other.
time, Shala is summoned
That's
to the ocean palace by
interesting.
the queen, and she leaves immediately.
Because
Following
again,
her,
it
they find a
involves
mysterious seals they've
it
been
provides
counting
writing
for
a
many
whole bunch of
ages
different
unlocked by
people
Shala's
with a whole
pendant.
bunch of different
Yet while
motivations
one
and
pendant,
resources
though
and
identical,
influence
strangely does not
and
work
then
due
mashing them
to a
together
power
and seeing what
difference.
happens. It's
Thinking to use
fascinating.
the immense energy of the Mammoth Machine, Marl's pendant now glows with an awesome power and unseals the door too, confirming it's
Glows with
also
an
made of
awesome
crystal.
power.
They
I was
enter
already
Queen
making
Zeal's
those
throne room,
references.
where Dalton and a mysterious robed figure also wait. The robed figure informs the queen Chrono's group is the one he warned her about, and she orders Dalton to deal with them. He summons a golem to kill them, and when that fails, traps the group behind a pyramid barrier. The queen then laughs that she won't kill them and intends to have fun with them until they beg for death.
If you're also a big fan of Chekhov's gun, which I
Afterwards,
am,
while in prison, they are visited by Charlotte
that's
and
another
Janice,
good reason
and
why
Charlotte
I
intends to
love
free them, and
Chrono
Janice doesn't
Trigger.
see the point.
It's because
Charlotte feels that
every
they should
single
find the
actor
gurus, and
in
when she
this
releases them,
scene
tells them to quickly
serves
escape,
a
and also find milk
very
on the
important
surface.
purpose at some point in the story.
Unfortunately, the
There is
prophet
no
interrupts them,
wasted
trying to end
space
the
in
group
these in the
himself.
more
But when
crucial
Charlotte and
essential
Janice go
scenes.
step in to prevent that, the prophet
Everything
pauses
that you
and gives up on
see
it.
is
Instead,
used.
he asks the party how they came here at all, and they show him the time gate they used. He now tells them to enter and tell Charlotte to close the gate behind them, else he'll really kill them. And complying, the group leaves, and Charlotte
You
seals
say
the
Disney,
gate
but
and
Kingdom Hearts games are very
barrier.
political.
As
Without
the group
getting into
returns
that,
to
you're
the
right. I
crystal
shouldn't have said
lair,
Disney because
Arnie
Disney is
asks
much
the
bigger
prophet
these
awfully
days. It's not just
suspiciously,
catered
but now,
towards
remember they
small
now have
children
a
or
way
young
to
adults.
unlock
It's
the gate seals they
absolutely
found so
pulling
far.
in a
Thinking the key to stop
30
Lavos
plus
is
crowd.
likely in that era, they don't give up on finding another way in, but first talk to Gaspar at the end of time. He notes they have been to Zeal, and says even though that gate is closed, there are other ways of traveling through time.
Another thing that was nice too about the design of Chrono Trigger is that every one of the teammates you had, everybody served a purpose and did a good job. Like, nobody felt useless. You could play favorites. Like, yes, some people were better at certain things than others, and you absolutely could have your own dream team, but at the same time, you could play anybody, and you're good. Especially since not, let's be real, Chrono was going to carry the team in terms of damage anyway. Hey Dripgod, how are you?
Lavos once disappeared briefly when he was summoned by a wizard in 600 AD, and it was in 1999 that Lavos claimed the area high atop Death Peak, replicating itself like the parasite it was. Sensing his sanity slipping, he safeguarded his data and ultimate creation, stating that only by mastering time does one stand a chance against Lavos. Opening the door beyond, the group sees Balthazar's Wings of Time is actually a time-traveling ship. To the group's surprise, a creature called Anu then speaks to them, introducing itself as
this
Balthazar,
I
or at
absolutely
least the
will
memories he
accept,
copied onto this
people
creature,
jabbing at me.
as it explains to them how to pilot the
The
ship,
name
now
Crusaders
named APOC.
pronunciature.
With
I
renewed
do
hope
say
and a second chance to
APOC.
stop
I'm
being the
aware it
apocalypse,
is
the group sets their
epic.
destination on the Dark
I am
Ages
aware
land.
that it is
Landing
epic.
on the surface, they
And I
pass by
said
the Earthbound
APOC.
ones and hear that the Guru of Life,
The reason why is very
actually has stronger
stupid,
powers than
and it's
even
because
Shala,
there was
who
another
finds it.
character somewhere, I don't
Following
remember
Shala's
where, that was
request, they
called
also
that,
find a
and
place where the
they
Guru of
said
Life himself
APOC, and I
has
just
been
kind of
imprisoned, and
clung to
bring
that.
him Melchior,
I am
the
aware
same
that it is
one as the
wrong.
weaponsmith they met in their time.
Go ahead and chalk up all the
Relatively speaking, this is
errors I'm
first
already
time
making
he
so
meets them.
far. I'm aware of it.
He thanks them, but asks for an update on Zeal, acknowledging the more energy the Mammoth Machine absorbs. The more
Yeah,
mad
congratulations
they
on
become.
wrapping up Cold Steel,
He
by the
also
way.
mentions that bringing the Mammoth
I
Machine
appreciate you
closer
posting
will
all that.
likely
I may
lead
steal some of
Lavos
your
to
clips
spell
for a later
disaster for
recap.
everyone.
Cough, cough,
At
cough.
this time, Shala and Janice come in, announcing the Ocean Palace has been completed, but she refuses to operate the Mammoth Machine any longer. Since she
I
is
also
only one
love the
who can,
word,
she urges
or
them
the
to
name
stop the
Melchior.
Queen
I
with
thought that was
this
super
window.
cool.
Dalton now barges in, here to collect the children, blowing away Melchior, knocking out Shala, knocking away Janice.
Everyone just
getting
stands
away.
and watches him blow away a
More determined
fireball and
now
do
to stop the
nothing.
Queen, Chrono
Whatever,
and the group prepare to
riding.
head out, as Melchior hands
Never
them
said
a
it was
ruby knife
perfect.
made from the same material as the Mammoth Machine, and can destroy it. Heading back to Zeal Palace, they are too late to catch the Queen there, but instead find a disgruntled Dalton on guard duty. They clash, and while the group defeats him, just before he's struck down,
Dalton is both
opens up a
forgettable and yet
resort
incredibly
escapes.
important to
Following him in,
the
it
Chrono
turns out to lead
timeline.
straight to the Ocean Palace, as Queen Zeal is forcing Shala to maximize the
To me, the
Mammoth
Ocean
Machine's
Palace
power.
blew my
As the party
mind
rushes
when I
there, they
first
encounter
was
Masa in this
doing
era,
that. I'm like,
who reveals
holy
the
crap.
ancient
Just,
red rocket
again, the
passed down
presentation of
from
this
the ages,
massive
being made into a magic
monolith
pendant
rising
and
from the
knife,
ocean
which he and his
that's
brother
like
inhabit.
lost technology in
Dalton
this
once again
desolate
tries to
future,
force
and
the
yet
group
is
to
so
party,
full
but is
of
interrupted
this
as
mix of
Lavos'
magic
energy
and
is felt throughout the
science
palace
that's
now.
all powerful
Dalton
and
explains that all
forbidden.
his work will be in vain if he dies before
Very
becoming
impressive.
immortal. He moves ahead,
And everyone's
Guardia
just
is
kind of
close
going with
behind
simple
him, soon
motivations
come
like, hey,
face
I
to
want to
face
be an
with the
immortal.
Queen.
I want this incredible
Unstable energy
power since
courses all
I'm
around
going to
the
be,
room,
you know,
as Chrono
God King
wastes no time
Dalton.
using the ruby
These
dagger
are
on the
understandable
Mammoth
things.
Machine.
He's like, why should I support the
Masa
Queen in
and
becoming
Une guide
immortal?
the
I'm
way
going to do
true,
it.
as when it strikes the machine, the clash of energy reforms the dagger into the legendary blade Masa
And
made.
this is the part that I also
Unfortunately,
love.
the
I
Sword of
didn't
Rome does not
realize
stop the machine from
I
going
didn't realize it
haywire,
then, but I
as
realize
the
it
screeching
now.
roar
I've
now
always had
echoes
this
out
love
as
for
Lavos
mad science
awakens
gone
and pulls
wrong,
the group
where
into a
humans are
separate space
playing with
universally.
forces beyond their
The massive
understanding
parasite
and
easily beats
are
down the
punished
group,
for
and
it.
stepping
It's
in,
something that I
Falcon now
love,
reveals
especially in
himself to be
Resident
Magus all
Evil.
along,
I think it
who
does
has
among
been
the
waiting for
best,
his
but
chance to
Chrono
destroy
Trigger does it
Lavos at all
too.
costs.
It's that mad science
The
gone
Queen
wrong.
scoffs at his
And then
defiance, jumping
all
on
these
top of
events are
Lavos,
happening
and ready
so
to use
quick
his
and are
powers
just
to end them all.
constantly just like,
Lavos
wow,
begins
this is
quickly
cool,
draining
wow, this is
Magus of his
cool.
power,
Yeah,
bringing
Meg is
to a
coming in who you
halt,
just fought. You're
making a
like, what the hell is
decisive
this guy?
strike which
He
does not
swoops in.
even
What's this
matches
giant
nothing from
alien
Mania.
associated with the
As Lavos
Queen?
begins to suck in Shala
And then all of a
Magus,
sudden,
battered
like,
but not beaten Chrono blocks the attempt
then
and
you're
tries
and
to
this
fight
this
Lavos
blew
on his
everybody's
own.
mind. You want to talk about character
Focusing on
sacrifices
swordsman,
that
Chrono
were
can have guard
impactful?
against
Dude,
the
how about
Devourer,
killing off your
stabilized in a
main
single
character?
attack, with
Not a
nothing but
side
Mars
character
Pen's
that everybody
surviving
propped up,
overwhelming
the
energy.
main
Return back to the
character, and
palace,
it's
the
not even
entire
like a
place is still
sacrifice in the
coming
middle of
down,
the game.
Shala moves to use the
That
rest of
was
Lieutenant's energy to
ballsy.
save them, asking them
Even
not
to
hate the
this
Queen or
day,
Zeal despite
you
all
almost
this.
never get that. People
Outside,
cry
Lavos now
rivers if you
surfaces,
kill the
raining
main
down
character.
destruction and annihilating
Chrono
the
Trigger
kingdom's
did it,
seal,
and it did it with
wiping
such
out its
class,
citizens
and it did it in such a
single
not even a
blast.
cheap
As the
way.
giant land masses fall, the ensuing
That's
tidal
why I
waves
always tell
wash
when
over
other
and
people
wipe
tell me
out
about like
most
other
of the
character
surface
deaths or
dwellers as
executions or
well, leaving only
sacrifices,
a few
you still
islands.
need to top Chrono
The group
Trigger.
wakes up, they
All
are
right, let's
saved
be
by the
for
Earthbound
real.
elder, who confirms
Let's
no
be
one
for
else was
real.
found. He hands them back the pendant Chrono had on him, as the group comes to grips with the fact that Chrono was dead. As the surviving Enlightened ones and Earthbound ones now must live together with no distinction, Dalton now arrives with his forces he kept to the side.
And Dalton's kind of right here. He's like, oh, everybody except for me has no military? Okay, well, I guess I'll just move on in.
Strange ship and blows them away, capturing them all.
He's trying to grab his bag. I can't blame the guy.
Up, stripped of all their equipment, and are surprised to find themselves in the Flying Fortress Blackbird.
Also, Flying Fortress level, super cool.
Escaping their cell, they first get their equipment back and spy on Dalton as he has his crew modify the APOC with flight
I can't think of a dungeon that was just done in a
their
really
hero.
dumb or simplistic way in this
Flies out
game,
and fires at the
honestly.
group
And
with
look
the
at it,
new
you're
weapons
on the
installed
wing,
on it as
and
they
you're
escape along the
fighting in
ship.
midair.
Making a bold leap,
You gotta
the
use
group
your
rushes down
imagination,
Dalton on
sure,
wings
but
of
it's just
Apoc
super
and defeat
cool.
him again, though a spell he misfires ends up snaring him in a portal, sending him to an unknown dimension. As a
And
group
then you have
regains
battles like
control
that
of
that kind of,
Apoc, they
you know,
find Dalton
juke
has
you
redone
and
some of the
unexpected
controls,
results happen.
accidentally firing upon the Blackbird with Apoc's weaponry and blowing it out of the sky.
To be fair,
The
Final
survivors below
Fantasy
cheer
IV
for the
did
downing of
this
Dalton as they
before
prepare
Chrono
to search for
Trigger,
Chrono now
but it's
and
okay.
give hope to the survivors of the disaster.
It's still cool here.
Unexpectedly, Magus approaches them, but doesn't want to fight.
And then again,
instead confirming he was
a
once
critical
Prince
decision
Dennis's
point
seal,
that
though
you
he has once
actually
again
can't
seen
go
his home
wrong
destroyed.
on. You can
It
choose
reveals
to
that the three
fight
gurus
and
were
kill
sent
him,
to
you can
unknown
choose to
times
recruit
empty
him, you
time
can
gates
choose
opened by
to
Lavos,
get
and
Glenn
each hero
back.
swept up
You
in
get
that
unique
of Jedi.
dialogue if Glenn's
Melchior
there,
will be
or
sent to the
Frog.
Middle Ages, Balthazar to the future,
know,
and Gaspar to the end of time. He would also end up at the
you
Middle
can't
Ages, but
choose
found
wrong
freedom
because
for
no
no
matter
reason.
what, you're going to get some
Since
cool
then,
result.
he's
That
thought
is
of
so
nothing but
cool, where
trying
it's
to
not about
destroy
right
Lavos.
versus wrong, it's
And when
about
they interrupted
choices
him
and
in his castle, he was
consequences.
in the middle of summoning
Such
Lavos so he
respect
could
for
destroy
player
it
design
himself,
here,
not use it
or
to
player-centric
destroy humanity.
choice.
He finds it ironic when he was drawn into another portal, he would end up here, and despite coming from a future time, would still be unprepared.
This is also a bit
He
of a
accepts that
trope
Lavos is
nowadays,
unstoppable
but
and
back
advises them
then
to
not
give
so
up
much,
too,
where you
unless
have
they end up
the
dead like
bad
Lavos.
guy, like,
This
you know,
riles up the group,
you
and they
could
choose
make the
not to
Dragon
fight,
Ball
as it
reference
would
of
solve anything.
Vegeta
As
becoming
they
an
leave, Magus
anti-hero.
offers to
Same
join
thing
them in their
here.
quest, as it just so happens
You
he
can
may
make
know
that. It's
a
like
way
it's
to bring
common
back
now, but
Chrono.
back then it really
More
wasn't.
specifically, Gaspard knows how to restore lost or misplaced time streams, and forming an uneasy
And of course, he's not
alliance,
just a
Magus
straight
joins the
up, you
group.
know,
Hopping into the
simplistic
Apoc
villain.
travel
Everybody
map,
here
he
has
finds that Baldur's
layers.
Gate from Lavos is interfering
Autonomy.
with his
Yeah,
space-time
there you go. That's a
compass,
good way
as the
of
ruined
phrasing
ocean
it.
palace now rises from the sea as the Black Omen, reformed and
Look at
empowered
this.
by
We're on the
Lavos.
edge of
Returning to the end
space.
of time, Gaspar is caught up on events and remarks that everyone wishes they could bring loved ones back. Still, for the friends fighting Lavos, he decides to hand them his time egg, calling it
And then there's a
Chrono
completely
Trigger, as
optional
it has pure
side quest
potential that can have a powerful effect
to
on
bring back
time.
your main
It's
character,
not
which
a
is cool.
guarantee, but getting back Chrono is one such potential, but he advises them to talk to Balthazar.
But again,
on
it's
how to
player
match it.
choice.
Balthazar's
And the
memories
game's
are fired on
fine
Death Peak. They can
whichever
find the
way you
power to
go.
restore life, but in order to activate this power, the
Again, the
deceased must
threading
be of
here is
importance
simple,
to
but it
space-time
is so
continuum,
effective
and
and
they must
so
have a clone of that
far-reaching.
person. Fortunately, he happens to know of a magician that excels in making clones, Beckler from the Millennium Fair.
By the
Getting a
way, I don't
lifelike
speak too
Chrono
fast
doll,
here.
They
You
begin their
just think
climb
too
of
slow.
Death Peak, surprised and concerned to find Lavos already creating new spawn to further leech onto the planet.
Those
Reaching
guys were
the
tough to
peak,
kill,
all
I
of the group
remember.
now send their
I
thoughts
thought it was
and
cool that
prayers
it
to
left
the
a shell
time egg of
behind. You
Chrono,
actually could jump on
attempting
it.
to pull his potential possibility out of the infinite outcomes, and see the pendant is now reacting
It's a
to the
Chrono
energy of the
Trigger.
time egg, which rises but suddenly shatters. An eclipse then begins to cast its shadow over the world, and in the instant of
Ah, it's the
complete
eclipse.
darkness,
It's where we killed
the group
Dracula.
finds itself brought back to the moment of time right before Chrono was annihilated. Able to manipulate this frozen moment, they swap
Reviving the
Chrono out
MCs.
for
Yes,
Chrono,
you actually
and are
can
soon brought back
continue
to
on the
their
entire
reality.
game and never revive
As the light
Chrono.
of the eclipse waxes over,
Chrono
now
dies,
wakes
that's a
up,
guarantee,
this time in
but
the
you can
embrace of
choose
Paul,
to
relieve
never
the joy
revive
of his
him.
friends. The team finally reunited. They thank Gaspar, who jokes that they should let him into the team as well, and notes the
Same thing
Apoc
for
continues to follow them
Magus.
like
You
it
can
has a mind of
choose
its own.
not to recruit him.
Ending Lavos is still their
You can
unified
choose to just straight up
objective,
kill him.
and many options lie before them on that. Gaspar
And what
points
happens
out
is
the
when you
singularity
kill
of
him,
encountering
his
Lavos
curse is lifted
separate
off
and
Frog, and he
accessible
goes back to
with
being
buckets
Glenn, who
inside.
looks like
Otherwise, they can
like
take
a
Apoc
very
to the Day of Lavos
buff,
in
badass
1999 or they
Gohan.
may assault the Black Omen, which is
Like if
somehow
Gohan
linked
was
to
actually
Lavos
training
as well.
properly and didn't
They may
get
choose
written
the
out
time and place of
by
battle, and
Toriyama.
if they would like to prepare, he mentions a list of people and places across time that he suspects will help tip the scales in their favor. Now traveling to strengthen themselves and their bonds with others, the group helps a woman in 600 AD named Fiona revitalize.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure like 95% of people went and resurrected Chrono. But the cool thing is that you didn't have to. That was another thing too, is that the choices and side quests you were doing, like this, for example, where you're choosing to do... All this is side quests, by the way. Normally, I don't do these sort of side quests in a recap. All these are completely optional. But they are so interesting that they could be the main quests, and they would feel just right.
And Robo remarks it's usually regrets of choices that that person did or did not make. Morrow idly asks Luca if there are any points in
This
her
game
life
needs to
she
be
wants
added to
reach,
the Super
but Luca
Nintendo
pauses
library on
and
the
quietly
Switch,
denies
for
anything.
sure.
Magus wonders who such an outside entity could be, as they all turn in for the night.
And that
Later,
foreshadowing there with
Luca
the
wakes up and
entity is
sneaks off
cool.
on her own to a nearby gate, and opening it, the red gate takes her back 10 years to her own room.
This is by a side quest you can fail. You get one chance right here to rescue your mother from having her legs crushed in the past. So you can fail this and you don't fix time, and you don't get a second chance.
As when she returns, Robo remarks she has always been kind to others. Back in the Middle Ages, they also
Which is
find
kind
the
of an
remnants of
interesting,
the army,
you know, it's
choosing
an
to defeat
opportunity, but also a
Posse,
tragedy
Flee,
at the
and
same
slash
time.
once and for all, as they call out Magus as a traitor, but ultimately fall for their own traps. Stomping out the
I like how
embers of
you
war
have,
creates a more peaceful Medina village in the future.
yeah, see,
where both
this too,
mystics
where
and
it's like we
humans
have the
battle
option
each
of
other.
literally altering a
In the
lot of
modern
things, and the
day,
cool thing
we
is that
find
they
Cyrus's
wrote new
memorial,
dialogue
where
and
Bob pays his
scenarios
respects
and even like
alongside the
animations for
community,
all
and
these other
surprisingly,
side
the spirit of
towns and
Cyrus
events
comes
to
forth.
reflect the choices you
He
had.
tells Frog
We
he has
see
always
that
thought
done
highly of him and should be
very
proud
much
of
in
him
like,
his
you know,
memory.
Mass Effect's a
Frog's
classic
heart finally
example of
forgives
like the
itself,
game sort of
swallowing
parroting your
willpower
choice
and
back to
pride.
you, but we see that
Masa
here
Mune
in a very
inspires his mental
satisfactory manner. It's that
fortitude, and with
illusion
that,
of
the Masa Mune
choice
blade unlocks its true
where you
power.
think you're making a choice and
They
making a
also find
difference,
the
but it's
exploits
really
of
just
the
raising a
adventurer
flag and
Toma,
changing
a man who
events, but
searched for the
it still
mystical
feels
radio
like such a
show.
personal
Honoring his final
touch.
wishes from the Middle Ages, his
It
ghost
feels like
comes out to
the
tell them
seeds
where
you
they
put
can find the
here
legendary item.
flourish
Traveling
over
back to the
there,
Middle
and it
Ages,
feels
they are
again that
surprised to find the
investment
buried
in the
ruins of
world.
Tyranno Lair there, with many dinosaurs, including Tyranno itself, still alive. Making sure the beasts stay extinct this time.
This whole thing, the Rainbow Shell quest, is literally an optional quest. None of this is a main quest. But it's
However,
so
when it
interesting and
comes to
so
claim it, the modern-day
rewarding
Chancellor has
because
the
it
king on
also
trial for
ties in.
questionable
That's what's cool is the
methods.
quest also
Finding the
ties in
castle
to
basement,
all
also
of these
strangely
main
overrun by
character
monsters, we
scenarios
see the
that
Chancellor
again are
about
keep
to
pulling
irrationally
in.
sentence the
They
king
keep
to death and
reusing a
take over
lot
the
of the main
kingdom.
events and
When
main
all crashes,
characters
the verdict
in
triumphs
really
and
cool
proves his
epic
innocence.
presentations.
This
So these
exposes the
side quests
Chancellor
felt
to actually be a
so
monster in disguise,
impactful.
who is also a descendant
Again,
of
the
first
level of
monster, also
handcrafted
disguised itself as the
attention,
Chancellor, here for
so good.
revenge.
And also the
Destroying
battles
the
they had
monster
were
and saving
good.
her father's
Almost
life,
every
Marlon the
single
King
battle
takes
was
his
not
time
just
to talk
straight
their
up
problems and misunderstandings out.
many of them were
Afterwards,
just
the
straight up,
king entrusts Marlon
spam your
Chrono,
strongest
the
attack, your
Chancellor's
strongest
found again,
combo
Pinocchio
attack, and you're
comes
gonna
in,
win.
stating
But
he can make the finest
many of the
weapons
bosses at
of
least had
armor from
cool,
the Rainbow
unique
Shell, equipping the
gimmicks or little things
Traveling
about
to the
it.
future, they discover the
Like
Sunstone
that
completely
required you
devoid
to
of
not
energy,
just brute
and
force your
placed
way
in a
through. You're
spot
still
to
gonna brute
recharge
force your way
previous
through
stream,
most of the things, but
using
you
discarded
didn't
energy source of
always
zeal
do
to
that.
power themselves up.
The
Also in
ultimate
the
weapon
future,
quests
they
in
find an
this game,
isolated
by the way, that's
zone
what these
where
are
they're
right here, the
stealing
ultimate
humans,
weapon quests.
mass
But
slaughtering them
everybody's
inside, and turning
ultimate
them into
weapon
blue
quest was so
capsules. The
cool.
AI behind this is one
You
called
got
Mother
new
Brain,
dungeons,
who
you got
needs to create a new
dialogue
world
scenes,
where
you got
machines live
world
on their
building
base.
exposition. Look
As
at
they
this,
seek her out,
all the
Robo
story
runs
you're
into
getting
another
right now
robot
about the
he knows called
future,
Phobos,
revealing
his female
Prometheus,
counterpart, who calls
encountering
by
the
his
other
original
people
name
that were in his
Prometheus.
production line, the real
She tells
purpose
the
of
group
the robot
Prometheus
series.
actually had a
All that
special
is
designation
behind
to live among
a
humans
side
and
quest,
study them as a
and it is
species,
so
but he can
fundamentally
rejoin robots
important.
now and kill them. Regardless,
The character
Robo fights her
development
back,
for
and trying
every
to
one
defend
of
his
these
friends, as
people
Turbo's figures
is
he must have been
very
tampered
good.
with,
Even
revealing Mother
even
Brain has made
Magus,
her only more
who
efficient
can
at
be
killing humans.
completely
He
ignored,
tells his friends
has
he'll
so
handle them
much
on his
writing
own,
and
as he
involvement with
duels
so
them
many
in
side
future.
quests in this
Suddenly
game.
Atropos' demeanor
So
changes,
well
noting Mother
thought
Brain
out
must
that
have
you would
changed her
swear like
since
he
she
was going to be
reprogrammed her,
always be
but
part of
all
the
of her
party.
vital functions are now damaged due to
And
the
maybe he
battle.
was. Again, this game
Back to
went
her
through
original
very
self,
weird,
she
long
apologizes
development
to Robo
cycles.
and gives him her ribbon accessory as a keepsake
You could
that she
argue
brings
a
now.
development hell. This is one of
Saddened by
the,
this
I think, a
loss, Robo and
development
the group move ahead when they find the
hell
image of Mother Brain
successes.
displayed before them,
The only
who
person who
includes them
ironically
as the
does
creator
not get a
of
lot
Guardia
of
series of
attention
robots.
is
Robo rejects
Chrono,
her
really.
offers of reinitialization, and she mocks him for his sentiments, punishing him for how human he's become. But Robo has chosen his side, ending his creator. Now prepared and ready to take on the Black Omen, they break down its doors and find Queen Zeal still alive after all, declaring herself immortal thanks to Lavos, and summoning a mighty mutant to destroy the group. The group cuts
That guy,
past
I remember
an
that
army of
boss being a
mutants and
pain in the
robots,
ass.
confronting her in front of the destroyed man
And like
machine.
seeing like
She
weird
reveals the
versions
Black
of
Omen
yourself.
transcends
Oh, this
time and
is
space,
so cool.
waiting for
And they
Lavos
kept like
to
a
awaken in
fossil of
1999.
that thing from so
She then
long
battles
ago.
the
Super
group, but
cool.
they defeat her easily,
You actually could have
forcing her to
skipped like the
fuse
last
with
10
the
minutes of
machine
quest and gone
itself,
straight
as
to
the
the
group
boss.
overcomes this
And
her
this was
final
super
sin
cool
and
too
form,
because
ending the reign
the
of
way
ruler
you
gone
went
mad in
around
power.
the boss,
With her final breath, she calls
based
forth
on the
Lavos to
choices you
destroy the
had
group,
and what
as
you
the Black
prepared and
Omen
what you
sinks
came into
into
the battle
sea,
with,
and Lavos indeed
was
rises up
so cool
prematurely
because
from
you
its
could approach the
intended
battle in so
apocalypse.
many different
Ready
ways
for Lavos
for the
this
final
time, they
battle.
clash with
You
a
could
alien
approach it in
creature
the
as
past,
it mimics
at
attacks
almost
from
any
various
point that
foes
he
he has defeated
existed.
in the
You could
past.
approach it
Triumphant in slaying the immense foe,
there's a
they
version
wonder
where
if
you can
it's over,
crash
but they
the
find there
epic
is still
into
much
it,
life within it, as this was
and that
just
would be
an
a
outer
different
shell.
chain. You could actually actually skip a boss
Wondering
phase
how much
that
this has
way.
impacted the end of the world, they travel to 1999 and see Lavos
I'm
does still
actually
arise,
doing
so they
both
must
here.
put
This
it
is the
down for
part where
good.
I'm weaving
Venturing
together
inside, they are shocked to find the true
multiple
alien
playthroughs
form
because,
within
quite
Lavos,
frankly, it's just so
and learn it
cool.
has absorbed the DNA of
I'd
every
never do
creature
this
that
for
has ever
any
lived
other
within
recap,
itself.
really. But
Edging out a
Chrono
victory
Trigger is
against the
special.
mighty foe, they find it still isn't over, as within
One
this
criticism I
still
have,
resides the true core of
true Lavos
still
form
alive.
is
They
surprisingly
remark that it's clear the
uninteresting in
life
its
cycle of
design.
Lavos is simply to travel
Kind
to
of
a
was a
world,
boring
consume
generic
all of its
alien,
vital
you know?
resources,
Like,
spawn
whatever.
children like the ones they killed on Death Peak, and those young will migrate to other planets to repeat the process.
And that turns out all it ever was. It was just a parasite. It's just here to feed, reproduce, and move on. That's all it was.
Robo, Ayla, and Magus defeat Lavos once and for all, breaking the chains of time and fate and setting their world.
And you break the catalyst that links across all the eras.
The next thing he knows, Chrono is home, waken up by a soldier of Guardia now, who informs him his stay of execution has been cancelled.
Again, is there any point this music misses? Seriously, how is this soundtrack so flipping on point?
Comes out to vouch for their deeds, giving them a future.
This part was a little cheesy, I'm not gonna lie. All the kings and heirs just come to this one point to say thank you, and then whatever. This part was a little cheesy.
Luca comes out to reveal she brought them all here.
She just conveniently has him.
King explains they are all
she just plays God with time. I sure hope nothing happens to Luca, who just casually plays God with time, and none of them have far-reaching repercussions. That would be pretty tragic.
On its last night, as tonight everyone will celebrate the group and their deeds. The Moonlight Parade begins as everyone enjoys themselves.
And this is cool because, first of all, this is the ending that I first got, and to me it's very special. That's the reason why I covered it first.
The gates also
it feels so good. You get a celebration. It's a culmination of everything you've done so far. It's a reminder, a memento of the journey you had, the friends you made along the way, and then you get a wholesome goodbye as everybody goes on their own way and separates. It's so, gosh, so heartrending. Like, you felt this emotional attachment because the investment you had was how much you put in. You got back as much as you put in, and you got back a lot. That's what made Chrono Trigger so impactful.
Back to the future, as he expresses
Back to the future.
As Luca wonders what kind of future they will be discovering now that the apocalypse won't happen, and Robo assures her there will be a place for him.
It's a very optimistic ending.
Teaching him emotions. Luca now speaks of the entity they talked about that one night, and feels it must be at rest now, and thinks the APOC should be disassembled for now. However, just then, Chrono's cat and his mom soon after stumble around
and this is what feeds all the fan fiction. It could be a sequel.
The group looks to each other as they smile, knowing they have no choice but to now find them in a new adventure since they still have the APOC. Before they leave, the king commemorates the new bell for Lean Square, naming it Nadia's Bell. Though before the ceremony is over, the group is
so much goes on, and yet it flows so well.
As fireworks fill the sky, the group blasts off in the APOC, passing by the past, present, and future.
And this was cool too. Just again, it was a very nice thing to just see everybody
as a new adventure unfolds.
Across time.
Has enjoyed the success of selling over 3.9 million copies worldwide.
3.9, which is damn good even by today's standard.
Ready to destroy Lavos, they board the APOC, setting a course for the apocalypse itself, 1999 AD.
And that wasn't the end of the recap. Up until this point, the first 100 recaps I've done, I have never done alternate endings. I never gave a crap about alternate endings. But with Chrono Trigger, we do an all 14 endings, baby.
Succeed in ending the threat once and for all, and end the apocalypse before it had a chance to begin. Thanks to the gates at the end of
which shows you how far-reaching and far-thinking they were on this.
The festival in honor for the group's triumph. As the party bids farewell and each return to their respective times, Luca states she thought Lavos made the gates, but feels that's wrong, feeling there may be a greater force somewhere who wanted them to experience these events. The king now presents his daughter with a gift to commemorate this day.
And this was like the alternate festival ending, which was kind of cool too. It was really nice, especially if you were the type of person who enjoyed shipping Marl and Chrono.
Chrono helps her,
which is
so the balloons she has
obviously what ends up happening in the DS version. So yeah.
Fly high above the fireworks lighting up the sky. Holding tight to each other, Marl and Chrono gaze upon the beauty of the Moonlight Parade, remembering their journey behind them.
The reward of playing this game. Chrono Trigger didn't invent New Game Plus, but it sure as hell popularized the term, and more importantly, it knocked it out of the park in terms of execution for New Game Plus. This is a standard for New Game Plus that is still rarely matched today. By the way, Davis, thank you so much for subbing. I appreciate you. Thanks, man.
Marl attends the Moonlight Parade in celebration of their deeds, but is surprised to see everyone back.
This is, by the way, the ending you would get if you did not revive Chrono for the entire game. So, Drip God, if you went through the entire game and never revived Chrono, you could get this ending right here. Could, by the way. You still have to flag it properly, but you can get it to where you actually get Chrono back.
Marl gets the hang of the Nadia Bell in their honor, though the balloon
hey Javier, how are you?
She floats all the way to Death Peak, where she anxiously waits by its tree for the group to return. And then, from the shadows, she sees the silhouette of Chrono walking towards her as she runs to meet him, glad she never gave up. Empowered by previous experience, Chrono and Marl are surprised to see an unbelievable
And what's cool is that if you
monster
want to
in the way,
straight up, right as soon as you got Marl, you
striking
could
it
want
down
to
all the
go
same,
ahead
they know not the
and
terrible
kill
future
the
that's
the
intended.
final boss right
As
off the
thanks,
bat.
the
You
development team for the
could.
game congratulates them
And
on
you
their
got
impressive
this really
achievement,
unique
and
ending
invite
where
them
it
to
was
join
like all the
Dream
dev
Team as
teams. Look at Sakaguchi over there.
Returning back from rescuing Marl in the Middle Ages, Chrono and Marl defend against a strange parasite.
Like, the
named
joke
Lavos,
endings here were
striking
so
it down and
smart.
returning home. However, everybody strangely ribbits now, including Marl.
Yeah,
all
New
of a
Game
sudden.
Plus these days is just
Her father
trophy
reveals
hunting.
a wedding album
That's
from the Middle
usually what
Ages,
you do New Game
in which
Plus for
Frog
is
actually
trophy
marries
hunting.
Queen Lee in a
It's
quiet little
I don't want to say
church
it's
and
lazy,
ends up
but it's
siring
so much
her
less
over the
imaginative. The joke endings here are also so good
All
too.
life begins with new and ends with new.
That was the weakest of the endings,
After
to be
learning
fair.
about the legendary hero Tada in the Middle Ages, the group wastes no time in
The
becoming
ones where you could
themselves,
get in, like,
destroying
you
Lavos
basically
and securing a
disrupted
future
what you
without
were
the
already doing to
apocalypse.
end the game
We now
quickly,
see a future
made this
in
game
which
so
Bella and
fascinating
Claire
because
still
you have
stands
such
in the future,
dynamically different
and Robo
endings.
and Atropos enjoy a peaceful world together. Rewinding back to the Middle Ages, we see Tada, the alleged hero, was
By the
tasked
way,
to
you're
deal with
watching
the
this kid
mystic
die
Arnie
on
to defeat
screen.
Vegas, but when he stands before the
And look
throne
how crazy this
we
is.
see the foe he challenges is none other than Chrono,
Disrupting a time
Marl,
stream in
and
the middle of the
Luca,
game
launching on
causes
the
you
throne
to be the
preparing
bad
for
guy.
battle.
Crazy.
After getting the hero's medal back from the imposter Tada, the group feels the
The
people need a
imposter
true
Tada.
hero, and so rise up to defeat Lavos on their own, saving them from a dark future. The world is now free to chart a new path in the future, as Medina Village is a peaceful spot for mystics now. The prehistory era was never tampered with, and so humans naturally battled and outlived the Reptites. In the Middle Ages, Magus, alongside his generals, would continue his plans, though it would lead to his own ruin.
Have a great
Frog
night,
continues
Cyrus. Thanks for
living his
hanging
life in
out.
quiet
Appreciate you.
isolation, and Robo now enjoys a more relaxed future as the world moves on from a
And that was
crisis
cool
it would never
too, is
know.
that showing that even if you didn't resolve any of the
After
main
reclaiming
arcs with
stolen
any of the
gate key,
characters, there were
Group
still
will attack
resolutions
Lavos
and
now in
consequences
case they
because
ever
of
lose
that.
the opportunity again. Quietly winning the day, most people would never know the names and deeds of the group as they continue living their lives with one less threat lurking below. Frog accepts the Masamune, but before heading
This
off to
one was
defeat
an
Magus,
interesting
they all head out to
finale
defeat the
right
true
here.
threat, Lavos. With the legendary blade in hand, Frog helps cut down the doom for mankind.
Because this is where Frog
and after
basically
the
takes
defeat of
justice
battle,
in his
Frog
own
takes a
hand,
moment's
becomes
rest.
Batman. Well, not really
Before
Batman, because
settling
he's
in,
straight up
Frog
gonna go
stands
up and
and
murder
heads out,
Magus on his
mentioning
own.
he has
He
to take
1v1s
care of some
him.
business.
And what's cool
Venturing
about
on
this
his
is
own to
that
decimate the mystic
we
army
get
under
the
Magus,
silhouette
all
and we do
foes
not
fall to
know
mighty
who
Masamune,
wins.
as he now faces down Magus, who remarks that whoever wins their duel now will rule the world after. Frog doesn't care about any of that, brandishing his blade.
Because they're both
as he's
Kate's
only here to
dudes,
settle an
with-
old score.
and we really don't know
The
who
battle
wins.
commences with only one side as the victor.
See? It just shows a person to Kate that could be either of them.
With the raw strength of Ayla at their side, the Masamune repaired, and Magus defeated, the group has everything and everyone they need to defeat Lavos now, and succeed in doing so.
Look at the
securing
three
future for
directors, by the
themselves,
way.
but not necessarily mankind. The next thing he knows, Chrono wakes up to the sound of
This is
winged
this,
bells
by the way,
as
this
prepares to
joke
enjoy the
ending
Millennium
ends up
Festival.
becoming a
As
whole
it turns
game.
out, without Ayla to protect them during that time, Azala and the Reptites would succeed
Yeah,
in their strive
again,
to
it's the
eradicate
choices
rest
you
of the
make and the
humans,
consequences you
creating a
have
world
that
where
end
dinosaurs
up
would
becoming
still rule the earth.
wildly different
This would create a
timelines.
timeline where
And
Dragonians would rise, and cities like Dinopolis would be built.
exactly.
To be dragged into the events of a future game, Chrono Cross.
Yeah, that becomes a Chrono Cross ending. Well, you thought like
Prophet
Nier
seals
was
them out
was
of
clever
Zeal.
for
Group
being
knows they
like
have
part
to
of a
defeat
joke
Lavos
ending?
before the
Nah,
Venom
Chrono
Machine
Trigger did it
frees the ancient
earlier.
palace. Hurrying, they take the fight to Lavos directly to at least stem the damage that can be done to the future, succeeding in at least averting the worst case scenario. Back with Magus, he would go on his own to the
And
Ocean
each one of
Palace,
these
and
endings
intends on
were
resuming his
valid.
plan of
Like they
defeating
made
Lavos,
sense.
but
They
was
felt
unsure of his
rewarding for the
abilities.
choices and the
Back in their
consequences
own
that happened at
times,
that
Frog
time,
sees his
and they
statue
were
and raised in honor of
substantial for the
Magus,
most part.
as the group enjoys the festivities after defeating Lavos on their own. Knowing the future is whatever they make it, they intend to make it a good one.
That is a
As
Back to
Shaw
the
is
Future
called
quote.
away and passes through a sealed door, the group figures they cannot prevent the Queen's schemes here, but they can at least save humanity, opting to travel
And this
on
joke
their own
ending right
to the
here,
time of the
just when you thought
apocalypse,
Chrono
and
was a
Lavos
silent
turning its way
protagonist,
in.
not true.
With all that drama over, we now see Marl and
Chrono
Robo
actually
reiterate the
speaks in this
attractiveness
ending.
of the many men of the game so far, as Chrono now comes out, vocally
See,
breaking
normally
up
you
the
have
selection,
the
hurrying off to
RPG
return home.
evaluating all the waifus. No, you got the husbando
Right before
ending.
their final confrontation with Lavos, all final checks are made, as when exploring prehistory, the group
So
notices
this
a lost
is the
sanctum and decide
new
to
ending
explore.
from the DS
They are
port.
surprised to find an
So
isolated
Chrono
colony of
Trigger
reptiles
got
living
ported to
there
the
that actually
PlayStation,
had no
which
contact
did
with
get
humans,
sort
and
of
not
an
very
ending
strong,
that tied
clearly
itself to
having
Chrono
nothing to do
Cross,
with Azala's
but when it was
decimated
ported to the
forces.
DS,
They are
it
thankful
got a
to the group for
completely
dealing
new
with some monsters
scenario,
threatening their
new
village, and by
dungeon,
helping these
and
reptiles
new
out, the
ending
group finds they continue
right
to live
here
in
that is
peaceful
very
isolation
substantial,
even into the Middle
that
Ages,
also,
even
again,
putting up
ties into
statues in
Chrono
their
Cross
honor.
events.
Across the ages, they've also noticed that multiple dimensional vortexes have opened open up in different eras, and investigating, they find they lead to alternate dimensions of this world. As they explore the
I
fractured
can't not
landscapes
stop
and
swaying
scattered
to how
enemies
good this.
within
And
the
this is also a
seemingly
cool way to
random
get more
vortexes,
additional
they're
stats,
shocked
I
to be
believe.
encountered by shadow versions of themselves that wish to do battle with them, as well as
Mirror
the
battle's
once
always
lost
cool.
former
And then
king
Dalton
Dalton.
comes
He
back.
still begrudges the group robbing him of his chance to
Dalton
rule the world, but
survives
after
and
the
becomes
party
a
gets once
catalyst for
together again, he
ruin.
declares he now
And
has a way out of the
he's
original
basically going to go to
vortex
Pori and
will go
ruin the
south to
kingdom.
Pori, raise an army, and come back to crush Guardia.
And you
Working
think that,
together
oh,
to
he's going to
conquer
go
vortexes
and get an
defeat
army,
their
come back to
shadows,
Guardia. We'll
Luke
handle him, no
discovers new
problem.
strength
No, he
within
murders
to escape the
everybody.
madness.
Everybody dies.
Returning to the end of time,
Crazy.
Gaspar notes there have been odd distortions in time recently, and the bucket that's connected to the Day of Lavos now has something more to it. Some new power from a distant plane.
The
far
DS,
beyond
other
Internet
than the
Eclipse now
font,
lurks.
very clean
He
port.
notices it's
These
a
sprites
power
look really
similar
good.
to Lavos,
You know who
yet there
could
is
import
something else
properly?
there,
The
like
mobile
armor
phone
or
and the
luminous.
Steam port.
He advises
Garbage
caution as the
versions,
party checks it
unfortunately.
out, and they find themselves in a pocket dimension where they see another Magus before them, explaining they are now in a future.
And this
where
isn't
Lavos
even
has
the
already
Magus
been
they're
freed.
traveling with. This is a
However,
different
if
Magus. We
it's a
got
future for a
timelines
world
intersecting.
they come from, he doesn't know, as there are so many potential worlds as there are potential futures for them. What he
Potentialities.
does know is a new foe has
Potentiality.
risen in this void of time's eclipse, feasting upon thoughts, dreams, and memories. Other Magus finally finds his sister Shala, now bound to
And
an
there we
evolved
go.
form of Lavos, but his power is not enough to defeat it. Shala sleeps but has fallen into despair, wanting her end to come and not caring if everything else fades into oblivion too. Other Magus tries to wake her up, but a beam from this new terror, the Dream Devourer, blows him away as the group braces itself for their toughest fight yet. The group puts up a valiant struggle, but the Dream Devourer is simply too strong, blowing them away with a beam as well. Other Magus tries to wake up Shala again, but this time his cries reach her, and she briefly comes to her senses. She regrets to inform them she is trapped and it won't be long before Lavos consumes all of her awareness, and she mostly blames herself, as when she was scattered beyond time after Z was lost, the depths of her despair had her wishing for the total erasure of everything too. She says they lack the strength to free her, and raw strength cannot undo her cage, and so she urged them to forget about her, and will help them return to their own time now, sending a party away with her power. To her brother, she thanks Janice for still caring, but she's not the sister he remembers anymore, and wants him to give
I
up.
appreciate them
The
also
other
just
Magus
straight up
still
saying
refuses
Janice,
to.
because it was always
Bidding
like
him
strongly
farewell, she sends
implied.
him away too,
And it's nice to
as
have
he
like just
travels, he reflects
firm.
that he spent his whole
No,
life
it's not a
focusing on
coincidence.
saving her,
Obviously, it's
and if he
Janice,
has
and
to
you just
give
straight
that
up just
up,
say
then the Mayans
Janice.
will not exist at all.
And
Cursing
then they
himself, he
also
figures that
feed
even if
into
that
the
did happen, should
theories
something
in
remain,
Chrono
he
Cross
hopes
on
that
who
it
Janice
finds a greater
eventually
purpose
is,
than
such
he
as
did.
Gil or Magil.
Waking up, he now finds himself
And now he has
descending in
amnesia.
evil, not recognizing where he
So
is or
they
who he
open
is,
up
or
that
any of his past.
plausibility.
He has the strongest feeling that there was something he needed to do and
And there's that
something he needed to
tragedy too. It's
find,
like
but at a loss
he's
now,
lost there and he
heads
knows
off,
he needs to do
seeking to
something, but he
find a way to
can't remember it.
As time passes for each of them, Lavos
Time
would be defeated,
passes.
the friends would part ways,
And then this is the
celebration
ending.
would
This is the
ensue.
ending that you get from the
Chrono
PS
and Marl
version.
will
So
be
Chrono
married
and Marl
at a
actually get
grand royal
married.
wedding, attended by many of their friends, including Melchior, as they look forward to a happier future together.
I'm so glad this
In
didn't
the
get flagged
past,
by
Ayla
YouTube
would
for
also
animation.
celebrate her marriage to Kino in the prehistory era. In his own time,
And this,
Magus's curse would lift on him,
badass
and Frog would return
Glenn.
to being Glenn, though still with a little bit of green on him, accepting a formal knighting in recognition of his heroics.
It makes you wish for
With
full-on
Luca,
anime.
She would apply what she's learned
And
from
then
the
Luca
future
just
and build her
finds
own
this
miniature
baby.
Robo, and one day, while taking a walk, she would spot a small blonde baby girl by the side of the road, curiously wearing Shala's glowing pendant. Picking up the kid, she opts to take care of it, happy for now, but suspecting the consequences of their actions have yet to be seen.
Hopefully nothing bad happens
After
to
a
her.
few short years
Everything,
after their
nothing
adventure
bad.
began past,
And then
in
again,
1005 AD,
everybody
the fall of
dies.
Guardia would begin, wherein the Masamune would be lost after its use in the bloodshed.
And we're like,
in the near
what
future now
happens?
seems
And
uncertain.
then we never know.
Chrono Trigger has enjoyed the success of selling over 3.9 million copies worldwide. Thank you all so much for helping make it to 100 recapitations. I could not have done it without your support, encouragement, and love for these adventures. If you've enjoyed any video of mine, please share it on any site or social media with other fans. It's the best way to support the channel. If you like this and want to buy me a cup of coffee one time a month, consider becoming a patron on Patreon
Yeah, buy me a
or
coffee,
subscriber on
or a cup of
Twitch.
coffee.
Thanks for watching. I'll see you on the next battlefield.
This is before coffee existed, by the way. Buy me a coffee. I think I inadvertently inspired Buy Me a Coffee. There was a couple anime specials. I know of one anime special. I don't know of other anime specials. I know of the joke one. It featured like the new. But I don't know of other Chrono Trigger OVAs. I think there was another one though. But either way, like a full-on Chrono Trigger anime. And that's Chrono Trigger. If you ever wondered, oh, how would you feel if they made an HD 2D remaster of Chrono Trigger? Oh, baby. The moment they unveiled HD 2D with Octopath Traveler, the first thing that came to my mind was Final Fantasy VI. That's all you need to do is just do not just any version of Final Fantasy VI, do the Game Boy Advance version because that's the best version of it. Which screw you, Square Enix, you went lazy and you did not do that version for your Pixel remaster. But the best version of Final Fantasy VI is the GBA version. That version is the best version. And if they can do that in HD 2D, that's all I want. I absolutely would buy it with an absolute smile. I'd buy 2 copies. And if they did Chrono Trigger in the same way, it would only that's literally all you need to do if you wanted to refresh it. I feel the game still holds up. This is actually not a long game, believe it or not. This game is like maybe 20, 25 hours. It's not a long game. It's not short, but it feels just right. And that's part of what the big deal about Chrono Trigger is. I mean, these days, yeah, it's easy to talk about it, and I am gonna say absolutely I am biased in my nostalgia. Absolutely. To me, any Final Fantasy has yet to beat Chrono Trigger in terms of the writing, the scenario design, the well-paced, well-built world that is so self-contained, does not drag on, has almost no filler, no useless grinding, garbage over bloated systems, overly pretentious plot lines, needlessly stereotyped character portrayals. No, the dialogue's straight, the characters are great, combat's solid. Again, a near flawless music track. I'm saying near flawless because I don't want to catch myself, but goddamn, I really can't think of a track that's bad in this game. It hits all the marks. And there's a couple things you can make fun of it and things that could be better for sure, but they're so minor compared to how well pretty much every facet of this game was. And of course you would want, people to get a sequel for it. And we sort of did, and what did that sequel do? It did literally nothing in the same way. And that sequel is actually Radical Dreamers, which was only in Japan in limited release. And what it was a light novel. Not really a light novel, but it was a visual novel. It's not a light novel because there actually were things such as it's like an old text-based adventure. You could select options from a menu to like go left, go right, and there was actually a version of text-based combat. You didn't manually type in your choices, but you selected the pre-made ones for you. There was like a little bit of exploration, some dialogue choices, and some character development. It ended up only recently becoming officially translated, but this was one of the few times that I actually wanted to tell the story something. So this is a very rare instance of when I recapped a fan translated one. I do not know actually how different this version is versus the Radical Dreamers edition. I haven't played the Radical Dreamers edition, so I don't know how different it is from here, but hey, let's check it out. Because technically, it is a game. So in all fairness, we have to evaluate it as such.
Released by Square in 1996 on the Super Famicom, Radical Dreamers is a companion story to the events of Chrono Trigger that also inspires events in Chrono Cross. Written and directed by Masato Kato, who also wrote Chrono Trigger and wrote and directed Chrono Cross, the short visual novel adventure was reluctantly released after a rushed 3-month production period.
Yeah, this thing was made in 3 months.
The game is narrated from the perspective of Serge, a wandering musician, and his adventure
in this one, Serge is a musician,
and Majel, a mysterious masked mage, as they
steal the frozen flame from Viper Manor. And then you have Majel, who's heavily implied to be the Magus that we saw before.
And hidden values for health.
Which Magus we don't know. If it's other Magus or our Magus, we don't know.
After the game is completed,
it almost doesn't matter.
Replayed, and 6 very different and often ridiculous endings may be reached.
Yeah, this one had like 6 joke endings too, but none of them were really that interesting. So again, I still didn't feel like
keep in mind this is a fan translated version as the game was never officially released.
And what's interesting about this one is it kind of played it safe because the story in this one, it's referenced in Chrono Cross, but it explicitly does not take place in relation to either Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross. It's a separate timeline.
3 years ago while drifting as a musician, and they traveled together ever since. For his experience, she is a smart, strong, and competent thief with many
Land, I knew
good
it existed
points,
for years
who
in the
views
fandom when
herself
Chrono
as a
Trigger
Robin
released on
Hood.
the DS,
But
fan
he has seen
translations
her hold a
great
very
back then.
sharp
Summer's
tongue,
Midday Scratch
have a
Pad. Yeah,
tendency
same
to be
thing.
dishonest,
I knew
be
of
unwilling to
Radical
listen to
Dreamers.
others,
Radical
and is
Dreamers
driven by
is that
greed for wealth.
mythical
Even so, he still
story,
admires
the
her, as he then
long
thinks
lost
about
sequel
Majel,
to Chrono
known as
Trigger.
Majel of the Shadows, who has known
But
Kid
again,
longer
the
than
internet
Surge,
wasn't
is much
really
older than either of
like
them, and is a very
late
skilled
90s. It
mage.
really wasn't where you
Unfortunately,
wanted it to
Surge
be.
knows
So
almost nothing
even
else
though
about
there
him,
may have
and has
been
not seen his true
translations
face over the
online,
mask he always
they were
wears.
rough at best,
After
and they
they
were
deal
just
some
full
feral cats
text.
outside,
You have to remember, this
continue
was
on their
back
hunt
when
for the
the
hidden treasure
it
within,
wasn't the
as
internet, it
manor is
was the
currently under
web
rule of
back then
Lord
is what it
Lynx,
was
a
called,
ruling aristocrat
and
that
we
Kid
didn't even
has a
have
vendetta
pictures,
against.
really. Everything
Their
was
sword
just
is Lynx's
text.
prized possession, a scarlet jewel called the Frozen Flame, rumored to hold some
You
mystical
just had
power,
texts.
and many have died trying to steal it from Lynx. As they sneak into the actual manor,
That was
Majel
mid-90s
reminds Kid
internet,
to stay
quote-unquote.
focused on the Frozen Flame and not Lynx, as she gives a dismissive agreement.
You had AOL with 3
Eventually,
channels.
they find a curious old lady familiar with Kid's exploits for trying to raid the manor a few years ago, as revenge for Lynx killing her caretaker, though she obviously failed and was captured before soon being rescued by Majel. The old woman warns her not to keep tempting fate, as she can only beat Lynx after giving up her most valued possession, but then simply takes her leave without explaining more. They escape from a trap that almost turns them into sandwiches.
It's cool that
and
this
learn
music
the fables
is
from many of
used
the
in
Acacia
Chrono
Dragoons,
Cross.
a once elite fighting force under General Viper that was defeated 10 years ago by Lord Lynx. Though curiously, Lynx would adopt General Viper's daughter Riddell himself. They
And a lot of
eventually
these
unlock
plot
the treasure
points
vault
did
and
get
discover the
used
frozen flame within,
almost
only to
unchanged
find
in
it's a
Chrono
fake and
Cross.
was all a trap. Fending off the elite security goblins that investigated attack.
Visually, those
continue their
graphics
search
look
for the
pretty
new key as a
okay,
clue,
honestly. Like,
working
I
past
know
the
there's
Pool
just
of
still
Piranha and
images, but they
enchanted
look
stone
pretty
faces
good
in
for
their way.
96.
In the catacombs of the manor, they find a strange old man in a cell lamenting the fate of the dragoons.
That's a good
and
attention to
General
details.
Viper,
It's
and Majel takes a
distinctly
sudden
not
interest in learning
anime.
more about
Is
the man.
the first thing that
Seeking
really
out
comes to
Riddell,
mind
who
is that
is
they
also
went
in
for a
the
more
manor, they
photorealistic
find she
look.
means them no harm, and when asked
Everybody
about the
here is
frozen flame and the
proportioned
dragoons,
properly.
she
Yeah, you gotta got
cooperates.
blue hair there, but
She shares that
for the most
frozen
part,
flame
these
was
are
originally
normal-looking
kept in a
people.
kingdom to the north for centuries, though was seized
It's
during
very
the downfall
grounded
of the
in its,
kingdom and eventually
art
passed
style.
hands until it came under possession of her father, General Viper. Lynx approached Viper as a friend years ago, but was
I
taking
do have
advantage
an
of Viper's
error here.
trust
I
until
believe
he
it's
eventually
towards the
backstabbed her.
end, where
When
instead of
Lynx adopted
links,
her
I
as a
say
child, she
link.
didn't know about all that, but Majel is more interested
listen
in
for it,
learning
you
about
can
the
definitely
old
hear
man
it.
in the cell. She
So,
confirms he was a former
bloopers.
dragoon before being
I
tortured
know I
into
said
insanity,
more realistic
and says
style.
if
That's a
they
very
want to know more,
anime-looking
they need to
lady.
find the
I get
prize-holding
that.
sword Einlanzer, also
Ignore
stored
her.
somewhere in this manor. The group does find it, and Majel comments how it mirrors
The
the demonic sword
Einlanzer.
Masamune, as he once knew its original owner. They find the sword halts the crushing room trap from before, and reveals a ring bearing the Acacian coat of arms. Returning to the catacombs and battling
Look
the
at that
undead
combat
that roam there,
animation.
the old man sees the ring and in his delirium mentions the secret passageway to the frozen flame. As they take it, they know they tread closer to Lynx's hidden
Ooh, look at
room,
that high-tech
and along the way,
CGI
Majel
right
speaks
there.
about the frozen flame. He mentions how it is rumored to be able to heal all wounds and grant eternal life to its owner, but also mentions how it is not of this world.
And Serge is a
It came
musician
from a
here, by the way.
meteorite that fell from the
He's the one
heavens,
who writes
and there once
the.
lived a people that sought to use its
I can't
power
remember
to
which
tap
song
into
it
their
is,
own
but I
unknown
think
potential. These people once
Charlesly.
built a
I
grand
think
metropolis
he's
with
credited in
power,
this universe
but
for
now
writing
all
that.
the knowledge of their era has been lost with their downfall. As they finally open the door to the hidden room housing the frozen flame, Majel notes the room they're in is actually
This song
an
is
intact
actually
ruin
cool
from
because
the
it never
lost
appears
magical
anywhere else and
kingdom
it sounds
somehow.
good.
However, waiting for them and making his appearance with an amused chuckle is Lynx.
Yeah, this is
As
Lynx's
the sinister man who
theme.
killed Kid's caretaker, Riddell's father, and the rest of the Acacia Dragoons, he reveals he knew Kid would come here and counted on it. He demands the special stone she carries that she got from her caretaker.
I think I just said
called
that the
Chrono
Link
Trigger.
misspeak
He reminds
right
them
there.
the gap in their powers.
Link's
still too
obviously
great,
designed
and
very
Kid
different.
shouts out that the caretaker Link murdered, whom Kid thought
Link,
of as
yes,
his
I said it right
sister,
there.
was
The
actually
caretaker
Luca.
Link
Blinded
murdered.
by revenge after all, Kid launches
Oops.
herself at Lynx, though is swiftly and brutally beaten down. Majel and Surge hurry to save her, but are also quickly subdued.
One day on my
showing
secret
Lynx was
wiki,
not
someday
merely
we'll
boasting
compile
his
all the
power.
bloopers that I
He
do.
mentions how the Chrono Trigger is actually a tiny
I'm not
condensed
cool enough or
universe,
big enough
and
for
when
that,
combined
but
with the
one
frozen
day.
flame, it allows one to bend space-time and reshape history. As Lynx encroaches on them to finish them off, a brilliant light now bursts out of both the frozen flame
This is the
and
kind of,
Chrono Trigger on Kid.
Visual
Time
novel that I
seems to
think is
freeze in
kind of
place as
like,
a
you know,
voice
it's
from
nice.
beyond
It's,
now
you do
speaks
have
and
some
tells a tale
big
of a kingdom
pictures,
that collapsed
you know,
unto
some
itself
animation
due
to at
a
least be
single girl,
visually
and many of
interesting.
its inhabitants were
Yeah,
swallowed
this
by a
song I
temporal
believe.
vortex, never to be seen
I think
again.
is what
The girl, seeking to escape from both her
Surge
past and
wrote.
future, wanted
I
to
don't
also
know.
be lost to the
What is
vortex
it called?
of
Something of
But
Time?
instead,
I
the
can't
stone
remember.
she held scattered her memories,
Fake
forced her
fan.
to live and be reborn into this era. After this, the Chrono Trigger Trigger shatters and warps the space around them,
Chrono
though
Trigger.
in the darkness they hear a voice begging them to stop a dark energy. Surge now finds himself cast outside of time, seeing infinite versions of himself and others at all points of their life, all at the same time. Calling out to Kid, she
So this
replies,
Surge
mentioning how
actually
a
sees
soft
every version
song
of
playing in the
himself,
background
including
was
the
Luca's
ones from
favorite,
Chrono
and to
Cross.
himself, Surge knows it was actually a song he made a long time ago. After she reminisces with the music, she announces she now knows who she is and what she's here for, firmly stating she's ready to go back now. Returning back to the face-off against Lynx, he's about to strike them down when the old woman from before stops him. Lynx recognizes her as Vera from the land of
It's hard to
Pore,
tell where the
also
man
here to
ends and the
claim
mustache
Frozen Flame for
begins.
her country as soldiers under her command flood the room to surround them. Caught off guard, Lynx pulls away for now, vanishing into thin air, but still promising to kill Kid and the others at a later time. Vera says they should come with her, but thinking otherwise, Majel instead drowns the cavern in darkness, and they use it to escape on their own. Making their way out of the manor, the soldiers are not far behind, spreading out as they search for the group in the surrounding area. A wounded Kid urges Surge to go on his own and escape, as Pore is only after her and Majel, but Surge refuses to leave.
Given how popular
though she states they'll meet
multiverse
again
is
at another
for
time
the
and
Marvel
place.
thing, it's kind of
She reminds him
interesting
the
to
Chrono Trigger is lost,
examine
and they didn't get the
a
Frozen Flame
series
today,
that was
but
already
instead
kind of
she
doing
found a
that
whole
own
new
thing
treasure for herself,
literally
so it's okay by her.
30 years
She
earlier.
also mentions how she now knows events around this are bigger than just Lynx or even the Frozen Flame, and so turns on her own and walks away into the night, telling Surge not to follow her this time. Majel agrees, blocking Surge from following them, as he also melts into the darkness to follow Kid. Left by himself, Surge is left wanting, but this tale comes to a close. Rather, in another time and in another place, a similar group of adventurers would come forth, also unsuspecting of their other
See, in
selves,
this one, this
and
is
continue
another
on their
Surge
adventure.
who's the
As the game
grandson of
ends,
the
a
Surge they
young
just
boy named
have,
Surge
who
closes the
already
book
has a
on a tale from
relationship
his
with
grandfather,
Kid in terms of they
while
know
his
each
friend,
other
an
and
energetic young
play.
blonde girl,
So that's
tells him she's
another
found the ruin of a
version right
mansion in
there.
the woods and wants to explore with him.
Silence, because I think this is the only. No, there's one other one. This is the one of the two that I can immediately think of recaps where I do not have sales data because there is no sales data. So it's just silence. When did I write this? When was this? It couldn't have been that long ago. 2020. Okay. So 2 years ago. Okay, cool. So, man, this was only 2 years ago. Time flies. But now we're coming on to the third one now, the trilogy. So we have the second game, a game that is ironically almost lost to time. And yet it is follow up to one of the most, I guess, not to overblow it, but one of the most prestigious, well revered stories, RPGs at least, of all time. And yet it gets lost. It's so curious. It feels like Chrono Trigger was just fated to a life of missteps and misery and misfortune. But now we go to Chrono Cross. Just to tell a short story for myself, feel free to take a quick break. Is I remember seeing Chrono Cross in a magazine. Now I never had a PlayStation 1. I've said this multiple times. I never had a PlayStation 1 growing up. My friends did though. I watched a friend play Chrono Cross. I didn't know it was Chrono Cross because, whatever, didn't have the game, didn't really know what it was. Believe it or not, back then, you didn't have all these game industry covering sites. You didn't have advertisements. People didn't really know. They didn't announce games. You didn't expect games years ahead of time. You just walked in a store, and if the game happened to be out, you'd be like, oh, hey, there you go. That game is out. And then if you bought it, you bought it. Like, I remember when Final Fantasy IX came out, I was like, oh, I didn't really know this existed. I like Final Fantasy. I'll buy it. And then there you go. You didn't know about these things. You just walked in a store, saw what was new, and then that was that. You moved on with your life. But Chrono Cross, I remember watching it. I remember he was at the part where you already turned into Lynx and were with Harl. He was that far into the game. And I was like, what game is this? And I was like, Chrono Cross. I'm like, Chrono Cross? Is that like Chrono Trigger? And he's like, kind of? Maybe it's a sequel? I don't know. It's very different. And like there were two things people were very divided on Chrono Cross. Or at least I remember this very well, where everybody really, really liked the music. The music was very, very good. And people either A, did not like this combat system, or B, were really pissed that this was not a quote unquote direct sequel to Chrono Trigger, even though, as history would look back, I think a bit more kindly, this is a very smartly written sequel to a very beloved game, but not the sequel people think they wanted. I say it over and over again, but people, like, fans never know what they want. They only know what they like. And if fans think, oh, we'll just do Chrono Trigger again, you don't understand the decade of development, not decade, well, 5 years, but either way, a long ass time. The decade of missteps and revisions that Chrono Trigger had to go through before it became its final product. You can't just do that again. That's not how it works. And the characters were different, the combat was different, the areas were different, the vernacular was different. They killed off characters from the first game that people loved. You know that always goes well with a devoted fan base, right? Especially for what it's not even a cult classic because that game sold almost 4 million copies. Which was tremendous. Think about even to today, less than 1% of all video games sell over 1 million copies, and you have on one system back in the day where video games were significantly rarer, significantly more expensive, and selling multi-millions. That's nuts. Chrono Trigger was a runaway success. And then you have to make a sequel to that. That is a incredibly tall order. This had all the odds against it. This had all the odds against it for Chrono Cross. And it appealed to a lot of people because there were people who they did port Chrono Trigger to the PlayStation, so people had the opportunity to play it. But even if you didn't, you could play this game by itself and still enjoy it. And it actually did a lot of things differently, which to me was the smartest play you could do. Instead of doing the same thing, because normally whenever you do a sequel, and technically this is the second sequel, making it a trilogy, you have two options. You either innovate or you refine, or some balance of the two. You take what people liked or was done well in the first one, you change it, alter it, improve it, throw it away, do something with it, or you make something new. And they did the smart choice and did almost everything different. So, who said it? I think Teddy Roosevelt, where he said comparison is the thief of joy. If you were to try to compare Chrono Cross to Chrono Trigger, there are many things you can compare them to, but many things that if you try to compare them, not gonna lie, you're kind of knowingly comparing a lot of apples to oranges. So from a surface level, you quote unquote couldn't compare the games, but when you really think about it and just you know critically analyze it, you really can't compare a lot of these things, and we will do those things. But think about it very critically, though. What do Chrono Trigger, Radical Dreamers, and Chrono Cross all have in common that we can identify as the Chrono IP? Think about this as we now watch Chrono Cross. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. By the way, for the record, I actually really liked Chrono Cross's battle system.
Released by Square in 1999 on the Sony PlayStation, Chrono Cross would be a
I sound so
spiritual
nasal
sequel
in
to
this
Chrono
one, too.
Trigger.
Bothers
Written and
me.
directed by Masato Kato, who wrote the
Masato
first
Kato.
game and also helped write Xenogears.
It was fun
the
saying
game would deliberately
Kushibuchi
depart
in
from
the
the
other
conventions of the
Castlevania.
first game in order to tell a new story in the
Kushibuchi.
same universe. For
Masato
story,
Kato.
the game features a young blue-haired boy named Serge and Kid, a hot-headed thief.
I love how this is the
alongside
intro
43
cutscene, and
other
like many
critical
intro
characters,
CGI cutscenes
though
at
only
the
3
time,
are ever
they
fielded at a
absolutely show
time.
spoilers.
For gameplay, the game
You're not
utilizes
aware of it at
turn-based
the time,
battles
but
with a
these are
stamina-based
spoilers.
action economy for each character's turn, and encounters occurring by colliding with enemy sprites on the map. Each character, ability, and spell in the game corresponds to
Like,
one of
that's the
6
ending of the game
elements
right
in the
there.
game, and there is a field effect present in all battles that dynamically corresponds to the types of elements used in battle to help or hinder the player. Each character has a customizable grid where
it's one of those things
spells,
that without
abilities, and
context,
battle
you're not
items
aware
may be
you're looking at a
assigned to be
spoiler.
used, as well as at least 3 signature techniques. The game also features an equipment crafting system, a monster arena, and new game
Hold on,
plus.
what did I write here? Because of a few alternate paths in the game that let you pick a certain companion, I feel due to their larger supporting roles and how the intro movie depicts them, Nikki and Glenn are the default paths. Yeah, that's true. I did have to do this. So, to add context, if you wanted to get all, how many was it? 75 characters in this game, I think. If you wanted to get 100% of this game, you had to play it a minimum of 3 times. And it's assuming you got every single choice flag correctly on each route. And what is the minimum? I think it's like a dozen no more than 20 if you want to do a minimalist run of people that absolutely had to be in your party. Like they were just like they were just thrown in there. They were necessary. Was it 40 or so? I could have sworn it was more than 40. Hold on. Let me look this up real fast. Chrono Cross roster number. Okay, 45, you're right. 75 was a bit much, so there are 45, you're right. So there's 45 recruitable characters. And while we're here, Chrono Cross, what do we want to say, necessary member? Okay, so it looks like of the 45 characters, 19 characters are going to join you outright. Okay, so like a little less than half of the characters, you can't avoid them. But you have a lot of characters in this. And this was already staggering because outside maybe Suikoden, you rarely had large parties that were more than, say, like 8 or 10 tops. 45 characters. So quantity, they're already doing something crazy. But quantity and quality, that balance there wasn't exactly even. But we'll get into that later. Let's keep watching.
Which is needed to explore every route and recruit every character across multiple playthroughs. The story only gets larger from here, so let's cut it down to size for the recapitation. As the game begins, we meet Serge, a young man living in Arnie
to get certain characters, you had to let
archipelago.
other characters
One
die
day,
in
he
some
meets with his
cases.
childhood friend Lena, learns of the ever-important Records of Fate acting as save points around the world.
So one thing
trains
that
with the village
I remember
elder
right off the
Radius,
bat
and works
in
to earn
this
Komodo
game when I
skills
was
from
doing the
Lena.
recap of it
As she
is I
muses about
just
the
done
future,
Suikoden
Serge
2,
suddenly hears a distant voice call out to him.
and I was really
Strange
wondering
visions
if I
hit him
wanted to
suddenly as
do
stranger energy
all the
surrounds
side
him.
characters,
As
and
the
I
world
decided
shifts, Serge
no.
collapses, and
Because some of
coming
these
to, he
characters
notes
really
Lena is
don't
gone and
effing
gets up to
matter
look for her.
at all.
When he returns to Arnie, no one recognizes him somehow, including Lena, though she says he looks a lot like a boy she used to know.
Because unfortunately,
around
I'm
10
just going to be
years
real,
ago.
some of the character stories
She
in
points him to the boy's
the minor
grave
characters,
nearby,
the side
and as he
characters, the optional
investigates
ones,
it indeed has
they're
his name on it, with
also
the
not
death date of 10
interesting.
years ago. Suddenly, he's called out by a man named Karsh, who was somehow expecting to find him here. Though as he
Music in
approaches
this game,
upon
though, by
Serge,
the way,
he's called out again by a young girl.
I like a lot
She
of it,
leaps into
but I
defense
am going to
Serge,
say
and
that
after
there
waiting
are
for
some
his
tracks
hours,
that are
she
just like
introduced herself as
whatevers.
Kid.
It's not
Now searching for
all
clues on Serge's
beggars.
death, they run into the bumbling guards,
But
Salt and
still,
Pepper, who attack
very,
them,
very
who
strong
make it to
soundtrack.
Termina, where they see it's time for the Viper Festival to honor the leader of the Acacia Dragoons, Lord Viper. There's to be an invite-only event at his manor, and Kid is keen to sneak in for
They
her
tried to
own
have bigger
reasons,
environments
but also to
here,
help find out why
more
they're after
fleshed out
Serge to begin
towns.
with.
Doing stuff that Chrono
Termina,
Trigger
they meet a
admittedly
ferryman
didn't
named
necessarily do
Cordia,
as well.
and
Like,
witness
you didn't really
assault
spend
Glenn
time in
escorted
towns in
Lord
Chrono
Viper's
Trigger. They
daughter
really weren't
Adele,
towns.
who
And
mentions
the cities
how
weren't
everyone in the
really
manor has been
cities.
acting strange
In this one,
since
they
the
did have
Peace
more
Knight came
detailed
around.
environments with stuff that you
Finding
can
a
come
new
back
ally
or
and
timed
sneaking in at
events.
night, they disguise themselves as guards and make their way to the treasury. After getting trapped in
I
meeting
liked
scientist
this
Lucia,
this
Kid
theme
seems
song.
disappointed there's nothing called a frozen
Again, a
flame
lot of
here,
foreshadowing
but he
with
soon encounters
characters.
an old man who recognizes Serge. Calling himself the Prophet of Time, Balthazar, he explains Serge is
I liked
not
how
from this
tactical
world,
it
but
was.
from a parallel
That's
one
really what
in another
attracted me.
dimension. In this world, he died 10 years ago, yet somehow he has crossed over into this world. Unsure of the reason why,
He just
or how
straight up
died
says,
10
"Yo, I'm
years
from a
ago,
different
they're
dimension.
interrupted by
Whatever,
Marcy,
deal with
the
it."
Acacia Dragoons, 4 devas, and after defeating her, the Prophet advises where they can go next. They encounter a strange harlequin named Harl, who takes an immediate liking to Serge, and is the right-hand woman to Lynx, a dangerous person she warns Serge not to cross.
With that
Now sneaking
French
into General
English.
Viper's office, they're caught in the act by Viper
Drives
himself,
everybody
who
wild.
is accompanied by Lynx. Kid immediately recognizes Lynx and swears revenge on him, calling him a murderer. Lynx then calls out Kid as a member of the Radical Dreamers band of thieves, and they clash,
he
though
said
this
the
Lynx
thing.
was just a shadow copy. Lynx then speaks to Serge directly, asking him what he wants and if he wants to erase
I also
his path
thought
from
back in the
history
day
of
that it
this
was
world.
really weird that
Peering into a
Surge's
secret
weapon
artifact
was a
before him
boat
called
oar.
Dragon Tear, Serge
I'm like,
sees
that's
another
a
strange vision of
choice.
himself before the
I
frozen
didn't really
flame,
care for
and
it.
Lynx makes the
I thought it
bold
was
claim
so
that he
dumb. I
will
still
soon
kind of
to
do.
end. Surrounding the party with
Like,
shadows,
really a boat
Adele
oar?
now enters
I mean,
the office and is quickly taken hostage
okay.
by Kid. As they follow her lead to a cliff edge, Lynx takes advantage of a distraction to throw a poison knife at Kid, who is struck and falls over. He then approaches Surge, calling him the assassin of time.
We have no
and
problem
little
killing
Chrono Trigger,
kids in broad
Surge
daylight.
chooses to leap after Kid over the edge.
This was something I
In the water,
didn't
falling
like
unconscious,
that they did in
Surge
a lot of
wakes up the
PS1
next day
games,
in
is
the care
that
of
blur
tortured
effect. I
mother,
never thought
but
that
Kid
was,
is still
I
suffering
hated
from
it.
Lynx's poison. A local doctor identifies it as Hydra Venom, and she'll die in at least 2 days without the antidote. The problem is the known antidote comes from the bone of a Hydra.
And what's cool about
yet they
this,
were
though, is
hunted
that many of these
extinction
alternate
during the
paths
window.
were
Strangely,
absolutely
they're visited
quest
by
lines in their
Carl,
own
who is
right
glad to
that
see Kid
also result in
incapacitated,
opportunities
and
to
leaves to
recruit
search for
very
him.
unique members that you
Weekly,
only
Kid gives
find
Surge her
during that
astral
time.
amulet, telling him to take it back to where it all began, and Surge
But there
will
is no
decide on whether or
default
not to
path.
save her
There's no
himself.
correct path. Again,
They
it's
also
just
learn El Nido
choices
is
and
also called the land
consequences.
where the dragons sleep, as each island is named after a dragon.
Pretty much
and
anybody that
ruins
had a
of ancient
detailed
race
portrait
called
in this game
Dragonians.
was
One of
recruitable.
these ruins, Fort Dragonia, can be activated by a relic of the
Almost,
dragon
not
tier,
her.
though it's been thought lost for years. In town, they overhear Glenn talking about how General Viper is now heading to Fort Dragonia under the rumors.
I do not
that a
apologize for
revelation
how
authority
loudly I
is
blasted the
nearby
music and the
looking into
balance of
rumors
this
of the
video.
Virgin
I'm aware it's on the
They
louder
wonder what they
side. I
plan to
don't
do
care
with the
because I love
dragon
this
tier
music.
over there and borrow the small
That's
boat
very
they've been using.
unprofessional of me.
Glenn now approaches Surge,
I apologize, but I
asking to
don't
borrow a boat
apologize
for
very
Dragonia,
much.
And since they're going the same way, decide to join forces. He advises they travel to a small island and speak to his former mentor Radius, though they see Lynx has ordered that place to be burned to the ground, and Harl informs them Radius wasn't there. After she battles
When
him
it came to the
stall the
party,
time, she pulls
it was
away.
pretty
Radius
much
now steps in,
Glenn,
Glenn's village elder and
Surge,
Surge's
and
role
everybody
are
else.
in this one. Radius confirms Lynx is behind the recent plotting, and explains that before, he used to be quite the force with Zappa the blacksmith and Glenn's father, but after Glenn's father died, he retired to look after the boys. However, Glenn's brother Dario was killed out on a mission despite wielding the powerful sword Einlancer and being engaged to Viper's daughter Riddell. Lynx
So another smart move with the
Rose
writing
Flame's
team
amazing healing abilities
in
and
this
fortune
one
fulfillment,
is instead of
Radius
traveling
now
through
suspects
different
that
eras
Viper
of
intends to
time,
overthrow the rival
you are
nation of
crossing
Norway
over
with the
into
power of the Frozen Flame.
parallel
Norway has been using its
worlds.
military might to bring suffering
Not
to
only
the
was this a
Central
really
Continent
cheap way to
Zenith,
reuse
but it's
assets
still
and
unclear what
environments,
the
but
general's or Lynx's
it
motives are,
approached
and
the
Radius has no wish to
multi-dimensional
fight.
story and
Following
thread
the dragon
among the
ships to Mount
games
Pyre,
in
run
an
into a
interesting
pirate
way.
ship captained by a man named Fargo, who was suspicious of their affiliation to Lynx.
Allowed you to be unique and
He
do
poisons and
other
captures
options
them,
that you
so
couldn't
while he
do
sleeps,
in
Surge has another dream of a
Chrono
Black
Trigger.
Panther. Waking up, Fargo's ship is attacked by a ghost ship, and after helping the pirates out, Fargo gives them advice that in order
By the
to
way,
pursue
exploring
Fargo's
ghost ships,
men,
always
they'll need to
cool, by the
survive
way.
heat of Mount Pyre.
There's a
To
couple
do
of
that,
there's
he
always a
suggests
couple
sealing the water
scenarios that
dragon and gaining him
in
divine
almost
protection.
any given point they
But
are
the water
very
dragon of
cool.
this
And
world
that
will be
is
no
ghost
more,
ships.
and after
Ghost
seeing
ships
Velvet
are
was hidden near
almost
the
always
APOC
cool.
ship, they use Kid's astral amulet and
Ah,
Surge's
there's the
link
epic.
between
I said
worlds,
APOC
and
again in
Warlord
this
Surge's
one. You
original
can't.
world on Possum
I'm so
Beach.
terrible.
Heading over to the Isle of the Water Dragon, they deal with the dwarves and
Get ready
pave
to
the
see
way
that
to
scene a
kill the
million
Furies,
times.
though it turns out they were doing so because they were driven from their own homeland.
I don't think you
by
actually got a
humans.
dwarf in your party
The
though.
water dragon recognizes the efforts of Surge.
The
and
dragon
bestows
designs
upon
were
Surge
very
a portion of
cool.
his
They were
power,
very
like it even
different.
throws lava,
They
a
did
lava
not look like
summit that will
stereotypical
lead him
European
within
dragons.
Pyre,
One of them
where the
did,
fire dragon dwells.
but yeah.
However, the fairies recognize that humans are to blame for the dwarves' suffering and now their own, and scorn Surge and his friends.
And what I liked about this, I
Kid now
think the
suddenly
only other
collapses
time I
and
remember
has
it seeing
another
done
nightmare
very
about
well
Lynx and
was
burning
Bravely
waking up
Second,
suddenly in the night.
where
She
you
talks
have
to
two
Surge
different
about how she
scenarios,
was
you have two
abandoned
different
as a baby
factions,
and
and
found
you
a
have to
by
make a
crime
choice.
woman.
You're the
One
arbiter.
day, Lynx raided their
And
home, burned it down,
again,
and
there's
dumped
no
it.
right or wrong
Ever
answer,
since,
there's
Kid
just
was on her own
action
and
and
lived on the streets.
consequences,
She lived a harsh life, unloved by the world,
which
and has always
I
made an
appreciate
mission
for the
to one
strength of
day
the
get
writing.
revenge on Lynx. Making it now to Mount Pyre, they encounter 3 of the 4 Devas, Karsh, Zoa, and Marcy, who seek to bar their way. Pushing past them, Harl now appears to warn him about proceeding
Such
further,
good
and
battle
sincerely
music.
urges him not to die past this point. Now entering Fort Dragonia,
I also
battle
love
has
the
many
Guardians
and wards,
the
and before
four
entering the
Dave,
final door,
four
Surge has
Davis,
another
Acacia
bold
Dragoons, something like that. I really
Stepping
liked
within the
their
chamber,
theme
Lynx and
anytime I
General Viper
played.
are
It was
there
very
waiting for
good.
them, and right when General Viper lets his guard down to focus on getting rid of the party, Lynx warps behind him and literally
Straight up
stabs him in the
murdered.
back. General Viper falls, and though the party tries to fight Lynx, he steps back to question Surge's origins and significance in all this, and mentions how a part of himself also died 10 years ago. He points out Surge cannot defeat him, as denying him would also erase Surge's existence, and suddenly
Ooh,
the
how
dragon's tier
cryptic.
before them lights up, and Surge sees his visage change into Lynx's. Surge stumbles back before looking up, as it's clear his mind has now switched bodies, and Lynx is now in Surge's body. Unnoticed by Kid, Lynx now urges the party to attack Surge, and while they beat him down, Lynx now takes Kid's dagger to kill Surge as she hesitates in her revenge for Luca. Suddenly, the Kid pauses, as she knows she never told Surge Luca's name, and realizes this must be a trick by Lynx. Acting quickly, Lynx then stabs Kid with her own dagger, and takes down the rest of the party, but insists on finishing them off later.
Good
Cyrus
animations for
taunts Surge before
PS1.
moving to grab the Dragon Tear, the key to the Gate of Fate.
This is back in the day when Square was doubling down and having like a ridiculous amount of artists to have pre-rendered backgrounds because they didn't really want to make a 3D environment. They just wanted to make a 2D pre-rendered background that were visually impressive. They aged terribly, but it emphasizes the graphics, which is what they always wanted to be number one in. I love the impressionist painting here. This is so clever and cool. I love that. This is the part where I caught my friend, so I guess he wasn't that far in. I forget how soon you jump into Lynx. So early.
And convinces him he's really Surge and how he was told to go to the Sea of Eden. His mother somberly tells him that 14 years ago, Surge's father Wazuki and his friend Miguel went sailing out in the middle of the storm because of an emergency and were tossed into the Dead Sea. No one dares to enter the Dead Sea, and though Lena's father Miguel never returned, Wazuki somehow returned but was never the same. She points out that at the time, that area was actually called the Sea of Eden and later called the Dead Sea. Radius now steps in, recognizing Lynx and announcing himself as a former member of the Acacia Dragoons. He attacks, but afterwards realizes this isn't really Lynx. Seeing as the general's gone missing,
everybody has that anime like intuition where it's like, I don't sense your killing intent. Oh, I just knocked the desk right there in the video recording. That wasn't me. That's how good I am at recording.
Allies like the Dragoon Smithy Zappa, they find Viper Manor collapsed and ruined. Finding Commander Norris, he seems friendly to Lynx and reports the Frozen Flame has not been found here. That we soon realize
this was the type of game too that I did not have a guide to, and I ended up going you end up going back and forth and just talking to just about everybody until you could find the event trigger that progresses the story. I got lost a lot in this game.
The group now thinks the Dead Sea may be the clue they need, but there doesn't seem to be a way into the Dead Sea anymore, though the demi-humans of Marbul may know something.
Marbul.
Norris volunteers to come along and confirm the Frozen Flame, and after recruiting the alien Starkey to their side...
Oh, I forgot you had to get Starkey. He's mandatory.
They learned the demi-humans were forced here by humans, and even then, pushed away due to the rich amount of magical elements here.
I always loved this music on the pirate ship. There with the gambling ship.
Into the Dead Sea by a means named Death's Door.
You got a chance to pretty much have almost any type of fantasy character you want. Like you had a pirate, you had a thief, you had a mermaid, you had a plant dude, you had a voodoo doll, you had an onion knight, literally an onion knight, you had a dog, you had a skeleton man, you had a space alien, you had a fungus man, fungi. I always remember he was such a trash unit, but I always thought it was hilarious, just the pun. You had Pip, which was like an evolving sort of Pokemon.
Stuck on this ship, they suspect shenanigans, and with the help of
you had a doctor lady. It's like you had such a variety of characters here.
They walk into Nikki the Rockstar.
You had a Rockstar.
Margo was his long-lost father, and whom also refuses for Nikki to learn the song that can restore Marbul based on the pain in his heart right now.
You can just vibe to all this music right now. You're not seeing it, but I'm absolutely swaying back and forth. It's just
he laments how the demi-humans have no
move.
future
So
and
good.
mercy of humans these days, but sees how intent the group is to get into the Dead Sea. He hands them the key they need to open a new gate into the Dead Sea just as Nikki finds him, asking to learn.
They pay him a lot of money, I'm sure, but one thing I do appreciate Square Enix always never slouching on, sparing no expense, is paying their composers.
Now opening Death's Door, Radius is there to greet them.
They have a lot more than Uematsu. I always hate that people just think everything was Uematsu. No. They had a large stable, and they still do, of very good composers. A lot of them are not owned by Square Enix, they're just hired and do a lot of jobs for them, but very good stuff.
However, long ago, when the two found the evil sword Masamune, at first nothing seemed wrong.
I love the way he
The
wiggled.
sword brought forth all of Radius's negative sentiments, including his jealousy of Garai, and so he killed him from behind with the Masamune, realizing only too late what he had done under.
So one of the things that's a good parallel between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross here is the fact that we do have a lot of personal character stories for a core set, that is. Not everybody, but personal stories that intertwine to help build and ferry the actual main plot.
With stranger robots that roam it. They find a computer with a display reading 2300 AD, indicating these ruins are somehow from the future. They learn that sleeping beneath the planet crust is a fearsome.
This is where we get that Chrono Trigger.
The power cuts out before they can learn more. Entering the Tower of Geddon, Surge sees the spirits of 3 small children and follows them, leading him to Nine.
This is the part that everybody gets pissed right here.
The children turn to Surge and explain that they helped save the planet all for nothing, and because Surge ruined it all is why the world will end up ruined. But a man now steps out, saying those children are just illusions and echoes from far away that should be ignored. He welcomes them to the Tower of Geddon.
This is such
ground zero
sad
for the time
music.
crash, and reveals himself to be Miguel.
Like, this
who
just
has lost
feels
father in front of
heavy.
Surge's father. He then explains that 14
And I knock
years
it to
ago,
the desk
Surge's
again.
father was engaged
Such a
to
terrible
Miguel, and
recording.
deathly ill Surge were lost
Everybody
at sea
dies
and
here.
ended up here, where
There's a lot of
mysteriously
people
expended
dying in this
closer.
story, by the way.
However, this Dead Sea wasn't always like this, changing 10 years ago into this still world where nothing ages, because where they are now is a
Time is
future
dead
that never
here.
happened.
It's
Where
literally a
every choice
discarded
one makes
possibly
is they make a
future.
new future, but also eliminate a potential future based on the choice one didn't make. Such discarded futures are
This one's
condensed here
interesting
in
too,
Dead
because
Sea,
often you run
impossible
into
by fate
time
defines
stories
everyone.
where you make a choice and you end up pruning an entire timeline. In this one, the choices you make, yes, you create a future where you made, left instead of right, but you don't get the other neglected choice. This one, it's like a self-pruning timeline. You get all those discarded timelines thrown here, including a timeline of where the Chrono Trigger kids are, they lose or they come back or they resent the fact that you represent a future where they,
The world was doomed were it not for the
they're
efforts
doomed.
of another teenage boy and his friends catching a glimpse of the future and time traveling across different eras to battle Lavos.
And this is one of the comeback stories that I like.
So they changed history and disrupted cause and effect, and the future that was supposed to disappear is about to be restored here with Cyrus.
Yeah, I like that because when we went back and we beat the Reptites, we prevented a future where the Reptites were the dominant species, and that discarded future came here, where it is potentially becoming realized. But the whole thing is that there is still an alternate future that did happen where they still didn't become the dominant one, and they here in this timeline, we screwed them over, so they send over people to screw us over. Almost either as revenge or preemptiveness, it doesn't matter. It's all relative. It's a fourth dimensional revenge story. And when you think of it like that, you're like, wow, what an interesting concept that we represent a future that didn't happen, and we're getting revenge on a race that used to live. And they're taking objective. They're just fighting for survival just like we did. They're fighting for a future to live just like we did. We're just the opposing force. We're the other side.
Making it to Termina, they find a hideout where the Acacia Devas are hiding out. As they learn what happened in the chamber of the Dragon Tier, realize Lynx's betrayal,
and then you have like
body
3
swap,
different
and were able
subplots
to
going
rescue
on.
General Viper in time.
This song
Though
right
in
here, I
absence,
like this
the foreign
theme.
military were able to
I like the
successfully
military
evade
march of it. It feels good.
Before they battle Lynx, Karsh insists they rescue Riddell first, and they give Surge what shards remained of the Dragon Tier they could recover.
I'm not gonna lie, this almost felt like a
According
B
to voices,
plot
Surge
that
is able to
didn't
use
really
Lynx's
feel
body to move
important.
unsuspected among the Pori military.
I did
and
not
speaks
care
of
about the
annoyance
Acacia
of this
Dragon
world.
story.
He agrees to help rescue Riddell, and they rescue a captured Fargo along the way. Distracting the army while she gets away, they dash out and meet up again at Radius's hideout. The next day, Kid storms the hideout, who seems to be under some strange influence, calling out for Lynx as the real Lynx mocks them. He encroaches upon them when suddenly
Look at that
surges in to
edgelord
repay the
skull
rescue
cap
favor
the
and gets them
dark
all
version
out.
of us is wearing.
In the
We're
moment
not
of quiet,
evil.
Surge's
Wah,
thoughts
wah,
turn to
wah,
Kid,
wah.
and Harl urges him to think about what's most important to him and to seize the moment. Viper is now recovered and informs Surge that Lynx is now making towards the Sea of Eden, likely to pursue their frozen flame, as he and Fargo.
I kinda wish they had the
Four
balls,
Devas
by the
now
way,
lend their
that
aid to Surge.
if you didn't
Bolstered,
help,
the group pursues Lynx, but first
you didn't
must
help
awaken
Kid, she
all
could
six
just
dragons
really be
in order
dead.
to enter the Sea of Eden.
But obviously they can't do that for the major
The
story.
shaman who first told him about the Dragon Tier recognizes the shard of the tier on Surge and gives him the dragon emblem that all other dragon shamans will recognize and respect, and thus he will be able to receive aid in his homeworld. As they travel, they learn from Salt and Pepper that Karsh was accused of killing Dario on the
It's a music
island of
sequence.
Anne,
I forgot about
as
the
even
music
though they were
sequence.
childhood friends, they were both in love with Riddell, though it was Dario she chose. After their engagement was announced, Karsh and Dario went on a mission together, and things
Very
get
cool-
blurry as they
very
spot
cool
the
music.
Masamune. Dario was struck down, and Karsh questions if he was possessed while killing his best friend, or if it simply brought out.
Because yeah, like these character stories are
Still,
like on their own kind of
after the
interesting,
battle
but
with Shaker Brothers, Karsh insists
they just
he did
didn't
not
seem to
kill
matter
Dario,
compared to
but
like the
saved life.
interdimensional catastrophe
Returning to the
happening.
cruise captain Fargo, the pirate Fargo chastises his other self.
It's good
and
for
takes
world
command
building,
to
but
move
I
their
just
ship to
fundamentally
Marvel to
didn't
save
feel like
the
it was
humans there.
it was woven
Acting
that
as a
strongly
literal
to
and
such a
symbolic
plot.
bridge between humans and demi-humans,
This music
Mickey
sequence
heals
was super
ill will
cool.
within Marble and helps awaken the dragons beyond. Visiting the dragon sage of this world, she helps clarify Surge's mission to seek the.
I also like the
of this
misdirect
world,
that's
and
happening
help
here
do so,
because
will lend
it's
Surge
spoiling
dragon
it
to
if you
this
haven't
world.
heard, but
Now returning to the water
we're going
dragon,
to the dragons.
it
The
says
dragons
they will
are
help
like,
Surge
oh
if he
yeah, we'll
truly will
absolutely
challenge
help
God as a
him.
fate.
You
Tests
want to
his
destroy
might, and
fate?
once satisfied,
Absolutely,
gives
we're gonna
Surge's
help you do
blessing.
that.
Doing the same for the Earth, Green, Black, Fire, and Sky Dragons, they open the way to the Sea of Eden for Surge. Along the way, on an
Look at that.
isolated island, they are shocked to find Dario alive
Terrible.
and suffering amnesia.
Amateur
As they try to
level
help him
recording.
remember, the Masamune
Who's
summons
this
Manifest
clown?
that is wielded by Dario. Radius realizes the evil blade never disappeared earlier, but instead returned it to its rightful owner, and Karsh now reveals that on the Isle of the Damned, it was Dario who took the
And then there's that
Masamune
whole big gap of like, why did the Masamune turn
and begged
evil,
Karsh
you
to
know?
end him before the spiteful hate of Guardia would seek to kill Riddell. Karsh knocked Dario over the edge, and Lynx would blackmail Karsh with his knowledge as he claimed the sword for himself. Facing the sword and Dario now, they defeat the pair and cleanse the sword of evil once and for all, as the internal spirits of Masa and Mune come to their senses.
And this is a nice
and realize
callback to
their
Chrono
deeds.
Trigger as well.
Fusing with the spirit of Doreen, Surge's signature weapon, the Sea Swallow, now transforms into the mighty Master Mune. As a result,
I
Dario's
still think the
memories come
concept
back
of that
to him,
weapon
and
is
he apologizes
stupid,
for the
but I
past.
respect that it's a
They show him the
double-edged
aftermath of the
sword now.
Sword's Dragoons and how everyone died, and Dario now resolves to make good for lost time and rebuild the manor since he is not yet ready to return to the battlefield. With the blessings of the dragons, the Dragon Sage Stina now grants Surge the Dragon Tier of this world as well as her personal aid, as they focus on getting Surge back his original body. Opening the Fort Dragonia of this world, they are quickly met by Lynx, who spars with them a bit before moving on. Surge continues and places the
Oh yeah, I
Dragon
forgot about
Tier
that
in front
rabbit
of
girl with the
his altar,
huge hands.
resulting in a light appearing. The light begins to narrate, relaying how all life came from the ocean, then learned free will, evolved into land creatures, and for a while, the world was dominated by the dragon lizards and the more evolved reptiles.
See,
However,
this is
when Lavos
detailing the
fell from
history of
space,
this
its
world
impact ended the
is
ancient
not
dinosaurs,
humans.
and coming into contact with Lavos,
And you're
the
like,
apes of the age were
what?
transformed into modern humans. Because of Lavos' influence, humans would quickly repopulate and flood the world.
So humans
and
were
devour the
literally
resources of the planet
a
like
side
Lavos
effect
himself.
of
With
Lavos'
this,
corruption of the
Dragon Tier
planet,
flashes absorbs
and
Surge,
the original
transforming him
inheritors
back
of the
into his
world
original
was
form
supposed to
and
be
shattering on its
the
own.
reptites.
Stina points out that
We
the shards
are
left
the
behind by
disease.
this world and the others,
And the
Dragon
reptiles
Tier,
were the
are
cure.
the shards of love and hate
Deal
that
with
when
it.
combined will be a legendary force known as the Chrono Cross.
And then it's in that room where all the dragon
Relics
statues are like,
enter the Sea
huh,
of Eden, this
wait
world's
a
version of
minute.
the Dead Sea, and oppose the three fates that seek to test them, opening up the way to the
Persona.
future ruins of Chronopolis. Within, they see ghosts.
I
speak
lip
of
smack a lot in here. Why did I have dry
experimentation
lips?
and how
Terrible.
something called fate assured everyone how everything would be fine. Within this advanced city, they learned that originally El Nido was nothing but an ocean, and the archipelago was
The cool thing
artificially
here
made
too is
by
that they
fate
showed you all the
10,000
save
years
points
ago.
are actually
The
recording
Dragon Isles, they used
you,
elements
like in a
of
meta
every
sort of
single record
sense.
fate in the guise of save points scattered in the islands were all predetermined and designed. The research staff who left the center had their memories erased.
I chalk it up to
started
Japanese
new lives
folklore,
out
which
of
if a weapon
Nido,
has been
with
fought in
fate
countless battles,
monitoring,
shedding blood, and not
controlling,
fully
guiding
taken
them,
care of, it
and the
becomes a
descendants
cursed
with the
weapon.
records of
That
fate
actually
for
makes a lot of
10,000
sense, because that
years.
is what happens to
The paradise was in
Masamune.
harmony until one day 14 years ago
That's
when
a good
Surge
deep
came
cut.
into contact with the frozen flame. Quietly, there were doubts that the experiments with the flame allowing them to control time
And now
was
what we
the wrong
realize is
choice
the
to
frozen
make,
flame is not
not
some
to
magical
mention the
jewel,
risk
it's
of
not
the
just
energy
strong, it's a
released by the
shard
flame
of
overwhelming everyone.
Lavos.
The
As
spirits about
inducing
reflect
human
how easy it is
evolution.
to clone people and rewrite memories, or control emotions and personalities, and thus fate directly connects to every person who comes in contact with a record of fate and imprints its programming on them. In another vein, given how Lavos is an alien,
And that's another thing. Every time somebody saves, they're actually being programmed from a different point
in a way.
in
It
history.
explains why humans are such incomplete contradictions and do not fit in naturally with the world.
It's all just an
In fact,
experiment.
12,000 years ago, the magical city of Zeal had an encounter with Lavos, resulting in Zeal disappearing completely ever since. In another timeline, Lavos brings the apocalypse in 1999, though this facility exists in the timeline where Lavos was defeated before that happens. The scientists here are still studying the works of Luca from the first game, as during the 11th century she allegedly utilized miniature black holes by means of a time egg to
This
realize
is where they try
time
to
travel.
basically explain
According to her theory, by
what
rotating a
happened
single
and what
planet
happened with the
of
lost city
supergravity,
Chronopolis
a ring
and
can be
Zeal,
formed,
all
acting
that
as
stuff.
the
Like they're just trying to add
dimensions
more
and
science to
enabling
it, which
travel
is,
between
you know,
space-time.
nice.
There is a legend that
There's
this
also
time
a
egg
record, I
existed
believe,
during
to the
ancient
side. I
Greece,
think I talk about
but
it
there is
here,
no
where it
proof of
talks
the kingdom
about
existing
radical
to these
dreamers.
scientists. Rather, when they noted an unusual gravitational field in El Nido was when they built the artificial islands in Chronopolis, all to prepare for their grand time experiment.
Yes.
In fact, this time research lab appeared out of nowhere in 2300 AD and was headed by Balthazar, who vanished one day, leaving the others to continue his work. In the same year of 2300 AD, a large-scale prototype supercomputer named Fate was completed by integrating the old Mother Brain computer into more powerful circuitry.
And this is another
Acting
Chrono
as the
Trigger
main
link.
computer of
And what they're
Chronopolis,
doing is they're
Fate watches
literally
everything in El Nido,
they're
records of Fate
observing
and
both
parallel worlds.
timelines and seeing the
Controlling everyone through
differences.
these records, it is able to maintain a stable and harmonious environment in both worlds by puppeteering people and avoiding contact.
Nobody
with the
actually has
economy
free
so
will.
as to
It's
avoid
all
altering
pre-programmed.
history,
Humans are
forming
literally lab
paradox.
rats.
However, since the
It gets
formation of the DLC
surprisingly
10
dark.
years ago, Fate has been unable to control the events of Surge's homeworld, though it could still receive data through the records of Fate. In addition, it's also managed to bind Miguel to the Dead Sea as a watchman. They find some curious memoirs of someone
Yeah,
with
this is the Radical Dreams
that
link.
is likely from yet another parallel world they don't know of yet. Entering a biologically locked area labeled Project Kid, Surge is somehow authorized to enter and recognized as the last Arbiter and Chrono Trigger, thus explaining why Lynx needed Surge's body. Entering the room, they at last see the fabled frozen flame, which turns out to be a piece of Lavos broken off during the prehistoric age. Revealing himself, Lynx chooses now to expose his true identity as the human incarnation of the Fate supercomputer.
Turns out Lynx was actually not a weird leopard man. It turns out he was actually the organic interface model for the Fate computer that has been programming humans across dimensions and time. This is where people start losing the story.
The facility was offline for about 10 minutes, but by then Surge came into contact with the frozen flame, which healed his body, and the rebooted security system locked in Surge as the only Arbiter that henceforth allowed access to it. Reason being, this event triggered a hidden standalone circuit in Fate kept hidden since its time as Mother Brain, which would cause Fate to malfunction deliberately. In fact,
And it turns out there was a
the circuit was based on
failsafe,
the
and it was
initial circuit
actually
factory by
Robo.
Luca that not even Fate was aware of by design, and aided in part by Balthazar. Bringing this Prometheus circuit out, who was Robo from the first game, it urges Surge to end the fight between Fate and the Dragons.
So it turns out the dragons are actually trying to screw us over. And then look, Robo gets killed off screen, sort of. Brutal.
Surge finally battles a true physical manifestation of the Overlord supercomputer behind El Nido.
This is where things get complicated quick.
As Fate realizes its own death, Kid now wakes up from Lynx's spell, and seeing the frozen flame, leaps on top of it. Harl now appears to urge her not to make things worse, but Kid ignores her, as around the world the six dragons sense that Fate is finally no more, and the time is now to make the next
They're like,
move
oh
on the
wait, the
planet.
giant interdimensional cross-time
Now,
quantum
massive
computer
power
is
rises
dead, so
swiftly
now
from the
here we go,
ocean,
surprise,
spreading its wings to
trump
reveal a
card.
new Terra
Now the
Tower.
dragons play their
Kid now
hand,
reveals that in
and it turns out they
2400
actually had
during a
Xenopolis the
time
entire
experiment,
time.
The flame goes out of control, ripping apart the dimension and causing the time crash. Caught in this, Chronopolis is sent back 10,000 years into the past, possibly due to Lavos calling back the flame to itself. She theorizes that Lavos may then have seen the possible future that some adventurers may defeat in the future and thus started making a backup plan. Regardless, at the same time, another city from a different dimension's future was also sent back in time, Dinopolis. In the same vein as Lavos, Kid conjectures the planet may have called back Dinopolis to itself as well. Either way, it wasn't the dragon gods who sealed the frozen flame, but Fate who used the frozen flame to seal away the dragons in slumber. Now that Fate is defeated, she realizes there is nothing now to stop the dragons from carrying out their revenge against humanity on behalf of the planet.
Yeah, so as it turns out, again, humans are the disease, reptiles are the cure, reptiles and more or less became like dragons, basically. And so dragons are doing the duty of the planet like they always meant to do, and wiping out the parasites, which are humans. That was always the plot. They just needed you to basically get to the Fate computer, which is, that's the only reason they worked with you. Intrigue, surprise, betrayal.
Seeing her, Master Mune recognizes Kid as a princess who is being bound
Again,
by
goes
the
in a very
past
different
and is
direction.
beyond their ability to help, though they recognize Kid's amulet as an incomplete time egg likely made by Luca. Realizing they can use this to travel to her past,
God, I
Master
keep
Mune
kicking the
warps Surge
desk
to
in
the
this
point where
recording.
Luca's orphanage was set fire by Lynx. Passing by a destroyed Gato, they run into a Lynx.
I had to
and
shout
avoid
out
the
Gato.
destruction,
You have
who
to.
warp away with Luca as they rescue a young kid from the fire. Despite saving
Luca's
her here, they
straight up
unfortunately must
dead.
abandon her again in the past as the
Killed.
time travel effect runs out.
Because everyone knows killing
Back in the
beloved
present, their
characters in the
plan
first
works as Kid
game
returns to them,
is
and
always
she
a
now
popular
receives a
move.
memento letter written for her from Luca held by
I feel like
Misha.
that's part of the
Within, Luca
resentment
reveals to
of
Kid
Chrono
she
Cross
was
is
one
because
of
they
the
killed the
adventurers
cast
who
of the
changed
first
future
game.
in order to save the planet from Lavos. While she doesn't regret this, knowing what she knows about traveling through time now, she wonders what became of the future that was supposed to happen and where did it go. After all, in creating a new future and saving so many lives, they destroyed another future and caused so many deaths of those in the future to be. In the back of her mind, she always worried that one day, someone from the timeline she helped end may
And yeah,
also
this is very
travel back in
Terminator
time to
right here,
terminate
which is
her
like,
and her friends as revenge.
yeah, I even said terminate,
As such,
yeah.
she assures Kid that
Because that's exactly what's happening. Is Luca knew, like, yeah, we saved one timeline, but everybody that we caused the death of, what if they figure out time travel just like we did, and they just come back and screw us over? And they, I mean, yeah, she was right.
Finishing the letter, Kid reconciles that part of her past as she accepts Luca's death and is prepared to move on. Now entering the Divine Dragon Falls, Surge uses the altar to reforge the shards of the Dragon Tier into the Chrono Cross.
The Chrono
While thinking of
Cross.
how to
He
reach
said
the
the
flying Terra
thing.
Tower, their ally Starkey, the alien, recovers an anti-gravity device from his ship. Installing it onto their boat, they now make flight into the starry sky.
I was kind of hoping
and
you would
safely
actually
land
fly
on
your
the Terra
boat.
Tower.
No, you just get a cutscene
Within,
for it.
strong
Kind of lame.
wards block their way, viewing humanity as a plague to be rid of. Surge hears a voice that tells him
God,
how
this
this tower
boss
is
musics are
forces
so
belong to the
good
ancient
in this
reptiles
game.
to be used as a symbol of revenge against mankind.
If you haven't heard the Chrono Cross
robbed of their future because of Lavos, and
soundtrack,
the
do
apes
yourself a
mutated by
favor.
Lavos, the original
Listen to that
dominant
playlist
species
right
is here to
after
claim their
this
due.
stream for sure.
Climbing the tower, they're surprised to find themselves in an area identical to Viper Manor with Balthazar present. In the ancient magical kingdom of Zeal, he was the Sage of Reason until the Queen of Zeal tried to harness the power of Lavos herself, resulting in a series of events that had him flung far into the future. There, he studied the science of the future and combined it with the knowledge of magic he knew that was lost in the future. This research led to Chronopolis and the eventual time crash. He made
All
his
this is
own
a time
machine
loop,
named
basically. He's like,
Apon
he's creating a time
and
loop he
traveled
knows
back
he's
here
subject
on his
to.
own to learn of Chronopolis and Fates' plan. More to the point, he reveals how Terra Tower actually is Dinopolis, a city of the Reptites, which is from another dimension's future.
So now we have like
Castle of Queen Azala's
4
descendants
dimensions
who
going
walked
on at the
close
same
to the
time,
planet
just so
and
you
was
know.
pulled back
Hope you're
10,000
catching
years
up
ago
here.
into the past to counter Lavos
Keep
and
up, keep up.
Chronopolis 10,000 years into the past. The two cities waged battle against each other until Chronopolis emerged.
And so you literally have a dimension that's housing 2 displaced cities from other dimensions and times battling in an era they don't even belong in.
Originally a living accumulation of the planet's energy. The dragons were originally one organic machine, the Dragon God, used by the future Reptites to control the powers of nature. In order to seal the Dragon God, Fate divided it into 6 weaker plasma life forms and sealed
Why am I-
those away
God, why am I
and took the
recording so
forms of the dragons
bad?
by their own choice.
This is why I hate, no offense, I hate listening to my old videos. Because I just pick up on every imperfection, I'm self-loathing for it.
Fate, who was created by the 6 during the 10-minute outage of Chronopolis.
I don't know why you
during a
guys deal
storm
with my
14 years
nonsense.
ago, who they now know as Harl.
Everyone's like,
He accepts all
what?
this as the planet doing its best to
It turns
remove
out she was a part of that
unwanted
entire
humans
thing
from
the
its
entire
surface,
time?
But regardless, Search can
She wasn't
still
a-
fight for the
a French
future of
lady?
mankind. The apparitions of Chrono, Marl, and Luca are all nearby and recognize the Chrono Cross in Surge's possession, teaching him how to use its powerful healing property. Bidding them farewell, Balthazar takes his leave as the group approaches
What,
the
you
summit
thought-
of the tower.
You thought
True
Drakengard,
Frozen Flame now
you know,
appears
was the
before
first
them
game
as
to have
does the
a
Dragon
music
God, as the
minigame?
two forces clash to determine
Nah.
which dimension will continue
Check
to
yourself.
live. Surge edges out a win, but the Dragon God
Sleep
merely
aid? Yeah,
pulls
fair
back for
point.
now. Balthazar now comes in,
Well
saying
played.
the form that just fought was merely one the real Dragon God used to appear within this dimension. The real Dragon God was consumed by Lavos in the distant past within the darkness beyond time, and furthermore, the Frozen Flame is merely a splinter that broke off of Lavos eons ago. However, the one who connects with the Frozen Flame essentially connects to Lavos itself, gaining immense power. The Time Devourer is a new fusion of the beasts, and once complete will consume all of space-time.
I am speaking so
Now
much
giving them a time
nonsense
echo
right
as
now.
well, he
Oh
urges
my
them to
gosh.
use to free someone in particular, while
Even when I
Terra
listen to
Tower
it myself, I'm
collapses
like,
and
my
falls
god, what the
before
hell am I
transforming into
saying?
the final stage.
I'm just reporting the facts. I'm not here to
Returning
explain
where
all
it
of it to
began,
you.
he finds
There's
the
other
spirits
channels
of
for that
Luca, Marl, and
stuff.
Chrono there, and Luca tells them
I
the true
just
beginning of this
spew the,
tale
you know,
is
shoot the
back at
facts.
destruction of the Kingdom of Zeal, when Princess Shala was sucked into a dimensional vortex along with the Lavos Mammon machine. Because of this,
Pat
the
myself
two
on the
became
back for the
fusions
excellent
into
music
being what
selection in
will
this
become
video,
known as
though.
the
I
Devourer
don't thought it
of
was that
Time.
hard.
Her mind split. The
Very
part
good
that
music
wanted
in
to
this
destroy
game.
everything which stayed with Lavos, and the part that wanted to save everyone, including herself. As she fell through the time gate, she heard young Surge's crying echo through time, and at that point herself and Surge's stories began to intertwine, with the past and future beginning to intersect, and the world became divided in two. She too traveled 10,000 years to make contact with this dimension, and this is what caused the raging storm that occurred that fateful night, when Fate's systems malfunctioned for a few minutes and Surge was led to the Frozen Flame.
Everything ties
Shala would clone
together.
herself and send her copy to this dimension bearing her ancient pendant, which would protect her in life or death situations by rewinding time a little bit until out of danger. As suspected, this daughter/clone of Shala is really Kid, and in that vein, the Project Kid that Balthazar started.
Kid is a
existed
displaced
to lead
time
to this
clone that helped
specific
create
point in
and trigger
time
the
with
exact
Chrono Cross.
phenomenon that created Surge
In fact, in the future,
during an
Kid is
event
going to
that
travel
made
back
him
10
the
years
Chrono
from now
Trigger
and save
itself
the
and
Surge
split the
from dying
dimensions to
invisible,
become the
and be
catalyst
the one
for
to
what would
also call
eventually
him
be the
Surge
key
stood
to the
for making
interdimensional
possible
displaced
uses of
time
the
devourer
Now, they
that is
must
also
save Shala
devoured a
to
dragon
merge with the
god
power
that
of
is
time and
actually
darkness
the
unleashed
projection of
time.
multiple dragons from
Surge can
another
determine
displaced
how the new Lavos
broken
will evolve from here.
time
where the Lavos will
dimension.
devour all
It's like,
time
oh
in the
my god, you
future
keeping
and
up
send
with
the world
this?
to everlasting death, which is the future Balthazar saw for his world in 2300.
It's kind of a roller
BC.
coaster. I'm having fun.
Chrono then mentions Surge was drowned by Lynx in this world.
Oh,
10
you died
years
this
ago,
timeline.
because when Prometheus broke the link between Fate and the Flame, Fate then worked to eliminate all obstacles in its path to get the Flame again. Meanwhile, the Six Dragons would make Harl to also gain the Flame.
Critique on this
would
point,
trick
by the
Lynx
way,
into joining
I
forces as
do not
Scorpion.
like
Also,
games
they
that
would lift the
do
lock on the
this,
Flame Prometheus
which
flame.
is right there,
first, they tried
third
protecting
act,
Lynx,
11th
but
hour,
lift the lock,
you have a
she refused to cooperate and
ginormous
died.
exposition
Then waited
dump.
for Surge to appear as Fate
I
calculated Surge
hate
would
that.
try and
I
cause
hate that
dimension
so
tear.
much.
To make things worse, Lynx was actually
Because it means you have to
constructed
pay
from Surge's father,
attention,
Wazuki.
you miss any details,
Saving
you're
Surge,
lost.
being too close to the flame made his mind unstable, and over time lost his soul, allowing Fate to easily assimilate him and transform him into its own avatar, deliberately in the image of a panther, Surge's worst fear at the time. Meaning, despite surviving the ordeal in Chronopolis to save Surge, Wazuki would eventually be claimed by Fate and ironically be sent to kill Surge. With that, Surge and friends confront the Time Devourer with Shallow still encased upon it, and with the Song of Life, they wield the Chrono Cross, shattering the claim Lavos has on the ancient princess. As things settle down, questions of the meaning of life, the universe, and everything come up. It's revealed a time that was
Forgot
once
I had that
divided
Easter
will
egg
be
in there.
unified again, and Surge will lose all memory of this whole adventure as he will return to his own time. The difference is,
Turish, that the Metal Gear Solid had convoluted lore? Oh, I know, right? Chrono Cross makes Metal Gear look very tame by comparison.
Now wakes up back on the beach with Lena after fetching her some Komodo scales.
And hey,
With
welcome
his
to the
recent
chat.
adventure
I
still
don't know if I
fresh in
recognize
his
your
mind.
name, but glad you could drop
We now
in.
see
How's it
that
going?
Shalazeel, aka Kid, has recorded their adventure in a journal with the promise of them finding each other somehow without
And look, they get
memories,
married.
as we now see a wedding picture of Surge and Kid, and scenes of Kid still searching in order to keep her promise across time. Chrono Cross has enjoyed the success of selling over 1.9 million copies worldwide.
And 1.9 is still very good. You know, 2018, this was 4 years ago? Man. Back in the day, I had no socials except for Twitter. Even these days, I'm actually thinking about dropping Twitter. Twitter's just, it feels like such a waste of my time every time I go on there. Oh, you're Mr. Ting? Hey, how's it going, man? Always glad you can make it. Man. Talking about the story for Chrono Cross, there's so many details and they all connect so much. Like it does make sense. Pretty much everything's explained, but good lord, it is just they deliberately wrote it complicated, which is almost the direct complement to Trigger, which was very elegant in its simplicity. Okay, so feel free right now at this time we're gonna take a quick break. We're going to go ahead and stay hydrated. We're going to grab some water, refresh ourselves. If you need to go back and double check literally everything that happened in Radical Dreamers and Chrono Cross, no problem. Go ahead and do so, because we'll be right back and we are going to now reflect on what we just had and then create criteria to then rate and evaluate all three games and really kind of see who really did it better, who wore it best. And remember, first half, it's not about what you like. We're looking at the objective, apples to apples, as much as we can, comparisons. It's facts over feelings. Get salty on your own time. Or actually, get salty now because that's why you want to stay hydrated. So we will be right back. Okay, and we're back. There we go. It turns out, fortunately, there was a tier maker for like every Chrono whatever character. We don't care about that. Um, just gonna have Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, and that's a sprite for Megal from Radical Dreamers. Because regardless, it is still a game, which means it'll still be evaluated as such. This is the part where we're gonna going to, and if you're first time here, when we rate stuff here, when I rate stuff here, I don't do nonsense top 10 lists. It's not about picking favorites and ordering them. Because across each facet of a game, there's different things that come together to make the full experience. And in some aspects, some games do it better than its peers, and it does other things weaker than its peers. It is very unlikely, especially since one number doesn't tell the whole story, of one game simply doing literally everything better than something else. That is not likely in series. It may be in a short series where it's 3 games technically, but it's really more like 2.5. And let's be for real, it's really Chrono Trigger versus Chrono Cross here. But you know what I'm saying. And really examining the nuance to where it is specific enough to be relevant for discussion and comparison, but broad enough to include all of the entrants in some feasible way. So, let's think critically now. Obviously, story, combat, characters, those are the main parts of almost any RPG, and those are certainly things that are existing in all 3 of these games. But I would like to have 5 things. Whoever wrote this did like garbage extra stuff, and we'll probably throw these away. What are 2 other facets that really are prevalent in all 3 games? For story, I'm also going to say theme. I feel that's kind of tied together very well across all of them. What are things that are distinctly memorable or iconic of the Chronos series? I know all 3 of them technically have dungeons. Should we have dungeons on here? Music? We're not going to do music, Caspian, because that's a great suggestion, but music is far too individually subjective to be a relevant point. I kind of weave things such as music, graphics, things like that. Stuff that's where it's like my answers can vary very wildly from your answers in terms of like favorite tracks or what really did well. Because that's per taste. There's no accounting for taste. Literally, we are not accounting for taste, except for the very end, where after we're done evaluating all the criteria, I will add in my bias score, in which case I do consider, like, okay, well, I like this one more, just straight up. And I'm going to weight the final scores that way. But the non weighted scores, no. So characters, yeah, we have that. That's definitely good. Dungeons, maybe that's the one thing I could think of. Is that separate from combat, we do have dungeons. We can evaluate the use of dungeons in all 3. So I'm gonna put that unless we think of something else. Oh man, on cue. I thought we already got our spam bot done last time. Hold on. I gotta log in. Make sure to report the spam bot, by the way. I feel like they always wait for our discussion time. It's just like last time. I wonder if his bot's tied to the tier maker site. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe. God, wouldn't that just be annoying? Times like this, I should just assign one of you guys to be a moderator just to get kill bots. Just kill bots on site. Side quest? You know, extra content might be a thing. Optional content? Maybe gameplay be weaved into that? Or just, we'll say that as non-combat gameplay? Is that fair? Should we include dungeons? No, because dungeons are kind of my theme. Make Lynn a mod? You know, I might just do that. Lynn, I am deputizing you. You are the very first mod I've ever assigned. I only ask that you use your power to kill bots on site. You now have a ban hammer. Let's see. Do we feel good with this category? Story slash theme, combat, characters, dungeons, and then non-combat gameplay? Do we feel that that hits the major points of the Chrono series? Those are the fastest people think of. Those are the pillars that we feel they focused on the most during development. I kind of feel it. I feel it as a discussion point. Yeah. I feel we can roll with this. Okay. Think so? I think so too. All right. Starting off heavy. I think all these points are going to be. I think it actually kind of gets easier when we go into. I think this actually gets harder and then gets easier. But that's okay. We got to go through all of them. Story and theme. So, all three of these primarily focus on their story. These are very story driven games, all three of them. In the case of Chrono Trigger, the story is all three of these are told in a very linear way, believe it or not. Uh, the way with which we can compare Trigger to Cross to Radical. How do we want to approach this? This feels like such a big meal. Let's just start with the theme. So the theme in Chrono Trigger is we're basically time traveling more or less across eras itself. What eventually starts off as a very straightforward adventure becomes one across time that becomes our motivated choice to stop what is eventually the catalyst for the destruction of humanity. And it turns out that actually has far reaching consequences across every era that same catastrophe catalyst is. In the end, we succeed. Everybody has more or less a good time, potentially. There are endings that don't necessarily lead off well. Overall, the story is not necessarily about any of the characters when you think about it. I want to start off with that point. Many of the major plot points and many of the eras that we're in, the moment to moment gameplay is guided by a plot that's guided by or direct relation to one of the characters that are in the party. But the overall story isn't about any one character. It's not about Chrono. Chrono's a major part of this story, but the story's not about Chrono. The story's not about Marl. The story's not about Robo or Luca or anybody. All of them are major actors, but the story's not about any of them. I would say that the protagonist of the series or the protagonist of the story still is Chrono, I would say, because I don't know, it's hard to say. Is Chrono the active agent who basically is going around across I would say it's almost Luca, wouldn't you say? But she's not there for all of it. I'm trying to decide in my head who's the protagonist in this story. The main character, of course, is the party in general. We're just kind of playing as a party. And the party has a rotating line at any given point. But Chrono itself, because he can be dead, as a reminder, saying Chrono is the protagonist who fuels the motivation and drives the party through the story is factually false. It could be true in the early parts because he's the one who goes through and chases Marl through time to get her. Like, he gets the ball rolling. And in the end, you could even argue that on one of the main endings, he's the one who um, goes in and he wants to save his mom and his cat who are lost in time, comically enough. That's one of the endings right there. Or marrying Marl, that, like, he ends up in the main pilot seat for a lot of that, but at the same time, it's not about him. The princess? Maybe. Marl is a more compelling reason for it because she is the person who gets lost in time first, which causes Chrono and the rest of them to go after her. So she is the driver of the party there. And then later, when we leave, it's her ancestors that we're dealing with. She's the one who has the chrono, or like a time egg, and has the chrono trigger access. And she's the one who's related to the leaders across time. She's the one who picks up when Chrono's dead. She basically becomes a de facto leader. Yeah, Magus as well. Like, Magus has really good, like, good storytelling for it. But I would argue the protagonist is Marl. I think I'm kind of gonna agree with you, Melfian. I think Marl is the most compelling case for who is the actual protagonist of this game. It really is her choices and actions that get this adventure going, and her actions. She is the most motivated to revive um, Chrono, even though Luca always feels like she's always playing second fiddle. She really is just, like, a really supportive person. So I would say, yeah, Marl is actually the main one. Like, he's the poster boy, but it's really Marl. And Marl's story, when we compare how we're not in characters yet, so I don't want to jump ahead. I don't want to jump ahead. We're not talking about Marl's story. The story itself. What do we do in Chrono Trigger? Through the initial misadventures, we find ourselves tossed across different eras, anywhere from the medieval past to the far distant past to a ruined future to the far future, future ruled by robots, the end of time. We find ourselves basically going in each era, and in each era, we are finding the repercussions not just from the eras so far directly to past that somehow conveniently enough directly impact this one, small world, literally, in some cases, but we are not only resolving what immediate situation to humanity there is right then and there, we are also seeing how this in many ways ties to Lavos. Lavos is a central tying theme to all of this. It is a save the world plot when you boil it down. We have to take off our blinders here. We have to take off our fandom and look at this critically, look at this analytically. It is a save the world plot. And in that capacity, it's not especially unique. Vice versa, by the way. Just noticed you in chat. Welcome. And I feel each era, primarily, side quests aside, you have a character focus for that era. So when you go back to the Middle Ages, you meet Frog, you're mostly engaging in Frog's story. Yes, it's also related to Marl, but you're primarily guided through that age through Frog. And then when you get out of that, when you go to the future and you encounter Robo's just more of a support character, really, too. The core story of Chrono Trigger is stopping a giant space parasite. We go to the future, we determine that the world is going to end because of a space parasite that actually landed in the prehistoric era. And so we basically are going through time to basically stop that apocalypse from happening. That's pretty much the story. Because when you think about all the new game pluses, when you go through the story begins and ends with the notion of you killing Lavos. No matter how it ends, all roads lead to Lavos. And determining where you defeat Lavos is how that you're clipping that story, which in turn affects all the other smaller B and C plots across each era, is determined by how and when you defeat Lavos. So if you really want to boil it down, this is a story of a group that finds out the world is doomed by a parasite. We go through time and we kill it. Extra dimensional pest control is this story. If you really want to boil it down, save the world from a giant killer bug. Was this a fun adventure? Yes. Was this a fascinating adventure? Do we feel like we have enough to talk about here about the core story? I would say no for the core story, but the smaller stories, the B and the C stories that we find and engage with along the way, are more interesting than the core driving story that we are, which is to kill Lavos. Kill Lavos itself is, you know, yeah, it's like that's our primary goal, but everything we do along the way, even if it doesn't directly tie to that, like when we're going in, we're investigating Zeal. Well, actually, it does tie to Lavos. When we're exposing the corruption of the castle in like the doppelganger, the court case, or the demi-humans and their problems. Those build up along the way, but the story isn't about any one of those things. It's built brick by smaller stories. If you do not have engagement with those stories, does the overall mission of our quest to kill Lavos, is that fundamentally interesting? Can it stand up on its own? Where's the quality of storytelling coming from? Is it coming from the main story of killing Lavos? The critical path of killing Lavos? Or is it the smaller adventures along the way? I would argue smaller adventures along the way. The core concept of killing Lavos, that journey can be very uninteresting. It can be just as direct as you going to a bucket and then going to that time and killing it. We have to factor that in because that is a valid story path. The writing of the story creates that path. And here's where we get to the other part. That critical story path is not fundamentally engaging. It's really not. It's like that's the premise, that's our plot, that's our motivation, sure. How we get there is actually the most interesting way. How you get from point A to point Z, which is kill Lavos. However many steps you want to get there is up to you. You are creating your own journey. And that threading is as good or as poor as how you choose to conduct yourself along the story. When you think about it, there's actually a lot of player engagement that's required to make the story as quality as it can be. When I think that's the way that it's set up. Even if you dislike one story in one era, you might like the next one. It seems like it's tied together vignettes threaded together by Lavos. And yeah, that's a great way of thinking about it. These are vignette stories. That's a great way to describe it. The core story is just you get lost in time, you find Lavos, you're gonna kill Lavos. You fill in the rest of that journey. It's kind of that personalized adventure. You get in directly what you you get in directly what you put in. You get out what you put in. That's where the relationship is. That makes it very challenging to weigh because it's not the pre-constructed story path is interesting. Each one of these sub stories in each one of these eras can be interesting or good. They could also be throwaway. I can believe somebody not really caring about some of the lighthearted ones or caring about some of the side plots. Like, I don't care about the kingdom's issues. I don't care about their fight with the what do they call them? The not the like the metahumans or the mutants. They called them something else. They didn't call them espers. They called them something. But basically, the monstrous race. They, the demi-humans. They didn't. If you don't care about that plot line, then it's understandable that you're just gonna slog through, quickly get the dungeon, and go. If you don't care about um the future where everyone's starving, you can absolutely skip past it and not. It doesn't matter. You just keep going. This can actually fundamentally mean that the story of Chrono Trigger could actually be absurd. Mystics, thank you, Vice. Mystics. Yeah, if you don't care about the Mystics, then that entire thing's useless. You don't care about Tada, you don't. Whatever. Who cares? It gives you the freedom to choose, but if you choose it, it gives you something substantial. I think I said before, but I am very impressed by the amount of effort that's put into the select amount of side quests that are in here, including the side quest to get back Chrono, which again, killing a main character. I do have to give a point for that, by the way. You kill a main character during a climactic part of the game. It's not even the main climax, but it's a climax. And that's ballsy even today. Chrono is the face of it, and you just murder him. And you could potentially go through the entire game without that. That is so fascinating. So we're setting the bar right now for where we evaluate Chrono Trigger. We have already disseminated that it is going to be a choose your own adventure, more or less. Because again, the end goal is Lavos, and the journey you have along the way, the friends you make along the way, is completely up to you. You can absolutely skip eras in New Game Plus. That is absolutely an option for you. And they have endings accounting for that. The strength of the story writing in here for the choices you do and do not make are all accounted for. You are actually on one of like 14 different paths, and you're going to get one. You cannot avoid that. There's almost no failure condition. So that's our starting point. Jesus, that's our starting point. Okay, that's our starting point. Let's move on to Radical Dreamers. What is the story of Radical Dreamers? The story of Radical Dreamers is Kid Surge, who's a bard in this case, or a musician at least, and Majel, who is basically um, a Magus. We don't know which Magus it is, but it doesn't matter. We have those three, and they're out to steal the Frozen Flame. And while they're stealing the Frozen Flame, Kid gets injured. Surge has a vision across multiple dimensions, and then Magus is doing his own thing. He's doing mysterious stuff. It's pretty much a very short story. Along that, we see a lot of events that are going to be highlighted later in Chrono Cross. I can't say they're replaced by those events, but many of the characters and some of the way that they're set up, their roles in it are one-to-one. You do explore a small castle and a garden. You do have a couple of fights. They are through text. They're not fundamentally well presented in an interesting way. You do have a puzzle, I believe. I think you have one or two puzzles, quote unquote. And like I said, it's a visual novel, and you mostly use your imagination to do that. The story itself is a lot more focused. It's obviously written like a book, so you can only go from one page to the next. You're really not skipping around in this one. Even the whole part where you go back in time to refight Lynx, that is absolutely a structured part of it. It is a set structured narrative. You're not deviating off of it. You can only choose the correct one, because if you lose and die, then that's just the end of the adventure. You go back to the beginning. Having a pre-made constructed adventure like that, is that stronger than the choose your own narrative that we have from Chrono Trigger? From a replayability standpoint, no, it's not. From an outset standpoint, it potentially could be, because you don't have any of the complicated fluff of what Chrono Trigger is doing. You have a very small cast of characters. They are doing a very direct thing. Something mystical happens, and they move on the way. It's a very short, cut and dry adventure. You really don't have a chance to expose any drama, develop the characters in a unique or interesting way. You mostly get snippets of it. It's like watching a one off episode of something. It does, however, feel like one vignette of Chrono Trigger could be Radical Dreamers entirely, honestly. So in terms of just the scope, it's you really can't compare it. Obviously, the scope of Trigger is way more uh than Radical Dreamers. But even the worst of Trigger is the worst of Trigger better or worse than the entirety of Radical Dreamers? How do you rate Chrono Break to the rest of the series? Non-canon. How's it going, Keith? One thing that can be said as a strength to the way that Radical Dreamers is written is it is cut and dry to the point where you're introduced, you have a beginning, you have a middle, you have an end. It is part of an adventure. Like you jump in the middle of the action and you leave potentially in the middle of an action because at the end of it, this is all told from the perspective of Surge, who later has written this in a book who's being read by a younger Surge. Uh, so it's almost like you're just reading a journal entry, you know? You are reading the story of somebody reading a story. So with the multiverse open, all the games count. No, that's not how canon works in this case, unfortunately. It's not that forgiving. He needs to be officially licensed to multiverse canon. And there's only 3 officially licensed multiverse canons. I would say. Well, actually, here's a critical part for us to think about. Let me pull up a strategy guide for Chrono Trigger real fast. That's something I want to check. Okay, so as a reminder, you start off in 1000 AD, which is like present day Millennium Fair. Then you go to the past 600 AD, which is like the medieval part where you encounter, Frog and Guardia Castle and all that. And then you go to the future, the time of Robo and all that. And then you go to um, the past again and you deal with like Magus and stuff like that. Then you go to the prehistoric era, dinosaurs and all that. And then you just kind of jump back again. You go back to the medieval part, you go back to the prehistoric era, fight the reptites, and then you go to Zeal, which is 1200 BC. So, of those arcs, of those eras, you have past, medieval past, you have future, you have the prehistoric era, and then you have Zeal. Are any of the stories, any of the mini arcs that are there, is any of them by themselves weaker than Radical Dreamers entirely? Because I kind of feel that's not the case. I kind of feel like every sub arc of Chrono Trigger is stronger than the adventure that's portrayed in. I mean, actually, that's not true. That's not true. There are times in the medieval part where I feel the the points of Radical Dreamers where you are building up, you are facing off links, you are discovering this magical artifact. That's a small little dungeon crawling adventure. You get a lot of mystery, intrigue, and foreshadowing. And that is better in its entirety than some of the early parts of, say, the prehistoric era or the um, medieval times. I feel like it's better than that. But the latter half of Chrono Trigger is absolutely stronger than Radical Dreamers. I think that's fair to say. There's more setup in Chrono Trigger that takes longer to pay off than in Chrono, or not Chrono, but Radical Dreamers. But overall, the higher highs in Chrono Trigger are absolutely better than the higher highs in Radical Dreamers, and the lower lows of Trigger are about the same, if not lower, than uh, Radical Dreamers. Only because Radical Dreamers is so short and it kind of stays focused the entire way. I really don't feel there's a part of Radical Dreamers that drops off and you're doing something that's irrelevant or doesn't add to the story or the context. Like everything feels pretty good and on pace. Next is Chrono Cross. Hey Lael, how are you today? Glad you can make at least part of it. Thanks for dropping in. Alright, so I'm gonna say right now, the pacing of the story of Chrono Cross, because believe it or not, it's told more straightforward than Trigger. You don't jump around as much because you're only dealing with basically a parallel dimension. And jump between parallel dimensions like that, incidentally, makes things a lot easier to follow than multiple eras. You don't really have that opportunity as much from jumping from arc to arc, but what they do have is they have multiple B plots going on with characters that Surge may not have anything to do. There's a lot of times where Surge is there. The story is about Surge. Surge is an important part of that story. Surge is absolutely the catalyst, literally. He's the Chrono Trigger in Chrono Cross. He is such an important fundamental character, but there are many times where the story completely disregards him and he is a witness to what's going on. He delivers the story. He's there. He ferries us, the player, to that point, and it has nothing to do with him. Multiple times in the story where that's the case. And I said this before, but one thing I do not like about the storytelling of Chrono Cross is that it puts a huge amount of dumps. It dumps when you go to the Dead Sea. There's a major dump there because that's when we really start getting into the whole, fate computer system and all that. And then there's another major dump at the very, very end. There's such big dumps, and if you miss any details in that, you're gonna be lost, and it does not stop for you. It does not care about your comprehension up at that point in time. It just keeps on going. Every time period is a two-part arc with a very time-specific character. That's very true. With Chrono Cross, you have characters that are set up very early on. Like you're exposed to a lot of characters, whether you know it or not. Like the Acacia Dragoons, Nikki and the Pirates, Kid, of course, Glenn. You're introduced to a lot of these stuff very early on, and you watch as they progress into the resolutions at the end. Now, whether or not how related you are to that or how much you may care doesn't change the fact that there's a lot of subplots going on. The critical characters in this game have a lot. Every one of them is part of a subplot. The critical characters, which is about 40% of the total amount of the 45 characters. About 40% of them have their own subplots, and your value varies wildly. I mentioned this before. There are many subplots I do not care about. Absolutely, and you could have cut them from the story, and you would not have missed anything. Like half of the problems and drama with the Acacia Dragoons is having more, and we're not even talking about the stories and subplots of all the extra characters too. Does having that many extra characters help this game when more than half of them are irrelevant or straight up not interesting? Even doing the side quests for them aren't necessarily rewarding. They're not even interesting half the time. They're just there. They join your party. They may have unique dialogue entries, and that's it. A lot of them are just there for novelty. There's a lot more going on in Chrono Cross. Like the level of complexity Chrono Cross takes with its writing, I feel is stronger or is certainly more ambitious than both Trigger and Radical Dreamers. I feel it is the most ambitious of the three. I also feel it wastes the most amount of uh of writing. Like there are some arcs that are just straight up overwritten. They're complicated for the sake of being complicated. You're saying like there are like I there are two times when I feel like I'm just saying nonsense. Uh, and I do not feel like its pacing allows a lot of that to sink in. The pacing problems in Chrono Cross. I feel the pacing problems are the worst in Chrono Cross. I am gonna dock points for that. And I also feel like because half of the characters, first of all, don't matter. It's a cool to have, but they straight up don't matter. And some of the ones that do, most of them are interesting, but there's a significant portion that just straight up aren't. Is it worse to have more and yet that more isn't necessarily good? It doesn't pay off. You could argue isn't fulfilling. Feels like a waste. Versus the tightness but simpler scale of Trigger, which is comparable to the very simple, very straightforward, arguably traditional storytelling of Radical Dreamers. Do we reward ambition? Is the core question here. How much do we reward ambition here? Do we feel it was paid off? Because it takes more shots than its peers, but more of those shots also miss than its peers. I kind of don't want because I don't believe in points for trying if you don't stick the landing. Because then if you didn't stick the landing, what was the point? You could argue it's more content. There was more content in Cross. This is a quality versus quantity question. Where do we feel the balance is best here? Lane, I'd rather have less but better quality for me as far as extra characters go. If I want quite, I'll grab a Pokemon game. Yeah, I know, right? It's like there's over 900 Pokemon, but let's be for real. Most people don't care about even half of them. It is bigger better. That's a question that's very subjective. Is bigger better? Hmm. The tying of themes, by the way. Let's let that be the tiebreaker. The tying of themes. So the theming across Chrono Trigger is, of course, the eras. You have them going across the eras itself. I feel that many of the arcs, even the side quest arcs in the story, do tie into the concept of being something that's going to later have an impact in a future era. The concept of being a parallel dimension story matters more for Surge and in some cases benefits some of the characters in Cross, but most of the time you're using that as an excuse to pick up another dimension version of a character who is not available in whatever dimension that they're not. It's used mostly as just a party filling gimmick. And while the idea of let's go in this dimension where we can find a cure because the cure doesn't exist in this dimension, it's used as a point of convenience, but it's not really built up for that. Because the points where it is built up for that, where we have multiple dimensions colliding, that's towards the end, and that has nothing to do with us. Like the Chronopolis versus Dinopolis in the whole breaking part where we have the crash, that has nothing to do with us. We didn't really build that up. We had almost nothing to do with it, even though technically we're part of the whole, we're part of the crash inadvertently. A good story requires good execution, other intents are irrelevant. That's fair. I do want to repeat that Trigger is very tightly written with, again, it's Chekhov's gun. There is almost no event, no character of significance, no major plot point that is unused. It all pays off in some manner. In terms of scale and ambition, I would say Cross over the other two. But in terms of execution, no doubt, Trigger, I would have to say, takes the cake. It is very hard to criticize weakness of it, except for the fact that if you are not initially invested in that arc, the payoff doesn't matter because you lost the initial investment. That entire era could be useless to you. Some of these side characters are completely irrelevant to you. You can even in subsequent playthroughs have a less rewarding story experience, even though the end result of the story, which is the main focus, kill the giant bug, is fulfilled. Again, the journey along the way, what you put in that sandwich is what you're getting out. If you don't put a lot, sure, but at least the first playthrough of Chrono Trigger is going to be very rewarding for that aspect. I feel the second playthrough of Chrono Trigger is not as interesting as the second playthrough of Chrono Cross, because in Chrono Cross, the replayability in Chrono Cross is better than the replayability in Chrono Trigger. Because yes, Chrono Trigger has much better variety and focus on those endings, but they all fundamentally just come down to when do you want to kill Lavos? When do you actually want to end the main story? That's really what matters. It's just the payoff for that. What you're doing in between them, nothing really changes in any subsequent playthrough. However, the paths not taken in Chrono Cross are fully fleshed out adventures that are dramatically different, that not only result in different characters, but different scenarios, different bosses, different dungeons in some cases. That's a better replay than Trigger. So the replayability of the second playthrough is better in Trigger, or better in Cross than Trigger. The third playthrough kind of doesn't matter. The third playthrough on any of these don't matter. You're only doing it for cleanup. Anything past the first two playthroughs on both these games are just cleanup. I say that because unfortunately, Radical Dreamers, you don't get replayability. You really don't. It's a one and done. It's a one and done. So I do want to give that point to Chrono Cross as well, where the second playthrough for Cross is a very interesting journey. You're going to encounter a lot more interesting stuff done in the second playthrough than Trigger. Once you've seen everything in Trigger, other than just having the novelty of the new game plus to do whatever you want, do extra side quests you missed out, maybe, again, besides being a glorified cleanup run, there's not much that's there unless you initially enjoyed that adventure. That's just factually true. So, better scale, better ambition, better replayability, better focus, better utilization, better theme tying, and just simply better execution, just overall. I think I am going to keep it like this. I think I am going to go ahead and say Trigger over Cross over Radical Dreamers. It is nice to know, though, that they do have individual strengths. That based on your personal valuation, maybe you do like the novelty aspects more of Cross more. I could understand you placing that level of complexity and rewarding it more than Trigger. I can understand that. But I'm going to go ahead and reward the execution of that. So when it comes to story, we're doing Trigger, Cross, and Dreamers. Thank you for noting that, Lynn. Appreciate you. All right. Let me notate that too. So for combat, this is going to be the divisive one. Because I know for a fact, I'll go ahead and say it, nobody's going to vote for the text-based combat of Radical Dreamers. Look, man, you're a text-based adventure, you accomplish what you're doing, you only have like 2 or 3 fights. I think you have literally 3 fights, 4 fights maybe. They're just type in the command, you have a light animation, it's literally Pokemon level of simplicity. You do what you can for a visual novel. For visual novel standards, you are par. I'm not taking that away from you, Radical Dreamers. So you're going to be last place, but you, at least for a visual novel standpoint, I applaud you for the effort. You did what you could with what you had. Good job. within the context of your genre, you did a good job. Compared to your peers, you're not as reaching. So let's compare the combat systems of Trigger versus Cross. Okay, so Trigger isn't going to be. It's very simple. Trigger is an evolved form of the mana system from like Secret of Mana stuff like that. That's how its original roots and its design were. And if you look at it, there's a lot of similarities even then. If you remember our Secret of Mana playthrough, if you were around for that, basically, your action bar fills up. When it's your turn, you select from a menu what you're gonna do. You select the enemy, you do it. What made it super cool is that enemies were moving on the screen, again, like they did in Secret of Mana. Like, everybody's constantly moving. You are not as free moving as them to the point where it's real time combat, but you do have to account for the fact that enemies are walking around and doing things. And what that factors I lost your train of thought for a second. But one of the things that factors into is when you start using techs. So you can have single techs, which are basically just, a variety of attacks. Could be healing, could be damage, could be an AoE, could be a buff, whatever. Everybody has their own select spell list. There is no customization. It's based on your level. You only get that one spell list and ability list. That's it. It's very static. Um, with select characters, depending on who is fielded at the time, then you are going to maybe have the potential for double or triple techs, which again, variety. Oh, we got a live one here. Kill it, Lynn. Just click like the three dots next to it and select, I think, hide from channel or ban, one of the two. I'm not sure what the option is for you. But nice. Good kill. Kill confirmed. Uh you select it, and what's cool is that you can also have it to where they affect an area. You can have it to where they have elemental damage. It's a very simple element system. You have weaknesses, you have immunities, very standard RPG fare. It is on the simple side. It is an evolved form. Again, one of the things I like about the combat system in general is that in both of these games, you more in Trigger than in Cross, you really don't care about levels too much because you're pretty much always going to be at the exact level you need to be. With the exception of super bosses and Trigger, you don't have to stop and grind ever. You can keep moving. I love that. I love that you're pretty much exactly where you need to be. It is a very measured experience, and you don't have to stop doing the fun stuff to do the not fun stuff. It doesn't require you to do a bunch of nonsense grinding. I love that. Traditional leveling system, you level up, you get some better stats. Your stats have caps, so everybody has their individual strengths. Very straightforward, very simple. It's elegant in that simplicity. And that's pretty much the long and short of it for Trigger. That sort of combat we've seen in other standard RPG fares. It's not exactly innovative, believe it or not. Yes, having like the dual text and stuff like that, like that's cool. That's done not necessarily commonly in other stuff, but having combo attacks in an RPG, that's done. Like, we've seen that both before and after Chrono Trigger. Like, that's not new. It's cool to have, you know. I don't know if anybody is really regarding the combat system of Trigger as anything revolutionary. I don't think it really pushed the envelope that much. I think for the time it came out, it was very functional. It was a very animated way of doing menu based combat. What really made the whole appeal nice was the animated version of the sprites. A lot of the enemies would have a very large amount of animations, be it idle animations, attack animations, or even just sometimes goofy stuff where they would bounce off each other, which was always entertaining. The combat itself was a spectacle. But other than that, when you were fighting bosses, other than the gimmick that they had, you're pretty much just doing your normal brute force tactics. There really isn't a high level of complexity when it comes to combat and Trigger, quite frankly. And feel free to input that, anybody. Like, that's the long and short of it for combat, for Trigger. Moving on to Cross's combat. Cross It is a love or hate relationship with this. You either like this combat or you absolutely despise it because you are now balancing multiple systems in this game. First and foremost, yes, you are moving in an initiative order now. So it's not necessarily when people come up, it's based on initiative when you come up. But in between that initiative, when it's building up, you are basically moving on an action meter. Every single character has an action meter. You can use up the amount of energy you have, or you can bank some of it. You could even go into debt, which means that you can't act if your turn comes up, but you don't have any energy for it. You just miss that turn. Um, it has a hidden initiative system, but more importantly, it has an energy system. So in that energy, and you can expend that energy on a very large growth tree of maneuvers. And while everybody has, I think everybody has like 3 or 4 like static attacks, like you always have those attacks. You have slots basically, almost like spell slots, but more like ability slots, of the amount of usage of moves you can do that are colored towards an element, and for many of them, you choose what you fill those with. There is a lot of customization when it comes to every individual character, almost to the point where stats matter more in cross because certain characters are simply going to implement certain moves better, or certain characters have exclusive moves that are just objectively better based on the power scaling. And how does this all tie together? It's based on the field mechanic that they have there. So there's a field modifier based on the color element that's most recently used. If you use like a blue element, then on your side it goes blue. And if the enemy uses a blue one, then it also paints it blue, but it makes it stronger and more accurate. And if you make the full field blue, it unlocks the ability to use certain really powerful attacks. So it's a risk and reward system because you benefit from it, your enemy also benefits from it. They can also use it to hinder the effectiveness of certain elements. You have to think about multiple systems. It is not just straight up mash attack to win. You cannot brute force this game. Oh yeah, and great point, Wesley. It's you have to make it count because I forgot to mention each of those like sort of spell slots as ability slots. They are one time per battle. They are one time per battle. You have to ration and strategically use that move. And yeah, Vice, I would agree with your summation of it, which is fast and simple for Trigger, strategic and thoughtful for Cross. That is pretty much it. I really liked Cross's combat system. I like the juggling of it because here's a reality. If you didn't learn those ways to stack up your team, if you didn't learn the way to use the field modifier bonuses, you're gonna have a bad time. The game tells you that too. It's like if you don't learn these basics, you're gonna have a bad time, and you will have a bad time. You will absolutely be walled by many enemies, many bosses in this game, if you get unlucky or you are poorly prepared. You don't have the field modifiers didn't go your way. The timing of your turns didn't let you pull out your powerful attacks. You botched the usage of some of your special abilities. You ran out of it. You don't have a lot of forgiveness in Cross. You absolutely can get walled. And that can be frustrating to a lot of people. So you gotta learn Cross. And unfortunately, as cool as that is, I'm gonna tell you right now, what one of the things that sucks about Cross, absolutely sucks, is everybody is at the complete mercy of this garbage RNG leveling up system. So there's no levels in Cross. You build stars every time you beat a boss. But every time you quote unquote would level up, it is completely random. Completely random. There's no biases. Completely random. Whether or not you get stat ups in certain. It's like Fire Emblem level of unfair. It is Fire Emblem. You can get levels where you just get jack shit and you're just gonna deal with it. You can't plan around any given character. When certain characters enter your team, they could just have a stat array that's just objectively better than than what you currently have. And so it can prevent you from using characters that you really like or you want to have. There are some characters that simply just have overwhelmingly good base stats or come in with overwhelmingly good stats or attacks, and like I said, it's Surge and Glenn. It's Surge and Glenn and everybody else. Because even on a crappy level up system, Glenn and Surge are still gonna kick an incredible amount of ass. Their stat minimums and stat packages are too good, and the weapons and combos they get are just too good. They're just powerhouses. But everybody else, every one of the other 43 characters can be absolute ass, and it's unfortunate. There are a couple times I've played Chrono Cross through and through, and there are times it's like, oh, I really like this character, but you just run into that thing. And what makes it so unforgiving is that you only have a limited amount of times you can get those level up stars, and so if you're wasting it on a character that also is unlucky, that you have also inadvertently screwed over everyone else. Remind me, I think everybody who is not in your party still gets a passive level up on stars. Am I misremembering that? Or they had to actively be in your party to get the benefit of the level up star. I don't recall exactly. I just remember that it's very easy to be screwed out of your active character, and so there are times when you do have to have a certain party, by the way. There are times when the story forces you to have certain characters in your party. There's nothing you can do about it. And if it's a character you didn't level up, or it's a character you don't like using, or it's a character that simply got unlucky in the levels up, too bad, so sad. Nothing you can do. But yeah, it's unfortunate that they hamstring you in the stat growth department with very unforgiving and quite frankly bizarrely unfair RNG. So the level up system is way better in Trigger because it's just straight up you level up, everybody gets a couple bumps in stats, and everybody has devote like absolute strengths that are never going to change. They're very predictable, very easy to plan around, and everybody's useful in combat. Everybody's useful in Trigger. It's just about what you want to do with your party makeup, and that feels really good. It feels really good that you can use whoever you want in Trigger, and you're going to be fine. You're always going to pretty much have like Chrono's pretty much, especially with Rainbow Sword, like it's just going to be great. But there are times you need a magic character or need healing. Um, it is more on you, the player, in Cross when it comes to combat. But here's how I always find it fair to evaluate combat. Regardless of how you like the system, does it work as intended? If it works as intended, that means it works. That means it's good. You may not like it, but that is a you problem. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's bad. If it works as intended, then it's good, or at least good enough. There is much more room for error in Cross, but at the same time, a well-prepared character, even with inferior stats, that's actually kind of the reasons why stats don't really matter all that much, is they do factor that in Cross, where you can use like gimped characters as long as they have the right attack slotted in and you properly prep for it, you can out strategize pretty much anybody. And they have to factor that in because there's really not super bosses in the dramatic sense. Because even the toughest bosses in Cross, they already are accounting for the fact that you could have no extra characters. You could be working on just garbage joke characters. And you can kind of win with almost anybody in Cross too. It's just it demands more of you as a player. And I kind of feel like that's a good thing. So that's kind of the summation of the two combat systems. Is we got Trigger, straightforward, simple, not really ambitious, not really controversial, but it does the job. And all the characters are good. And we got Cross, where you have more freedom, but at the same time, you have way less forgiveness. And I don't know, it does feel really cool when you get like the really powerful attacks and combos going and like things are going your way, but man, if you're having a bad time in Cross, it's really hard. You're much more likely to see a game over in Cross than in Trigger. I don't want to make it a satisfactory bias thing because that's way too subjective. That's not a good evaluation. Both work as intended. Not gonna lie. Trigger is much more curated in its combat experience, though. But enemy variety, boss maneuvers, like the boss fights, I would say, hmm, the complexity is probably the reason for all the hate and cross. I can understand that, but in my book, that complexity uh, is well implemented and it works as intended. So I actually would say that the complexity and cross actually makes it a better design system than Trigger. The leveling system, however, sucks. But again, the combat system still allows you to compensate for that. How about we let this be the tiebreaker? Boss battles. I feel the presentation of the boss battles in Trigger are probably better than the presentation of the boss battles in Cross. There are many fights in Cross that count as boss battles, but I'll be honest, many of them are so inconsequential or minor, they really feel forgettable. Not many of them are going to be the spectator level of Trigger. Final boss, however, I would say fighting the Dream Devourer in Cross, I argue, is actually more cleverly done than doing the final Lavos battle in Trigger. I believe it's better done in that. So it ends on a better note than Trigger does, Cross does. But then again, some of those bosses and like the fake computer is pretty damn good in both of them. Damn, this is actually a tighter race. A Time Devourer, yeah, like I said, Time Devourer and Cross is better. I'm not gonna count the super alternate boss version in Trigger because that's kind of more like a story battle. It's relatively not that interesting to be honest with you. Again, even Lavos is more of a um, just spam your strongest attacks and healing. Like just get that. There's really not tactics involved, quite frankly. It's just kill the healer bot first, then kill the real core damage one, and the one in the middle is a decoy, and that's it. Once you know the trick, that's it. There's nothing else. It's just a brute force. You just get past the one misdirect. The variety of bosses in Chrono Cross is also better than the variety of boss in Trigger, because like I said, if you're going through on a first or second playthrough, you can get wildly different experiences. And I would almost argue the story impact of the smaller bosses in Cross matter more than the small bosses in Trigger. I have to credit the fact that in Chrono Cross you can't brute force the game. This is a personal slight bias, but to me, when you're talking about like advanced combat systems, if you have a combat system that you could ignore literally everything and just mash attack to win, that to me, it really doesn't matter what other combat systems you denied, you have a brute force system. If you have a higher floor than that brute force, you are just automatically in a better tier. And Cross is in a better tier than Trigger for its combat system. A leveling system is, to me, in my opinion, very undesirable. Don't do that again, ever. It's terrible. It makes me vomit. But the combat system is better. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm actually going to put Cross slightly higher than Trigger. Slightly higher. You're simple but effective here, and your party composition is fantastic. But the fact of the matter is that party composition and stats and brute force do not matter in this system. It is about player ingenuity, preparation, and execution, which to me is a much more engaging and rewarding level of a combat. And here's the thing, no matter how you slice it, people remember whether or not they love or hate the combat system of Cross versus Trigger. In a way, that notoriety, good, bad, or indifferent, makes a larger impression. So I'm going to actually give the edge to Chrono Cross here over Trigger. Because you can find the battle system in Trigger anywhere. You really can. That's why so many people will try to emulate it. But most people will not get the level of juggling you have to do, the amount of brain, squeezing you have to do to get Cross. So yeah. All right, there we go. Now here's where we get into characters, and oh my gosh. It really is just quantity versus quality here. We touched upon this in the story use, but man, quality versus quantity here they went in two vastly different directions. You have Chrono Cross, who's like, we got 45 characters, yo. That's nuts. It's not Suikoden nuts, but we got a lot of characters. And here's the thing, almost all of them have stories. They do have lines written for them. Um, they are absolutely a menagerie of selection. They are a motley mix. You do not have duplicates for the most part. Everybody's different. You have so many unique attacks, so many visuals. Even though from a story impact, they're really inconsequential, most of them. The variety, it's weird that we're starting with Cross, but we're starting with Cross. The variety in Cross is its strength. The freedom to give the player to kind of choose whatever they want for the most part is really impressive. The recruitment methods of many of them are very creative. Secret characters, replayability characters, character choice characters, side quest related characters, combat related characters, and of course the gimme ones that just give you a part of the story. And many of them result from choices that you may not be comfortable making. And you can even, many your characters you can straight up let die. I mean, that's true for Trigger too, obviously, but Cross has a lot going for it when it comes to the characters. Trigger, of course, is going to play with a much more tight knit crew. Now, here's what Trigger does properly that other RPGs need to note is you have a smaller group, you need to put as much character development into all of them. Everybody gets good character development for the most part. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and initially nix that. That is not true. I'm being overly generous here. I need to be more critical. Let's take it pace by pace. Chrono does not get character development. Let's be for real, straight up. Chrono does not get character development. He's meant to be the blank player insert, and because of his blank palette, the fact that he's gone for potentially all the story, like that's a realistic way to play. That already just tells you the fact that he doesn't matter. He's just there. He's a sword guy. Chrono is not developed. He's practically a joke. He's literally using a joke ending. He's your silent anime protagonist. You can't really say that you like his personality. What personality? He doesn't have conversations with anybody. He talks in one of the joke endings, but he barely reacts. He's not an input. He's not a driving force in almost any of the things. He's just there. He's just there for you, the player, to participate. Chrono is not a well-written character at all. There's almost nothing there. Marl. Marl gets a ton of writing. Marl is basically the protagonist that we pretty much asserted. The major plot points across the past, the future, Zeal even arguably. Actually less Zeal, but definitely the prehistoric and the medieval past and the future. Marl is a very important part of it. Magus, of course, is surprising because even though he is also completely optional, there is a substantial amount of writing and involvement of him in the story that he becomes a hero that many people choose. That he's the hero that people wish was the main character. Because, quite frankly, He's the character that you understand his backstory, his origins. You get his motivations, you see his resolutions, you see his conflict, you see his strife. You see he gets a lot of dialogue lines. He has conflict with people in the party. Um, he has resolutions for the most part with that. He is a direct antagonist and protagonist, and in certain parts of the story, there's a lot of complexity written about Magus. There's parts that people are still discussing to this day. Yeah, he's a pillar in the story, Melfin. That's exactly right. He is absolutely a pillar in the story. He's a major force. So Magus and Marl, absolutely. Luca is not well written. She's there literally just to be the extra character that has fire attacks, and she's there to fix things. She reminds me a lot of Momo from Breath of Fire 3, where she's just there to fix things and help get players from point A to point B. And yes, she gets some backstory. Yes, she gets that one side time where she gets to be selfish. And yes, she is the caretaker of Kid later, but she's really used as a support character. Like her most important part is that I'm the inventor. I got inventing things and I got this working, and then I die later. Like she's used as just story fodder. Luca's unfortunately story fodder. She's the bottom of the crew. I mean, quite literally, sure. She's just a support character. She never moves past that point. Luca's unfortunately story fodder. Robo gets a fascinating side quest when you go to get his ultimate weapon. All the stuff that happens in the future in terms of where human society is, the dystopian nature of it, what robots were used for, all that, the crisis of creation. It revisits a lot of themes we've seen in other sci-fi stories with robots and their relations to humans. You get a lot of that crisis of existence there. You get a lot of those philosophical discussions, and those are fundamentally interesting. They're also completely optional in this game. I appreciate that they're there. They are absolutely good that they're there, but outside of that quest, outside of that momentary part where we face Mother Computer, he's also story fodder. We use him for completion of side quests because it's convenient to have a robot around. Sometimes we don't even use Robo because, oh, well, if we want healing and uh, offense, I'm just going to put Frog in there because at least he gets a cross tech with Chrono. And it's just Robo has more writing than Luca, but only a little bit. He's also used as story fodder. Really good. Oh, by the way, I appreciate that all the main characters in this game have a theme song, and all their theme songs are cool. Seriously, all their theme songs are good. Let's be for real. So week. So we have 3 weeks, and not that non-existent, two like good, great, and two story fodders. Frog. Frog is also a surprisingly important part. He gets a lot of involvement in the story. His involvement with his time period is surprisingly prolific. Like, he is involved in multiple towns and multiple subplots with multiple side quests. You again get to hear more about him. He gets endings of his own, so for that's pretty good too on its own. His side quests, he actually has multiple side quests that are going for it, not just the strife with Magus, but also his internal conflict with being a hero, with his with Cyphus. Was it Cyphus? Cyrus? Cyphus. Cyrus, you get the Cyrus strife, and you get the perspectives of him as Frog, as well as the perspectives of him as Glenn. He gets good backstory elements to it. He makes choices for himself, which I appreciate. He's probably one of those, besides Magus, an independent thinker. Like, he will just go and do his own thing. Absolutely. Uh, and there several times he does that. He's a well written character, I would say. I wouldn't say he's super strong. He's definitely not weak. He's just good. So right there in the middle. So Ayla, I was like, damn, what's the name of the cave woman? I'm trying to remember her name. Hold on, Ayla. Sorry that took so long. I was literally grinding my gears. I'm like, shit, what was the name of the cave woman? Shit, I'm blanking. Ayla. Ayla is, in my opinion, a guest character that happens to stick around. She comes in the prehistoric era. She's there to resolve the prehistoric era problems. She's a prominent actor in the prehistoric era, and that's it. She you can basically sum up her introduction and her resolution in just one time period. She does not matter in any way, shape, or form to the rest of the story. She does not contribute to anybody else in the entire story, other than the fact that she's the progenitor for the royal line. And yeah, she's a non-essential character. She's basically a guest character. She has a time to shine. She is a really enjoyable character while she's there, and that's it. She's just there to be muscle and eye candy, and that's basically it. When you really kind of think about it critically that way, the story characters of Chrono Trigger aren't really that well written when you think about it. Like we're finding the chinks in the armor, which is important because we don't want to be, you know, like many people, oh, this is a masterpiece, everything's perfect. No, get that crap out the window. We're being real here. That's an unrelatable example. Nothing is beyond criticism. That doesn't mean the criticism means it's bad. It just means that this has the opportunity to be better. We're just being realistic about this. We're just stating facts, not feelings. And yeah, Ayla is a very underutilized character. She's just simply not relevant to the overall story in any capacity. Really, when it comes to significance of the story, you have Magus, you got Marl, you got Frog, and you got everything else. Magus and Marl are pretty much the most important people in this story. And then you got Frog, and then you got Luca, who's there to kind of facilitate the reason why everybody can do whatever they want. It's like, oh, how do we get from point A to point B? I got a thing for that. And yeah, there you go. And then everyone else is just support cast, including Chrono. And it's just whatever. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Ah. All right, so that's Chrono Trigger. Wow, we're going to overtime here. That's fine. I knew this would run long because there's so much to chew on here. I apologize if this gets really late for some of you guys. We probably will go to midnight Eastern Standard Time. It's just being real. I will try in the future to start earlier. I will try to start a little bit earlier. But there's just so much to think about, you know? I'm trying to be on pace too. Some of you may want to watch this on the VOD. I get that. Make sure you're subbed. So, Chrono Cross. The good news is that we can easily eliminate 60% of the characters because they literally don't matter. Recruitment aside, their stories, their dialogues, their involvement with the story literally do not matter. The story already takes into account that they don't exist and they don't matter. It's cool that many of them have their own inflections in the dialogue, their own accents or vernacular that they use, and that's charming when they are in the active party, but they fundamentally don't matter. So, that aside, let's take a look at the core crew. Let's look at the essentials. I had a list pulled up. I have to pull it back up again. Unmissable Chrono Cross characters. Okay, so here are the unmissables. So, first is Surge. Here's the good news about Surge. Surge is actually a protagonist. He is actually the reason why so much of this is going on. He causes a lot of this. Literally, he is the resolution, the beginning, the driving force to a lot of it. He is also the motivating factor for several actors in the story. This is a story about Surge. It really is. Yes, it's about rescuing Shala as well, but it really is Surge's story. Surge is a major component here. Surge gets a lot of backstory. Surge gets the resolutions of it as dad died, the involvement of it, what his death means. Like it's a parallel journey adventure. It's you could argue it's an isekai in a way. He's just thrown in another parallel world, and The involvement of Surge in the story is crucial at every moment of the game. There is not a point where Surge is not the main man to do whatever it is that needs to get doing. He's the decision maker. He is a driving force. Surge is Chrono Cross. You cannot have Chrono Cross without Surge. You can have Chrono Trigger without Chrono. You cannot have Chrono Cross without Surge. He really is an essential piece. And then Kid as well. Um, I was mentioning earlier that it'd be cool if you could let Kid die, but then I forgot that the time egg in Kid always resets time to right before she dies, so she's never actually in mortal danger by design. I forgot about that plot point. So, still cool though that you can choose to dump Kid. Kid being a Shala misplaced time clone. Interesting, weird, bizarre. Uh, she is also an important part of it. She is a factor. She is a detriment. She is a complement to Surge. She also allows Surge to. She's like the person who speaks for Surge in many cases. Like she's the energy, she's the dialogue that you otherwise don't really talk about because Surge is ultimately also a silent character, but he moves, he makes actions, he speaks with through his actions and choices more so than his actual words. And meanwhile, Kid is, she makes a lot of actions too, but also speaks with her words. All of them are incredibly important. A lot of them get character development. They are very dynamic stories as well fleshed out characters. You get an idea of Kid's personality very early on. You see where that's immediately challenged with her strife, when she's put in peril immediately. That's a great choice that gives you the freedom to interact with it as you want. Your ability to fill in the role as Surge as you want to be it is fleshed out in the characters, the reactions to you and the choices you make, the multiple small ones along the way, that it provides many facets for. The thread writing in Cross is large, which is good. It's good when it needs to. Let's see. Links. Links is also crucial for the first half of this game. And then once you find out who Lynx is or what Lynx is, actually, doesn't matter anymore. Because you kill the fake computer. But him being an organic version of the fake computer that's there just to perpetuate what fate wants, which is controlling certain timelines and using them as a control experiment to also help wipe out humanity, which is just a gross lab experiment. Fascinating evolution, honestly. Lynx itself fits the role of he's like the Darth Vader. He's just there to be the hitman. He's there to muscle. He's there to look like the big imposing bad guy that you think is going to be like the main villain. And yes, they have their own drama and they have their own uh you know, involvements with many things. People are going to hate him because he killed Luca, even though Luca kind of saw it coming. But Lynx did a good job of being the intimidating bad guy, you know? So Lynx was good. Lynx served a important role, served that role well, and was not overused. Lynx could have been overused. When you got turned into Lynx, that was also kind of cool. It felt good to drive as quote unquote the villain, and that was nice because you weren't the main one. It eventually also came down to killing more or less rescuing a girl more than killing a giant space bug. But Lynx was well used. All of the Acacia Dragoons, every single one of them, including the military with Riddell and General Viper and all four of them, and then Radius and all. I didn't give a shit about any of them. I didn't care about their stories. I didn't care about their drama. I didn't care about their subplots. They were all written, and this is me. This is not going to reflect it. I'm just saying right now. I did not care about any of those characters. I did not. They were used in very simple roles. They were used in very small portions of the story. They did not matter. They were just there just to be extra quests and equipment and extra character padding. I felt they were filler. They felt like filler characters to me that were just mandatorily part of the smaller B and C plots of the world. They were there for world building, but to me were not inherently interesting. That aside, like Karsh and General Viper and Riddell and all that, and Radius, all of them had arcs. All of them had stories, side dungeons, quests, a lot of dialogue and scenes specific for it. There was emotions happening between them. There were um like small plot lines that could be interesting to some people that was there. There was writing effort put into them. I'm gonna give them a point for being there, but I'm not giving them a lot of credit. They felt like filler. I really did not find myself invested in them. Um, let's see. Harl being again a artificial unit, cool twist. What is this? Oh, Fargo irony. Okay, that's right. So the I actually kind of liked the subplot of when you were like on the pirate ship and one side he's a pirate, the other side he's like a casino runner, and the mini games that were involved, and then you have to help Nikki, and then he's like part merman, and then there's like a father son drama, and then you also have like confidence. You have to give three different types of pep talks, and then there's that whole like racism thing going on between people and like subhumans, and then you have, excuse me, I felt that arc was good because it felt like the most involved usage of the parallel dimensions. Because in that one especially, you basically had to keep solving the issue of just jumping into the cross dimension to get them to help one dimension to help another. I kind of like that because it leaned into the theming better. I felt that arc was a better theme use of those characters. Were those characters essential to the plot? No, they really weren't. Um, just like when you have to hire a guy to sneak into Viper Mansion, and one of them is, Gil, I think, and it could be Majel, who could be Magus. Underutilized opportunity, of course. Like everyone looks at him, he looks like him, he smells like him, he flies like him, he has magic like him, but he's not officially him. They're not gonna wink and confirm one thing or another, but it sure does seem like Magus. But the fact that they introduced him so early to do nothing with it is a disappointment. I really feel they kind of played into that, especially since Chrono Trigger went back and really did play up the Magus character a lot more to be more involved to link up into Chrono Cross, and they do nothing with it in Chrono Cross. You'd think that with the Radical Dreamers edition, they could have done something with more scenario writing with some of these characters. To me, that's a missed opportunity in that port, in that remaster. Is how about all the characters that don't matter or don't have interesting side quests? How about you add all that for extra content? Just do something with them. I don't know. And Starkey. Okay, so Starkey's just an alien you need for plot reasons. Like, that's an alien, that's cute. But you really just need his anti-gravity thing to make your boat float, whatever. Literally whatever floats your boat. And those are the essential characters. Everyone else is literally optional. For a core group, most of that group is useless or I don't care. But the pillars of who they are going to be, which is Surge and Kid. Oh, I almost forgot Glenn. Glenn is completely optional, which is funny because they do a lot of writing for him. Because they know he's gonna get that fan favorite support of like, his name is Glenn, and he also can wield two swords, and he's super strong, and he's a character that kind of grows with you, but he also doesn't literally matter at all in the entire story. This is a tough mix-up because surprisingly, both of them, more than half of the groups in both of them, are actually pretty weak to just underwritten. Neither of these are well done. Okay, so let's look at Radical Dreamers. Radical Dreamers, you have three characters. They stick with you the entire time. They do their thing and they leave. Arguably, you could say Radical Dreamers uses its three characters more effectively because they have less wasted space. And even the characters that you talk to, like Riddell and the guy who's basically Radius and Lynx, they go in, they say their line, they add some intrigue, and then they leave. Nobody overstays their welcome. Yeah, it's short, but it's short and sweet, and it's to the point. There is way less filler and noise in Radical Dreamers in terms of just looking at the characters. And then you have Surge himself actually getting a lot of mystery. Like Surge and Kid and Magel, all are like three mysterious strangers that all have a story that's slightly peeled and hinted at and more, which actually makes me want to learn more about each of them, which is a bit of a disappointment because it is just a short teaser. It feels like a teaser. But I wasn't dissatisfied with any of them. Damn, who would have guessed that the visual novel had the best character writing? The the high highs of Trigger and Cross are better than the high highs of Radical Dreamers, but Radical Dreamers is does not have any of the lows like the other two. They're straight up dead weight. Dead weight when it comes to both Trigger and Cross. If I'm looking at this objectively, the fact that there are three characters that strongly fulfill their roles in a competent manner with no wasted space, with no wasted characters, versus two games that the majority of their roster is a waste of space or underutilized, I kind of want to give it to Radical Dreamers. Just being tightly knit, focused, and no waste. And these two just they go for quality and quantity, but they put the quality into literally two characters. Both of these only have two characters, and then a couple of characters that are okay for support, and everybody else is useless. Yes, some of these small stories can be interesting, but they also can't not be. They also have run the risk of not being interesting or even relevant. They're literally objectively not relevant. Whether or not you like them or not, whether or not you think they're interesting, they factually are not relevant. Most of the characters in both these games. They could be anybody. They could literally be anything. The novelty, I would say, of the characters in here, because yes, you could have a bunch of useless stuff, but at least they had fun with it. At least you had a bunch of nonsense joke characters that you could have fun. And same thing, the recruitment of some of these characters were pretty good. I'm actually gonna give crossover Trigger for characters. Sorry to the OG crew for the people that love these characters, but you gotta admit, a lot of these characters don't do anything substantial compared to the amount of characters. Like it's there's so much fluff. There's a lot of fluff here, but it's fluff that's also in the interest of fun. And you have the option of not even engaging in that fluff. You can't avoid any characters in Trigger. You are stuck with every single one of these characters, whether you like them or not. Yes, you have the choice about using them in battle, but they're gonna be there. Here, you can literally just stick with the core characters, and yeah, at least the characters that are in the core story have writing for it, and you have extra characters that you have the option of recruiting that have some writing. So at least the fluff characters are not going to be intrusive. They're less intrusive and more creative. And also, in terms of pure character usage, at least Surge is the main character, and he matters. You know, he's not giving a backseat to the other characters that need the story being told for him. So, major points for protagonist, major points for focus. I would have to say that when it comes to characters, I'm gonna have to say Radical Dreamers, Cross, Trigger. Not what I expected, to be honest with you. I didn't know what to go to getting into that. I bet there's gonna be people who are gonna look at this are gonna be livid. That are gonna hate that choice. How dare you? Dude, man, I'm just you tell me if my rationale is wrong. Outside of personal preference, I told you my personal preferences. Outside of my personal preferences, can we really look at this objectively and say who was better using of their resources, you know? Dungeons. I put on dungeons because in many RPGs, I feel dungeons are the major part of haters gonna hate. Oh, dude, absolutely, man. You're never gonna satisfy everyone. Dude, I love Chrono Trigger at the end of the day, but dude, I'm gonna be real about it. But dungeons, I feel, are a important part of the core gameplay of it. At least for these games, for games that were made in this era. Because other than mini games or side quests, what do you really, which is in the non-combat gameplay section, what is the next major thing you're doing? You're jumping in that dungeon, you're going through that cave, you're exploring that castle, you're delving into that dungeon. And how well were these dungeons done? Well, in Radical Dreamers, you only get one location In that location, you have, I think, again, I think two or three encounters, and then you have like two or three puzzles, and that's it. It's very simple. Your opportunity for failure is very direct and swift. It's a regular ass castle. They don't really do anything fundamentally interesting there. You're there mostly just to steal stuff and get out. Very simple. I'm gonna go ahead and say that Radical Dreamer is just gonna be last place. It's simple. It's a short adventure. Just by proxy of quantity and quality, it's not gonna win against the other two. Just being real. I said this before and I'll say it again because it bears repeating in this context. Trigger's curated design of encounters is very, very good. When it's utilized in the dungeons, it loses that effectiveness because there are many times in a dungeon where you need to find a switch to hit something to go find somewhere else and do something. Uh, the complexity of the dungeons in a trigger are mostly just going to be tied to their time period. Because what are you mostly doing? You're mostly running up and down hallways, opening treasure chests, and the most creative things that you're going to find are going to be field hazards, such as a pit or a trick chest or a quicksand pit, or like, a moving platform. It's mostly going to be floor hazards. That's pretty much what you can expect. Other than that, you're mostly there just to get hitting a switch that's going to open up a hallway that you're going to run through to the next point. There's not really much in terms of exploration, but the good news is that most of these dungeons are compact enough to where even somebody like me who gets lost all the time doesn't really get lost. There are a couple of Easter eggs, little side optional treasure chests that you have a one-time chance of getting. That's something that's kind of cool in Trigger. The presentation of many of these bosses are very good as well, like the prison going to that dragon tank that requires unorthodox doing, and fighting battle on the bridge with that weird ass skeleton that actually um, is weak against magic and nothing else. Um, the dinosaur. That was visually impressive at the time. Lavos itself was just a hallway, by the way. But then you also had like Zeal Castle, which was many, many floors of admittedly the same ass looking environment that was just different arranged hallways and rooms. You kind of were just running from cutscene to cutscene. So in terms of dungeon ingenuity, the ones I feel that stick out the most to me, and feel free to throw it out there, chat. I'm going to rely on your memory too. Were there any dungeons or areas that really stuck out? To me, Magus's castle is one because when Magus is there, as well as when Ozzy takes over, like the fact that there's traps and side rooms, and they do visually interesting things with the bosses, all four of them really, because you have Ozzy, Flea, and Slash, and then you also have Magus, of course, and they did do something visually interesting with all of them. That was pretty cool. But other than that, and the fact that you would retread on some of it, most of these locations you don't really care about after you're done with them. You don't find yourself retreading a lot of these environments, except for, of course, cleanup and New Game Plus. Very simple. Like again, it reminds me of Secret of Mana, where other than floor hazards and opening switches, the design philosophy is very much the same. Fortunately, less maze-like than Secret of Mana. Secret of Mana has some freaking mazes. So they were short, but they were sweet. Theming was okay. Dungeon ingenuity, not the best. Both prison breaks. Yeah, the prison breaks were actually a good level. That was a good dungeon as well. That's true. I think what was also nice is the humor with which you also had a lot of the enemies encounters. Like sometimes the enemies would just be doing stuff, and then we interrupted, and they would have a short animation before the combat began. I think that was pretty fun too. Yeah, I would give them that. Also, the extra dungeon, the bonus dungeon in the remaster, that was a good one too. That one felt endgame. The the purpose of it helping the friendly Reptide village, as well as the fact you got to fight shadow versions of yourself, like that was good. The story link to Dalton was good too. So yeah, that's a good one, I would say. Oh, the yeah, I forgot the airship one is actually really good too. for that prison break. That was a really good one. Being just conceptually being on an airship again, I have to give credit to. That's very good. So yeah, there's a couple there. There's a couple there. When it comes to Chrono Cross, in Chrono Cross, you reuse a lot of areas. Uh, you go to Viper Manor a couple different times across dimensions. You get to know these cities though like the back of your hand, which in a way is kind of nice because these villages, like the one with like the dragon Cyrus, and even going to the different dungeons to beat the different dragons, or when you go to the Dead Sea, those are visually distinct areas. And at the same time, they also have things where sometimes, not often, you have enemies kind of playing around on the overfield before you interrupt them. What makes it cool is that these like areas like the swamp will change over the course of the game based on the decisions or the flags you've raised based on the characters you may or may not have interacted with. There's a little bit more complexity with each of them in the dungeons that I think are a lot more fascinating. The thing with those dungeons too, though, is that they are very confined because this was that era of Square Enix where you don't really have 3D movement. You are still moving on a 2D plane. It's just a pre-rendered 2D plane. So your lanes of movement and interaction are very low. You don't interact with the world all that much. It's going to alter your accessibility based on your your playthrough, and again, the choices that you built up. But other than that, I would have to say the most interesting thing in Chrono Cross is going to be the ones that are in the latter half. Those kind of felt like long um, marathons, like going into Dinopolis, going into the Dead Sea. Uh, a lot of these areas you go through again to get to a certain point, such as meeting a dragon or getting whatever mission objective you're there. But you did kind of feel like you need to prepare for the long haul. There were also, I think, longer journeys in between these major locations, like going through the cliffs or the jungles. Uh, I felt there were sections of the game where, especially in the early part, you're kind of traveling. Like that felt like you're on a journey. That's not exactly tied into the dungeon, but I feel like that utilization of the environment is worth noting. And you revisit areas a lot. There are a lot of secrets in a lot of these areas in Chrono Cross, which I think add to the replayability of this game. Like I said before, the replayability of the Chrono Cross is very high compared to its peers. Are there any standout areas that you would really say are really good in Chrono Cross? I'm actually gonna just look up a list real fast of the Chrono Cross dungeons. Because I know there's an argument to be made for if well, you're not remembering it very well, then that just tells you how memorable it is. But I have bad memory to begin with. That's why I make recaps. Let's try Fort Dragonia. That's a pretty good one, this too. Yeah, a lot of people, I'm looking up online, a lot of people really like Dead Sea, Dinopolis. Oh, that's right, the ghost ship. How could I forget? And I even said during the video the ghost ship was super cool. Yeah, that ghost ship was super nice. I'm not gonna lie, I think Chrono Cross is gonna take this one too. Chrono Cross just had variety. And in that variety, you had visually distinct, interesting areas. Neither of them are going to win in terms of mechanics of the dungeons, but at least the settings of this one were much more visually interesting. Like the dungeons themselves, I would argue many of the bosses were probably better here, but Chrono. Both of them have a good list of side bosses and alternate bosses, but again, the replayability and the sheer volume I think are just better done in Cross. I'm gonna say both are good, but I will say Cross is slightly better. But I feel there's an argument to be made for both. Input from chat, perhaps. I'm not sure if there's anything else that anyone wants to add. Dungeons is arguably a little bit more subjective because what makes a good dungeon? I feel impact is a big part of it, but also the presentation of mechanics, the test of a player's preparedness for it. And I feel that the dungeons in Cross demand more of you than the dungeons in Trigger. Oh, we got a bot back. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Cross, Trigger, and Dreamers on this one. Oh, you can't see it in chat? Interesting. Let me log in on my end. Flam. All right. I'll just keep that up for a little bit. Okay, so last but not least, because it's not last and it's not least, non-combat gameplay. And what do we involve in non-combat gameplay? It's everything else you're not doing that's not fighting, and it's not running around a dungeon that's also fighting. Everything else you can do. Side quests, unlockables, secrets, replayability, new game plus. I've already said it multiple times with different examples. Cross is better for replayability, but the new game plus option in Trigger is also solid. When it comes to these side quests, especially the ultimate weapons, pretty much every single ultimate weapon quest is way more interesting in Trigger than anything else. Unfortunately, this is almost a does not qualify because there's when it comes to non-combat gameplay. Here's what you're doing when you're not killing something or walking around in this. You're reading what the characters are doing. It's just flowing like a book. Cool. It's a nice start, but you're not going anywhere. Sorry, dreamers. But there are a lot of side quests you could do, but that mostly recruits characters that you're probably not going to use. You actually can't. You can't use most of these characters. You really can't. You also probably don't even care about most of these characters, and you don't have the room to care either. But in here, the focus of side quests is a lot better. Nova, do you think you could post the results of this stream, the ranking on Discord? Nope. Absolutely not. But you can just check the on-demand video. Like this will post on the channel OBM Plays, so you could just skip to the end yourself. Why on earth would I want to just give people the surprise at the end? This discussion is part of the experience, is part of the journey. Why on earth would I do that? Come on now. That's like trying to skip to the end of a book. Or just watch the final cutscene of a video game. What's the fun in that? Adding context is the entire reason why we're doing this. But the mini games too. There weren't that many memorable mini games I could think of in Chrono Cross, but I can think of several mini games that were in Chrono Trigger. I mean, even the fair was actually just such a memorable location in Chrono Trigger that you keep coming back to Millennial Fair and just having fun with it, especially since a lot of it's foreshadowing for things you're going to do and things you're going to see in the course of the game. It's very clever in that aspect. They even use it when they're doing like the little alternate dimensions, which is also clever when it's like this is a Millennial Fair, but something's off. Gear matters too more in Trigger than it does Cross. Because Cross, like, you have like generic equipment that fits on like a set amount of people. It really doesn't matter because you're always just going to wear the best thing in either case. But in the case of Trigger, I felt like the simplicity of this is doing is it makes it matter more when it comes to gear and gear collection. Like the ultimate weapons in Trigger feel like ultimate weapons that are worth pursuing, not just for the weapon itself, but for the actual quest. The fact that you get so much story and world building is good. And we also have to consider the fact that yes, the replayability in terms of the second playthrough is better in Cross, but the replayability after the second playthrough is better in Trigger. Because what can you do? You can keep pursuing all of the very different alternate endings. Excuse me. In Chrono Cross, the mini games you have are just. I'm trying to think. There's really not that many. There's not really much to go for. Leveling up chests for the armor. I forgot about that. That's true. That's true. Good pick, Vice. I forgot about that. I think I kind of have it decided in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I almost want to say that this is easily Trigger and Cross, honestly, when it comes to what you're doing besides pursuing the actual game. Like, there's more stuff to do on the side. Like we said before, like cool stuff like racing on in the future against Johnny, having eating contests, races, what you're doing and fighting Gato, like you have a lot more fun things that you do that are also world building that are also one-offs. Like when it comes to extra content, I feel it's just Trigger just as a much more enjoyable, wholesome experience, honestly. And then giving you the freedom to choose how you approach Lavos and the different endings you get with Lavos, you cannot discount the multiple endings for Trigger. That has to count. I probably should have counted in the story and the theme, but I'm going to count as far as non-combat gameplay because technically that's a new game plus thing. You're not going to get all your extra endings on your first playthrough of the major story, which is where the bulk of your experience is going to be. That's going to be extra stuff you do. And in terms of extra stuff, being a new game plus that you can keep pretty much 99% of everything, and you're going to go through and at your own level of comfort, fight Specchio or unlock all the ultimate magic or do the extra dungeon or find all the secret bosses or find the extra endings. You simply have more fascinating reasons to keep replaying Chrono Trigger over it. And I feel this is also, I think this is a shorter game than Cross. I believe it is. And I feel part of that compact experience is short and sweet. They give you what you need to do in the world, and there's not a lot of wasted space. And I think that's good. So yeah, we're going to wrap that up right there. With extra stuff being Trigger, Cross, and then that. I'm going to tell you right now, it is very easy right now for me to tell you what my personal bias is. It's literally this order. I will, if you ever put Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross and Radical Dreamers in front of me, and you said you have to pick one to play right now, I'm not even gonna doubt. 10 out of 10 times, I'm gonna pick Trigger first. I will absolutely play that game again from scratch with a smile on my face. I may not necessarily do all of the extra content, but even the core journey to me is so good. A lot of the core journey in the initial part of Cross relies on the fact that you're going to get those exposition dumps and the shock factor. But once you get past that, the minute to minute stuff you're doing, yes, I'm enjoying the battle systems and the dungeons are really cool. But after that, like I don't know, I feel the overall experience is uneven. It's inconsistent. But you're getting very high, very consistent, very polished. Like I used this before, handcrafted experience in Trigger. Part of its development hell really helped it in that case. Which is funny because it really hurt Radical Dreamers. Radical Dreamers was done in 3 months. Brutal. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that Trigger Cross that. I like Cross. I will defend Cross. I enjoy its combat systems, and it absolutely has strengths that are very noteworthy. That it does different things. And you gotta admit, you gotta be the noteworthy sequel to one of the premier RPGs of all time. That's a really tall order. And what did we get? We got a game, in my opinion, that's pretty good. When it comes to music, it's so hard because both Trigger and Cross have such amazing soundtracks. But I am gonna have to say that addition through subtraction, Trigger has almost no track I can think of that is not just amazing, that I would not just listen to on loop. There are many, many, many good tracks in Cross, but I do think that there are a couple tracks, at least environmental backing ones or maybe dungeon crawler ones, that are like, they're just okay. I wouldn't say they're bad, they're just okay. But man, Trigger is just banger after banger. Trigger is just a quintessential RPG. I tell people all the time when people ask me what's my favorite Final Fantasy game, if I'm being cheeky, it depends on the mood you catch me on, but if I'm being cheeky, I'm going to tell you it's Chrono Trigger. That is that is the best Final Fantasy game. Don't at me. So let's total this up. When it comes to each of that, we have is Trigger getting 3 plus 2, just 5, plus 1, 6, plus 2, 8, plus 3, 11. Cross getting 2 plus 3 is 5, plus 2 is 7, plus 3 is 10, plus 2 is. Wait, what did I just say? 2 plus 3, 5, plus 2, 7, plus 3, 10, plus 2, 12. Wow. And then Dreamers, 1 plus 1 is 2, plus 3 is 5, plus 1 is 7. Interesting. So the unweighted scale, Trigger is 11, Cross is 12, and Dreamers is 7. Cross beat out Trigger. Wow. I believe my math is correct on that. That's fascinating. But if we add my personal weight onto that, then that would turn Trigger into 14, Cross into 14, and Dreamers into 8. So if we add my personal bias into it, which would go 3, then 2, then 1, it becomes 14 and 14 and 8. Wow. I guess that's fair. Because in many cases, there's so many times where I feel like it's interchangeable for which one, because they do different things in many cases and do them well. And ironically, they both have faults that they both screw up equally bad, like we've seen. But yeah, even though I would pick Trigger, final score on the tier rating scale for the Chrono series is Chrono Trigger 14, Chrono Cross 14, Radical Dreamers 8. Unbiased, however, it is Chrono Cross at 12 points, Chrono Trigger at 11 points, and not Chrono, Radical Dreamers at 7 points. Really, the worst part, because Trigger also got, yeah, honestly, because yeah, Trigger won 2 and Cross won 2, and then Radical Dreamers won 1. So it does kind of seem fair that way. It's just what their strengths are, honestly. When it came to story and extra content, it was Trigger and then Cross and then Dreamers on both those cases. But when it came to combat and dungeons, it was Cross over Trigger. And both of them really kind of dropped the ball in the character writing department. But that's interesting that the story and the actual world building and stuff you do is in my assessment, better in Trigger. However, when it comes to the actual battling system, the complexities, the variety, and the implementation of it, you have that moment-to-moment gameplay is Cross, and that's kind of it. How do you guys feel? What are you guys feeling? Because you just got my stuff, and we just talked about this for 4 hours. Chrono Trigger was part of the North American Final Fantasy Chronicles for PS1, so we can argue Trigger's a Final Fantasy game. Well, absolutely. Don't forget, um, when we were deciding what Final Fantasy VII was going to be before Final Fantasy VII to being Final Fantasy VII, based on that tech demo of Final Fantasy VI, they already had that mock-up on Super Nintendo. You can see it online, where Final Fantasy VII was going to be an isometric RPG. And they also were considering Xenogears, but decided that was just, not really the tone where they wanted to go. And of course, what was going to be Secret of Mana, that was going to be another Mana game that ended up potentially being a Final Fantasy game that ended up being its own thing, which was Chrono Trigger. So Chrono Trigger had a long development history to become the polished product that it was, but it was a journey that it needed to make because what a product it was. Would I suggest that you pick up Cross, play Chrono Trigger but not Cross? I would play Cross. Get the Radical Dreamers collection when it's on sale. It's pretty cheap, honestly, right now. I think they've patched out some of the bugs that they had in it, but it's worth a playthrough. I will say though, if you are not feeling that combat system, bail because it's never going to change and it's not going to be any better. When it comes to like my personal bias, of course, my top favorite RPGs of all time, Chrono Trigger has been on that list and it has not budged. I would say short list of top favorite RPGs of all time. There have been a couple of people that have moved in and out of that rotation, but one that never has is again Chrono Trigger. I love Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is again the game that I devoted the number 100 slot for recapitation. It's the only one that I'm making the exception for doing all the endings. There have been a couple of games like Dragon Guard 1 where I had to do multiple endings because you kind of need to. But for Trigger, absolutely, we do the works for that. I spare no expense when it comes to Chrono Trigger. It was a pleasure and a delight to play that game. I will always recommend Trigger. Trigger, please be ported to the modern day systems, like through Switch Online or whatever. Please get ported so people can play this. This game should not ever be lost to history. If so, shame on you, Square Enix. And not that garbage mobile port you put on Steam. Shame on you. How disrespectful. What we need is the HD 2D remaster of Chrono Trigger. And do it from the DS version that has all the content. And yeah. What a surprise. What a surprise. So, for the folks that are still here, for the folks that remain. Oh, actually, I can make a poll, can't I? I never use YouTube polls. I'm gonna make a poll right now. What we're gonna do is we're gonna determine what's gonna be um the next watch along because there's two that I could think of. There's the Drakengard trilogy because that series is dead as fuck, and the Danganronpa series. So I'm gonna put the poll up right now, and I would like you guys to go ahead and just vote which one you want. I think those are the only two. I don't think there's any other series that I currently have open um that are up for a watch along. I think it's just those two. How do I submit the poll? Like it says create poll, and I wrote in the options. Okay, there we go. then. You have to get rid of all the blank ones. So go ahead and vote right now for Danganronpa or Drakengard next. Whatever we'll do next week, and then whatever the option that loses, we'll do the opposite week. That's a reward for sticking around to the very end. Everyone who came in earlier and bailed, they just have to deal with the consequences. You guys persisted. And I thank you. I thank you for sitting through all this. I hope this was fun for you. I hope that we got some interesting discussion here. Whether or not you agreed with me, at least at the very least, you understand my perspective and my rationale behind it. So hopefully there's not too much salt in any of this. I hope it was fun at the end of the day. Interesting at the very least. I had fun. All right, looks like everyone voted. It looks like it's overwhelmingly Drakengard. So I guess we're gonna go into Yoko Taro Land next week. So look forward to that. We're gonna talk about the 3 Drakengard games. Oh boy, this will be interesting, especially when we talk about characters. All right. Thank you very much, everyone who voted. I appreciate your participation. And thank you, Lynn. Congratulations on your deputization for killing bots in my chat. You did an excellent job. I very grateful for your assistance in that. Sharp shooting. I always considered you like a Discord sniper, and now you're absolutely a chat sniper. But yes, with that, just wrapping up real fast, there are links in the bottom in case you want to join Discord, where we have much more spirited debates. If you ever want to have discussions and debates with a lively crew, myself included, egos and sense of humor aside, feel free to jump in. We promise not to bruise your ego too hard. But I did post a recapitation earlier for Castlevania Drakengard, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. Please give that a watch. Please look forward to the next recap. It will be on time. Earlier this week, I was really sick, and I was just out of it. I was like literally so sick, it was coming out both ends. Let's put it that way. I was out of it, and kick that. Feel better now. Tuesday, we're going to continue Guardians of the Galaxy, a game that continues to surprise me with just how fun it is. Really enjoying that. And next Saturday, look forward to the Drakengard watch along and rating system. So, yeah. Huh. With that, thank you so much for watching. I'm Black Mage, and I will see you on the next battlefield.